Muy bien, creo que podemos ir empezando. Pues
I think
bienvenidos
that we
nuevamente.
can begin. Welcome once again.
Un
Are
segundo.
we ready? Oh, no, we need
Ahora sí.
one more
Pues
second.
muy
Okay,
buenos
now
días.
we're ready.
Bienvenidos
So
a nuestro
thank
cuarto
you
día
and welcome
de
to this
trabajo.
fourth
Y hoy vamos a
day.
iniciar con
Uh,
la participación
and today
de
we're going to
Nora.
begin
Una
with
disculpa por la pronunciación de su
Nora's
apellido.
participation, and I
Modine
apologize because I think I'm
Ferninger.
going to say her last
Ella es
name
Senior
incorrectly.
Manager de
Modine
International
Ferninger. She's senior manager
Senior Manager de International Development de el
for
American National
international
Standards Institute.
development in the
Y
American
ella
International
nos va
Standards
a
Institute.
compartir un
And she's
poco
going to
sobre
share a little bit
temas
about
de buenas prácticas regulatorias
good
y
regulatory
normas para la
practices
tecnología,
and
para las tecnologías
standards
críticas y emergentes.
for
Nora,
critical and emerging
adelante.
technologies. So Nora, you're welcome and welcome to the stage and thank you.
Muchas gracias, Sandra. Hola, buenos días a todos y todas.
Thank you, Sandra, and good morning,
Good morning,
everybody.
everyone, and good afternoon for those of you seeing us online. My name is Nora Modine Schweniger, and I'm the Senior Manager at ANC, the American National Standards Institute, and I work with the International Development Department. I'm really thrilled and happy to be here today with all of you, colleagues, partners, and participants. It is a pleasure to welcome you to day 4 of this important program. Over the past several days, you have explored how reliance, data, and regulatory collaboration can strengthen medical device oversight across jurisdictions. Today, we take a step back to examine the underlying architecture that makes those efforts sustainable, which is good regulatory practices and the strategic use of standards. As regulators, policymakers, and stakeholders, we are navigating an environment where innovation is moving faster than ever. Technologies such as artificial intelligence, software as a medical device, connected diagnostics, and advanced manufacturing are transforming healthcare delivery. At the same time, they are challenging traditional regulatory approaches, testing our ability to remain both rigorous and agile. This is where regulatory practices, GRP, plays a critical role. The GRP provides a structured approach to designing, implementing, and reviewing regulations in a way that is transparent, evidence-based, and inclusive. It helps ensure that regulations are not only effective in protecting health and safety, but also proportionate, predictable, and adaptable to change. In the context of critical and emerging technologies, GRP becomes even more essential. These technologies often evolve rapidly, as we all know, cross sectoral boundaries, and rely on global value chains. Without strong regulatory practices, we risk creating fragmentation, unnecessary barriers to trade, but also delay in patients' access to safe and effective innovations. At the same time, international standards serve as a powerful tool to operationalize GRP. Standards provide a common language and a shared foundation for safety, quality, and performance. They also allow regulators to leverage globally recognized benchmarks rather than developing requirements in isolation. This is not only improving efficiency, but also facilitating regulatory convergence and supporting mechanisms such as reliance. For emerging technologies, standards are particularly valuable because they can evolve alongside innovation. Through international collaboration in events such as this week's event, bringing together regulators, industry, academia, and other stakeholders, standards can help address new risks, define best practices, and build confidence in novel solutions. Importantly, the relationship between GRP and standards is mutually reinforced. Good regulatory practices encourage the use of relevant international standards as a basis for regulation. In turn, standards support the implementation of GRP by providing technical credibility and reducing duplication of effort. Together, they create a more coherent, transparent, and globally aligned regulatory ecosystem. As you engage in today's discussions, I encourage you to consider a few key questions. How can GRP strengthen within your own regulatory system to better accommodate emerging technologies? Where can international standards be more efficient or more effectively integrated into regulatory frameworks? And that to support both innovation and safety. And last but not least, how can continued collaboration across agencies, regions, and sectors help ensure that we are not working in silos, but building toward shared solutions? The conversations today on international obligations, technical barriers to trade, regulatory impact assessments, and standards will provide practical insights into these questions. They will also highlight the importance of aligning national approaches with global frameworks while remaining responsive to local needs. Ultimately, our shared goal is very clear. We want to create regulatory systems that protect patients, enable innovation, and facilitate access to life-saving technologies. Good regulatory practices and international standards are not abstract concepts. They are essential tools to help us achieve that balance. And finally, I'd like to thank you all and look forward to discussions ahead, enjoying all the important discussions we will be having later on. Thank you very much, Sandra, for having us today.
Hello, hopefully everyone can hear me. Hi, Marina, I see you up there.
Okay, hi, Kristen. I'm just here to welcome you and introduce you. So I'm glad the sound is good, so it's functioning properly. We can also see your slide. So, good morning. Thank you for being here. Ahora vamos a tener una presentación sobre buenas prácticas
Now
regulatorias.
we're going to have a presentation on good regulatory practices. And for that, we have Kristen Callahan with us. She is from the USTR to talk about that topic. So Kristen, go ahead.
And the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Like Marina said, my name is Kristen Callahan. I'm actually in a unique position where I come from the Food and Drug Administration and I've worked there for 12 years, but I currently sit on a temporary assignment at the U.S. Trade Representative. So my position actually just speaks to the nature of what I'm going to talk about today, which is the importance of the WTO and the TBT agreement specifically, and how that relates to health regulators when their focus is primarily public health, protecting the public health. So the objectives of today's discussion are to go over the WTO agreement with respect to technical barriers to trade, so TBT, identify regulations that may have trade obligations, and understand the model of good regulatory practices, which I'll get to in the second part of my presentation. So while trade obligations may not feel like the front burner issue for health regulators, they do most definitively shape how we write, publish, and apply our rules. And I really hope my goal out of this conversation today is to demystify the TBT agreement and show how agencies, particularly related to public health, can navigate these obligations. Next slide, please. So what is the World Trade Organization? It's the primary international body governing global trade. It was established in 1995, and there are over 160 members, including obviously the United States and countries sitting in this room today. So it provides not only a forum for negotiating trade agreements, but it also, for the particular subject matter that we're talking about, it monitors the implementation of agreements that the members have signed on to. So what does that matter for a health regulator? Because when a regulator issues a regulation, such as labeling requirement, a manufacturing standard, a testing protocol, these are regulations that affect whether foreign products can enter into that market. So it makes it a trade measure as well. So my focus today will be specifically on the TBT agreement, which has one of the most directly applicable commitments related to the public health. It's worth noting that these agreements do overlap at sometimes. So sometimes a public health regulator could come out with a regulation that falls under both the TBT agreement and the STS agreement. But for the purposes of today's discussion, we will be jumping into the TBT agreement. Next slide. So to understand the TBT agreement, there's three foundational definitions that we should discuss. One is about technical regulations, and I provided, obviously slides are helpful for the presentation itself, but I do hope that you can take these slides and use them as a resource later. So in this, these definitions that are in the slides right now are pulled directly from the TBT agreement and annexes. And so this is how the agreement defines the technical regulation. But the thing that I want you to understand most importantly is that technical regulation is about documents that lay down product characteristics or related processes and production methods. And ultimately, it's about that compliance is mandatory. Now, if you jump to the second definition there about standards, that is a document approved by a recognized body that provides a common and repeated use of rules, guidelines, or characteristics for products. And as you'll see, that's highlighted here, compliance is not mandatory. And then in the third definition there, conformity assessment procedures, that's any procedure used to determine directly or indirectly that relevant requirements in the technical regulations or standards have been fulfilled. And this can include testing, inspection, certification, registration, approval processes. So understanding these definitions really matters because of the different TBT obligations and how they apply to each other in each category. The rules for technical regulations are different for the rules of conformity assessment procedures, given the nature of both of those topics, but we will work to discuss what is similar and why there's certain approaches that are slightly different. Next slide, please. So the TBT agreement is built on 4 principles that are listed here. And at a very high level, we are talking about non-discrimination. So the treatment of foreign products is is expected to treat domestic the same as foreign. Necessity and proportionality. So regulations must not be more trade restrictive than necessary to achieve a legitimate objective. The use of international standards. So where relevant international standards exist, they should be used as the basis for your regulations. And then transparency, which is about the notification process related to the WTO TBT committee. And that's a way for other committee members to understand or know of a regulation that's coming out from your agency. Next slide, please. So as regulators, the thought is sometimes you can't use an international standard and the whole emphasis is that it has to, in order for it to to consider a standard that's not international, there is wiggle room when there's a legitimate objective. And so it needs to avoid unjustifiable discrimination and unnecessary barriers to international trade. So sometimes there are barriers, but if it's unnecessary, that's where members tend to raise these issues in the TPT committee context, or maybe they'll have a bilateral discussion first. But that is essentially where we try to strike the right balance of what is a legitimate objective and then what is an unnecessary barrier to international trade. So jumping in, next slide, please. To talk about one of the principles that I was just mentioning, the non-discrimination principles, there's two underlying concepts here. The most favored nation concept, which is every WTO member must treat all members equally when it comes to trade. So if you give a more favorable regulatory treatment to products from one country, say, a streamlined approach on something, generally the expectation is it should extend to other members. The national treatment principle is the principle that really prohibits hidden domestic protectionism. So once a foreign product has entered the market, it must receive the treatment no less favorable than like products in the domestic market. For a health regulator, that could mean not applying stricter labels or not applying additional testing requirements or additional approval burdens that are not expected for the domestic product. And really the key takeaway is creating neutral rules sometimes on its face can still violate the national treatment if there is, in effect, a burden that imports in practice. Regulators should not only think about the impact and the intent of the rule that they are considering. Next slide, please. So I wanted to provide the actual text that's from the agreement itself as a resource. So beyond this presentation, you're thinking about a rule and you remembered something from the discussion that you're having today, not only with me, but my colleagues after this presentation. I wanted to make sure you had these particular articles at the ready. So again, national treatment, we think about it as vertical equality between imports and domestic goods once they've entered that market. And then for MFN, or excuse me, most favored nations, a useful way to remember it is it governs the relationship between countries, whereas national treatment governs the relationship between products to ensure that there's the same playing field. Both principles work together to prevent discrimination, whether it's obvious or indirect. Next slide. So trade restrictiveness. Article 2.2 of the agreement, and then a very similar agreement in Article 5.1.2 related to conformity assessment procedures. The idea here is that regulation should not be prepared, adopted, or applied with a view or effect of creating an unnecessary obstacle to international trade. So for technical regulations, it says shall not be more trade restrictive than necessary to fulfill the legitimate objective. And so let's unpack that and what it could mean in practice. It does not mean regulations cannot affect trade. Most certainly, many regulations that involve health do restrict trade to some degree. But what matters is it less trade restrictive than an alternative? And this is where I don't want to jump the gun, but I will be talking about good regulatory practices, and I know Marina, I believe, is also talking about regulatory impact assessment. That is so important because it shows what alternatives were considered. And it can either further your point that there's a legitimate objective that has been met, or it may not show that enough data or studies have been considered. Next slide, please. So things that have been listed as examples for legitimate objectives, and obviously the first bullet on the slide is most important for the people in this room, is, you know, given the mandate that all of us have as regulators, is to protect the human health and safety. So there is, you know, explanation that public health can be a legitimate objective. However, it needs to be, it's really important to have that data to show that a measure is permissible, to show that it really is necessary to fulfill those objectives, and that the regulator has taken into account those risks that non-fulfillment would create. So things to consider, the elements of consideration when assessing the necessity is what information is available. Is it the most recent scientific and technical information? What technology is available? What is the end use of the product? You know, thinking about this as a health regulator really helps the framing to see whether there's been a cost-benefit analysis done to show why you chose the measure that you did in lieu of other alternative approaches. Next slide, please. So I'm going to pivot now to international standards. I know that is also a very hot topic for this conversation throughout this whole week, so I won't belabor the points too much. But I have to make sure that we cover them given the importance they have and hold in the TBT agreement of the WTO. Next slide. So Article 2.4 is really the meat of what I want to talk about today. And it's the most frequently, honestly, misunderstood. It's so where international standards exist, members shall use them or relevant parts of them as the basis for their technical regulation. So there is language about when you decide not to use an international standard, and what it tells us is if you are not to use an international standard, it should be because you found that there's an ineffective or inappropriate means for fulfilling that legitimate objective. So protecting the public health, what is it about the international standard that did not rise to the expectations of that legitimate objective? I think given the time, I would like to move on because I know standards is going to be discussed at length with Scott as well, if it hasn't already. I do want to talk about one of the next slide, please. The transparency provisions. So if you remember, I mentioned that there are the 4 key principles. Well, transparency is one of them. And next slide. Now this list shows what transparency means under the umbrella of the WTO TBT agreement, as well as how the committee works. Now, if you think about, if you know, in the U.S. we use a Federal Register, which is like our daily gazette, which I know is quite free, is used for most countries to publish draft regulations and final regulations. Well, the WTO committee for TBT, it kind of has a similar function, which is when there's a draft when there's a draft measure coming from a member, they tell their contact within their government who handles the TBT notification process, here's our draft measure, and then what they do is notify it to all the other WTO members. And so it acts like almost like a mini gazette for the WTO members, so that they can also consider the draft regulation or technical regulation as it's open for comment. So it's not adding any additional obligation. So if you have a draft measure, I know folks in this room typically issue it for public comment. This is just this happens concurrently, so it's not an additional obligation. It's really furtherance of that expectation of public consultation in general. In the WTO TBT guidelines, it does recommend a minimum of 60 days. So it gives people an opportunity to really dig into that technical regulation that's been proposed, and gives people enough time to not only process it, but then draft what they may point out as concerns, or maybe they'll point out like another country is doing something similar. Have you considered that? What international standards have you considered? So it gives them time to process those key principles that I mentioned in the previous slides, and really dig into it. It's all about ensuring that everyone's in the know, right? At a stage that public consultation can happen. I'm giving a little preview of the good regulatory practices piece, but I think it's important to show the transparency expectations that are related to the WTO TBT agreement. Next slide, please. So EPING is it's a wonderful resource that was launched in, I believe, about 2022. And if you're not familiar with EPING, it's a wonderful resource to use if you're looking to see what other members have notified to the WTO TBT agreement. You can see the amount of notifications. You can see what's in draft, what comments, or excuse me, what measures are still open for comments. And that's usually really helpful. So then, let's say the US FDA comes out with a measure and COFEPRIS is interested, and obviously COFEPRIS and FDA have a wonderful relationship, so it might not necessarily be these two countries. However, like, let's say you don't always have a running conversation with them, this would be another opportunity to ask questions. How did you come up with this measure? Have you considered this international standard and whatnot? It's really a tool of engagement to ensure that, not only there's transparency from the member that's drafting the rule, but it also gives the other members the opportunity to then ask questions and submit comments and whatnot. It's a wonderful tool, and I highly recommend looking at that if you have not already. Next slide. So, just one thing, I've covered a lot of big topics related to the TBT agreement and the committee and how it works. But what does that mean for a regulator? I mean, really the idea is, how can you engage in the committee itself? It's not that, you have your trade ministry and they just do their thing and you do your thing as a public health agency. There is opportunity. There's opportunity to ensure there's coordination within ministries or agencies. There's opportunities to engage at the TBT committee. There's things like the events like the thematic sessions. And there's been plenty of topics about, like, for instance, international standards of medical devices and why that's important, quality management systems, things like that. There's been a lot of engagement with experts in the room, and it shows that trade and public health objectives can work well together. And then, like I said, EPING is a wonderful tool. It's not just for the trade ministries to use. You, as regulators, can use it too. With that, I can conclude the TBT agreement portion, and I'm ready to move on to the GRP portion if that works for everyone. Marina, please let me know. I can't hear you, sorry.
No internet connection. No tenemos internet acá.
We do not have an internet
Kristen,
connection.
Let me ask you to jump to your next presentation, and we can say for one question or two in the end, in the interest of time. Is that okay for you?
Okay, that's wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you. Can you go to the next slide, please? Perfect. So pivoting. I know my colleagues have already talked about at the intro to this day about the importance of good regulatory practices and standards, and I want to give you kind of just a general overview of what we mean when we talk about good regulatory practices, and how it really plays into also the TBC agreement, honestly. So next slide, please. This, I thought, was a great transition slide from talking about the TBT agreement to GRP. The quote that you're seeing here on the screen is actually pulled from the TBT document. It's not a part of, this quote is not from the agreement itself, but it's from the decisions and recommendations, which are essentially guidelines issued by the WTO committee for TBT. And so what it says is that good regulatory practices can contribute to an improved and effective implementation of the substantive and obligations under the agreement. Effective implementation through best practices is seen as an important means of avoiding unnecessary obstacles to trade. And so institutionalizing various mechanisms and processes of GRP through laws, regulations, and guidances, as well as through the creation and designation of institutions within member governments to oversee the regulatory processes, is seen as the means of giving effect to GRP. So another point that is made in this document is that effective internal policy coordination, so among the regulators, that interagency coordination is a key point, as well as ensuring standardizing bodies are involved and trade ministries so that they all talk to each other. Next slide, please. So let's jump into GRP. In the United States, the GRP, the principles are rooted in US law known as the Administrative Procedures Act and set forth in trade agreements. They include principles and procedures that address intra-governmental coordination, regulatory impact assessment, transparency, stakeholder outreach, and engagement and accountability. Today, out of the three kind of pillars that you see on the screen, I will be focusing on the first two because, like I said, I believe that the regulatory impact assessment will be covered in more detail later today. So next slide, please. So to talk about the rulemaking process, we're talking about the life cycle of it, really. And, you know, the first thing is identifying regulatory priorities. Then you move to the drafting phase. And then once you've put out a draft, reviewing that draft regulation and going through the public consultation process. And then once, you know, an agency feels comfortable that they've considered all the comments and maybe they've made changes, maybe they didn't, but then it's issuing that final regulation. So I'll be walking through each of these stages briefly. Next slide. So identifying regulatory priorities, that could come from, so in the United States, it comes from our Congress. It could come from, you know, just the agency or the ministry, department, identifying specific priorities or recommendations for the year. It could be, you know, maybe it's COVID times where we need an emergency measure in place. It also could be a court decision that makes an agency react to an issue. There are different ways for an agency to start the initiation of consideration of a regulation, but in the end, the process generally should look the same unless it's like an emergency measure. Next slide, please. The stakeholders. I think the most important thing I want to get out of this is that there's such an importance to make sure that any stakeholder can participate in a public consultation process. So it does not matter if they're domestic or foreign industry. It should be open to any person or public interest group or company. In the past, we've seen certain countries, they only reach out to what they think is relevant stakeholders, not realizing the broad impact that their potential measure could have. And so that's why it's really important to ensure that not only is that proposed measure published, but it's published in a way that any stakeholder can review it. Next slide, please. So moving to the development of a draft regulation, an agency promotes transparency and really facilitates public participation in a variety of ways, and it can apply in different ways. So as part of the process, an agency could hold public meetings, or they could have a workshop. In the United States, I know that we have regulations.gov, where sometimes we can pose questions to the public saying, hey, we're thinking about introducing regulation on this topic. We have 5 questions that we're posing to the public before we get to the drafting stage of a regulation. So it's really to collect information before even drafting that rule. We also consult with advisory committees when it's applicable. And then I would be remiss to say that if I didn't say that, we also consider scientific and voluntary consensus standards, which includes international standards as well. Next slide, please. So now you've started drafting, you go through the review process. In the United States, this is the key thing I want to emphasize here is that once a regulator like FDA drafts a measure, it goes through an interagency process. So it gets sent out to other agencies for review, and it goes essentially to our central coordinating body in the Office of Management and Budget, who then handles that coordination of significant rules. And then if there's any, if another agency has comments, essentially we set up a meeting to discuss it before the measure gets published. It really ensures that all sides are taken into account before it gets to the public. So again, sometimes when we're in the regulator mindset, we're not always thinking about trade obligations and trade commitments, and this interagency process really helps to ensure that all considerations to get to the objective that the regulator is trying to get to handles those considerations well before it gets to draft, announcing the draft. Next slide, please. So the public consultation process is really the bread and butter of, I think, when people think about transparency and good regulatory practices. In the United States, when we finally have a draft regulation, we publish it in the Federal Register, which I said earlier is like our version of the Gazette, where we open what is called a docket, which is essentially, I call it like a filing cabinet, so that you can always see there's a number attached to that draft regulation. If there are amendments to that draft regulation, it's all under the same identifying number. And so you can always find different versions of it. You can find the public comments, things like that. It also, once we have a comment period open, we coordinate within the US government to announce that draft measure to the corresponding WTO committee. So in this particular example, the TBT committee is where we do most of our coordination on the medical device and pharma side. And so then we extend the comment period if there is a question. We've seen, maybe this draft measure is more complex than we anticipated. It's really made on a case-by-case basis. And we also, during this open comment period, we also may hold public meetings, a public workshop to support the commenting process. And when we do that, we usually have a record that's made of that public workshop. So then it also goes into the overall administrative record of how that rule got drafted and what was considered after the public comment period. Now so now, thinking about, okay, the comment period is closed, now what? So the agency reads pretty much every comment. They identify the overarching issues that were mentioned in the comments, and they generally, as someone who's worked on some of these working groups for draft measures, we categorize the comments by topic. We try to prepare high-level summaries of the comments and include specific data recommendations that were included in the comments. And then so after we've given consideration to those substantive comments, when we draft the final rule, we include an explanation of all the comments that were received and considered, and whether we made changes based on those comments or why we didn't make changes. One thing I should mention is that there's no expectation to address every comment one by one, but it's an overall taking every comment into account during this post-public consultation phase. Next slide. I'm close to wrapping up, just to let everyone know. Okay, the one thing I just wanted to emphasize is, why should everyone care about GRP? This data that you're looking at here is pulled from a 2026 study done from the Foreign Direct Investment Confidence Index of Kearney. And if you look at number 2 and 3, and basically the purple highlighted is about governance and regulatory factors. Well, according to this study, efficacy of legal and regulatory processes was the second highest factor in determining investment intention. So encouraging markets and encouraging a business, what businesses look for is transparency, stability, and GRP really plays into that for a number of reasons. Next slide. And my last slide is just to say that in the United States, we take GRP very seriously. We obviously have the USMCA Chapter 28. We also have other protocols with Brazil and Ecuador related that have very similar commitments on good regulatory practices. And then most recently, if you look at the agreements on reciprocal trade, we do have a focus on good regulatory practices as well. Because in the United States, we really do see this as a benefit, because it allows us to address regulatory actions that tend to be a trade irritant. It allows for informed policy decisions, and therefore it lends itself to better quality and cost-effective regulation as well. And it really gives a stronger foundation for that trade relationship that we have with these partners. So with that, I will end my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kristen. Thank you so much for your presentations. I see a hand here in the public. So we have time for 2 questions. So John, please go ahead.
Hi, John Beloy from Abbott Labs. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question for you concerning non-discrimination. The national treatment, would something like localization regulations play into that? We see localization in a number of different jurisdictions these days.
So the TBT agreement, the members that sign on to it, it's at the central level of government. However, the agreement itself does touch on, regional and, like, for instance, in the United States, state, to encourage local regulations to also hit the same obligations as the central level of government is obligated to, but it does not bind those local governments. But they are supposed to notify, so if there's a local requirement, for instance, they are supposed to notify the WTO TBT committee, so that everyone understands what a company is faced with when they're entering into the market of that other country. Hopefully that answers your question.
Well, just for clarification, for something like Saudi Arabia, for example, once a product's been accepted there, the other products from other companies are completely excluded. They're off the market.
Oh, interesting. No, but so that would be something that could be considered under the TBT agreement if it's at the central level of government. I realize that you weren't talking about like local,
Correct.
States or whatnot.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, no, that would be subject to the TBT agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Kristen, we have a question from online, from the Zoom platform. So it's from Veronica from the Pharmacopoeia of Mexico, and she asking if are there any measures that assess the level of GRP a country has?
Are there any measures? I'm sorry, it cut out on my end.
Are there any measure that assess the level of good regulatory practices a country has?
You mean like a reliance type of thing for GRP? Is that the?
I think she wants to know how can we evaluate the compliance of GRPs applied by our country?
I see.
How do we assess that?
Great question. So one thing, the way that in the United States, we obviously have trade agreements with various countries. And so we'll look at the GRP commitments in those and really do essentially a mapping exercise. Sometimes the law itself might not actually get into as much detail as the commitments do. And so what we look at is what is actually happening on the ground. What is being implemented? What's not being implemented? Are the exceptions swallowing the rule? These are all things that we pay attention to, and we also consult stakeholders. So like the person just before asking the question about possible trade irritants, we listen to stakeholders and to understand what they're seeing on the ground as they're trying to get their products entering the market as well. That is what is, it does help us understand the transparency portion of a country's approach.
Okay, thank you, Kristen. So I think we're going to wrap up the session for this part. Kristen, I want to thank you so much for your presentation, for your time, for being here. I know you are in many, many subjects at the same time. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. And again, I'm sorry I could not be there.
And ahora vamos entonces
Let's give Kristen a token of appreciation with a big round of applause.
Sí, no es necesario. Sí. Entonces ahora vamos
All
directamente
right, so now we will go into the next panel. I'll introduce the panel to you, and it has to do with a question that Veronica has asked, which is extremely interesting. As you know, my name is Marina Carballo. I work with Sandra Ligia within the coalition. We work with good regulatory practices and international trade. So today, I will start introducing an update of the checklist of good regulatory practices. More specifically, we have here that we're going to analyze the transition of the legal framework in Mexico. Checklist update. We used to have the general regulatory practices, but now we have a new national law for eliminating bureaucratic procedures. So we are going to explore the implications that this change has for the evolution of technical bylaws and regulations within the Mexican regulatory framework. Also know that regulatory certainty is of the essence for medical technology industry, so understanding their evolution and how national law adapts to that can help us foresee the challenges and make certain that our products will reach the patients without delays. So, let me start by explaining what the checklist is about for those who have not heard about it. What is this instrument, the checklist? It is an instrument that was created to verify the compliance of regulations at an international level, as well as national regulations, talking about the creation of a technical regulation. So it is a tool that is meant for a self-assessment of the regulatory authorities. You will get the whole file, but in the meantime, I can tell you that this is a high-level assessment tool so that regulators can go step by step on a checklist to verify if they're in compliance with all the national current legal framework and with the international good regulatory practices commitments that have been acquired. What is this for? Why do we need one? When authorities use the tool, they are meeting four functions. The first one is a verification of international agreement. That is to say, if the international regulation is truly in compliance with the commitments that Mexico has acquired or their agreements like USMCA, CPTPP, the Pacific Alliance, or the TBT agreement that has been presented by Kristen. Secondly, it helps us assess GRP coverages. Which of those practices have been fully or partially incorporated or absent from the legislation in Mexico? Thirdly, it can help us detect regulatory gaps. It makes visible the gaps that affect the medical technology sector. And fourth, it can help guide the regulatory improvement. It provides a solid basis for recommending adjustments. By changing the national law, the update of the checklist is done automatically so that the regulators still have a mirror of their current obligations. So it is not only about an academic exercise or one of legal compliance. It is a strategic tool for conversing with the regulated sector. Why did we update the checklist? Because our review is guided by the need of adapting the list that we used to have to the new legal framework in Mexico with the national law for eliminating bureaucracy. The finding is that the international obligations remain intact, but the national foundations are changing. So what has changed in the checklist? Let us go into the meat of the discussion. By comparing national and international regulations, we see that the government changed its philosophy. In the past, according to the general law, the approach was centered on regulatory improvement. Great emphasis was given on cost-benefit analysis, impact on small and middle-sized companies, and also assessing the performance of the regulation. But under the new law, the approach is almost completely around administrative simplification, digital transformation, and the direct reduction of bureaucratic burdens. But it is important to say that the international framework has not changed. And that means that the general architecture of the Mexican obligations of Mexico remain. What has been updated is just the legal laws or rules of the game, but the priorities of the government are looking for simplification as the main element. So this new law, what will it strengthen within the Mexican framework for the checklist for the creation of technical regulations?
The new law includes an administrative and digital area that's very important. We have administrative simplification with a reduction of all the documentation and procedures, digital transformation with single platforms and interoperability, regulatory governance, and quality of information, trying to make database decisions. But this is where we come to the point, or we come to the most concerning point of the whole analysis we made. The aspects that lose provenance compared to the old law. The transfer to this bureaucratic simplification has had a high cost for good regulatory practices. On paper, there is a regulatory continuity. We see areas like the regulatory impact analysis, public consultation are still included as part of the new law. However, we do need to be careful when we do this, when we see it, because even if these provisions exist nominally in the new law, the reality is that they have been a bit weakened or softened. For the regulator, these obligations are now lighter less coercive, and there are many exceptions and waivers applied to the regulatory impact analysis. The public consultation has different timelines, and there is a lower economic justification. In practice, we see that there's a framework that allows us to apply the standards quickly, but there's an analytical cost for good regulatory practices. So we also have to mention the performance of small and medium-sized companies. There's less legal demand to assess the results of all the regulations and standards once they've been implemented, and they include the fact that we have to have differentiated schemes for SMEs. But even having all of that, we have gaps that still existed in the previous law and that are kept in the new law. And we need to mention this because the use of internet standards is still a partial obligation in Mexico. It's not nationalized. The guarantee of a minimum public consultation period of 60 days, which is what is set forth in international agreements, and that's what Mexico would be obliged to, it's still not present in the national law. There is no notification system of technical regulations to the WTO, and international collaboration is still quite limited. So, to conclude, we go from a policy of regulatory improvement to a policy of bureaucratic digitalization and simplification. Both are strategic, both are really important, but one should not replace the other. We have to have both together, integrated. And so for the checklist, this means that the international structure that they're analyzing is the same. We have digital simplification incorporated, but there is a concern with the technical documentation for the regulator based on good regulatory practices. So in the checklist, we have a tool that I hope everybody could use, and everybody should consider, so that you can consider all the challenges and the changes, and that we can continue working on the development of good international practices. But the most important thing is that not only are we going to use international laws, but also the international framework, like what we have here in Mexico. But for the national law to work on these procedures, well, Mexico has to follow through international organizations also, and there might be unwanted consequences. And then the checklist is to get some regulations that would add everything and that will facilitate the regulator to have a more holistic view on how to verify the compliance of the rules and the technical regulations. Thank you very much for your time on this topic. And if you all want to, I can go to the next topic and then we can ask questions, or do you want to ask questions right now? So I'll continue? Okay. So now we're going to go to the next presentation. Oh, no, questions. Okay, questions right now. Great. So we're going to open this if there are any questions regarding the checklist, and then we can continue.
No, here we don't have.
Hola, buenos días. Gracias.
So, good morning and thank you.
El checklist, ¿dónde se encuentra?
Now, where can we find that checklist? Is it public? Can we make comments to it, or where can we find it? It is public and you can add your comments. Yes, actually it's a tool that we share with all the authorities, not only in Mexico, but in other countries also. And the intention is to be able to collaborate, to have a more complete vision of the whole, a view of the whole process, because there's like this sequence of before the development of the standard, during the development of the standard, and then how we're monitoring that standard implementation. So yes, we have it available. We're going to have a QR code available so that you can access it. And consider Mexico as an example, yes, but we have the possibility of doing this, analyzing the regulations in other countries also. Thank you very much.
Vamos. Entonces ahora cambio al
Great.
próximo tema.
If there are no further questions, then I'm going to the next topic. It's a little bit difficult because I'm here between the regulatory impact analysis and your, I'm in between that and your coffee break. So it's just a topic so that we can have a better time during the coffee break, you know, to open our appetite. And I thank you. I thank everybody for the patience you have with my Spanish, you know, and I think that it makes me feel closer to all of you if I speak Spanish, even if I have mistakes. I'm sorry about that. So now we're going to talk a little bit about this regulatory impact analysis and the intention that we have. Well, it's a real honor to talk about this topic because I had a huge challenge to face in this project. When Sandra asked for a regulatory impact analysis guideline that was practical, it was quite difficult, you know, and we wanted something that was really good, that could be applied, and something that the regulators could keep applying and using. So we started with this challenge of developing a document that would have like a guideline on what is a regulatory impact analysis and how can we work on it in a very effective and practical way, because we know that this is a quite difficult topic. It's quite complex, and many times we don't have the capability of doing all the necessary analysis that are part of these regulatory impact analysis. So I'm going to ask a main question. Why? Why should we do this regulatory impact analysis? It's important to understand that these RIA, or regulatory impact analysis, is not a questionnaire, it's not a procedure, it's not a bureaucratic process, but it's a management process to create a rule that will be, or that is based in evidence at the same time, but that would also make a diagnosis of the real problem, and that will fully assess the impact and of all the options that are known and that are possible before we make a decision. Doing a quality RIA establishes, it's a strategic path of the regulation, you know, guaranteeing that the costs and the benefits are proportional to what is delivered to society. So that way you prevent any regulatory or standards additional load, and it prevents having something incorrect. It's not just to do it, we have to do it with quality, and that's one of the main points of the guideline that we have here. But before this guideline, there's another question I would like to ask you. Why is that these RIAs are important in the medical technology sector? You know, there are RIAs that are vital for the state, but for our state, for our area, it's a survival issue, because as authorities, you might know that the medical technology sector has unique challenges. You know, we regulate a market that has quite diversity of products and that is constantly evolving at a fast pace. We talk about products that have short life cycles. An average could be up to 18 months. So that's before the new technological generation reaches a hospital. So in this dynamic scenario, if we apply regulations that are quite stringent or that are quite demanding, then we have a twofold risk. On one side, our standards could be obsolete very quickly, and we are blocking that way the scientific progress, and that will cause the out of stock or the misplacement of essential products, and we don't have the necessary standards. So the objective is to use an RIA to find a balance. We need to guarantee the patient's security or safety as a whole, but we also have to keep reasonable costs and promote competitiveness and innovation. And that is why this guideline is so important in this sector.
That was esse era o slide, la diapositiva. Bien, vamos a seguir. Entonces, ¿qué es la guía y cómo está estructurada?
What is this guideline and how is it structured? And after that, we're going to develop a QR code for you so that you can have this in English and in Spanish. But this not just to be a theory and to cover the challenge that Sandra Ligia presented me with. We divided the guide in 4 modules. The first one talks a little bit about the foundations and the principles, emphasizing how decision-making has to be evidence-based with transparency and predictability. The second module talks about the methodology that we developed that includes 9 steps and that follows the whole regulatory cycle from the correct definition of the program to the evolution of the product at the end. The third module are practical cases. And that's important for resource management also, because there we talk about the complexities of the RIA. We know that not all RIAs have to be complex or the same. There's some topics that are simpler. There are some topics that their analysis are not going to be as complex as others. So we offer a guideline so that the regulator could decide or could help in making the decision on when we require a simple analysis and when a more complex analysis of the situation has to be done. In the fourth module, we have like a practical tool, and there we did 2 things. The first one is a series of questions to do a self-assessment and find out if you asked the right questions when you were developing this technical document. And secondly, we have a form that you could use to guarantee that we're following with the RIA steps, be them complex or simple, but to follow all the steps.
Es tan importante la calidad en el proceso.
Why is quality so important in this process? Well, because we have read the guideline, and the guideline has been developed based on a lot of analysis made by Anvisa in Brazil. Most of the examples are real examples, real world examples, and we have the RIAs available. The links are connected there in the guidelines so that you can see the real text and the real context on how these analyses were done. But I believe that the most important thing here is for the guideline to have 3 pathways or 3 main sectors. One, to have methodological rigor. I mean, it means that we don't need to follow through with all the steps, but we do need to consider the 9 steps, analyze the case, see the case, and then try to see if all the steps are applied. And if they are not applied, if they are not applicable, why? And then you can justify it. Then you can say, why is it that in this specific case, this doesn't fit? And so you leave full transparency of the decision that you made. So we need to have this formality or methodological strictness when you are doing that analysis. Secondly, the RIA will not replace the political judgment, but it must influence this political judgment. It must present all the different options and the compensations and be as transparent as possible to maximize social well-being. And the biggest challenge of all would be the cultural change. To implement an RIA, then we have to have what is called regulatory humbleness, to acknowledge our own risks, to find external evidence, and to accept that sometimes the best governmental decision is to explore and have a more flexible pathway than that of traditional regulation. So here we have the 9 steps proposed by the guideline and which are detailed in the document. First of all, we're defining strategic objectives. Then we map all the alternatives, all the options. We analyze international experiences. We compare the impacts, and then we continue working on this after the rule is developed, and we find out how to monitor its compliance and how the public participation has to be present in all the different steps of the RIA. So it's not enough just to publish it at the end. I mean, you need to consider it throughout the whole development life cycle of that standard. And there is a strategy for the ex post assessment. I mean, after this rule has been implemented, how are we going to monitor and make sure that this is being done as expected? And for those 9 steps, 5 of them are here, which are the critical ones for a quality RIA. And this has been seen after reading all the different works that we have in the guideline. The problem could never be the problem is not that we don't have a standard. That's not the problem. We need to have the necessary tools so that we can tackle the real causes of the issue. Establish objectives that are measurable, that are real, that are realistic, that could be done. Always compare that with the base scenario that would mean not doing anything. So base the comparison in scientific and financial evidence and not in your intuition or personal experience. And also clarify and do an ex post assessment. Find out what indicators you're going to use, for how many years are going to assess the standard, to see if that standard really reduced the number of adverse events that you were considering. And we have this pyramid that is going away from traditional regulation. The first step is not when we don't have a regulation, areas that are non-regulatory, educational campaigns, instructions, what do we have to do? Secondly, self-regulation with codes of ethics, how we could be self-regulated. Number 3, which is the one that we see most in our sector, is where can we let the companies to prove safety using international standards that have been recognized, like ISO, for example, and then that way we can consider that we have a regulation, and only if none of these options will protect the health of the patient based on the risk, then we can go to the traditional regulation that we normally have. We also have examples of a simpler RIA and a more complex one, RIA. If we have an issue that has a low impact, I don't know, an administrative issue with the forms, then we go a simple RIA. But in other cases, we're going to do a more complex one. And here I presented an example, but it's part of the guideline, and because of the timeline that I have, I'm running a little bit late, so I'm going to eliminate this because I do want to have time for questions. So this is the form, the self-assessment form that we have. And so the guideline provides a tool for self-assessment. So we have the questions, let's say, the issue was based on evidence. Did you map the impact for SMEs? What this measure notified to the OMC? Did we assess the risk that the standard, if they have a problem with scarcity of products, it's included in the standard. So it's kind of like a technical shield for agencies so that you can guarantee consistency in each point by point. And lastly, we have the operational tool. This is a checklist where we have a standardized form that is structured based on the new methodological sections and that it is designed in such a way that you can add it to your or specify it in your own systems. The teams could fill out the fields as necessary and follow your own methodology for this checklist. So, and this is the last one. The main findings of this guide was that we have these main messages. RIA is not a bureaucratic procedure to justify what we've decided to do already. No, it's an engine to improve our decisions on behalf of public health. The right definition of the problem and its causes defines the quality of the standard. We should always prioritize less restrictive options or the non-regulatory options, and proportionality saves the agency from collapsing with unnecessary analysis. And the job is not done when we publish the law without any auditing and ex post assessments. We are just doing things blindly. Our end objective is not to produce more regulations, but to achieve better real results for all of our patients in health systems. So I thank all of you for the attention that you gave me and for the patience that you had. And I'm going to include here the QR code with for all the guidelines, and you can consider all the content there. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer any of your questions.
Aquí no tenemos nada.
I think there are no questions here. Anybody has a question? There's nothing online.
Buenos días, Arturo Cristán de Cofepris.
Arturo Cristán from Cofepris, and I have a lot of questions. I'm not sure that maybe I didn't understand clearly, but how do you apply this guideline? Is it for, I don't know, government interaction? Is it for working with regulatory entities? Because in Mexico, for each modification or the creation of any regulation, we have something that is called the same thing. You know, it's an analysis of regulatory impact, analysis, but it's not only for the health sector. That's applied for all the federal and public sector. It's very well established, and it's a whole procedure that we do with that. So we do an analysis between the scientific aspect and the part that we still don't know, since we don't know what the impact is going to be yet. Well, we consider what could happen. We have a financial amount, and depending on that amount, if it's higher or lower than what could be improved, then the regulation is approved. But I'm not really clear on this part. I mean, as a coalition, are you directly interacting with all regulatory agencies? Are you trying to see how to apply this? Even though there was a part that I liked of what you mentioned there, you know, of doing post-assessment, you know, once it's implemented, to do that post-assessment, because we do not have that in the regulatory impact analysis that we use here. So thank you very much for your question, because that gives me then the opportunity to clarify some very important points, or that I believe that are very important points. First of all, yes, all agencies in the world, in other countries like Mexico, have regulations for regulatory impact analysis. Some are more complex than others, but what happens in Mexico is that they have the law that prevents this regulatory impact analysis in some obligations, just as the thing that you mentioned. But the guideline is an instrument to help all the agencies, all the entities. So this is general for any agency, not only for COFEPRIS, but for any health agency that would like to have an additional tool that would consider international obligations related to the regulatory impact analysis. Why? Well, because in addition to the national law that we have here, for example, Mexico has other obligations that are not part of the national law, the domestic law, with some bureaucratic procedures that come from the regulatory impact analysis, and Mexico has to comply with those. So to cover that, there are some questions there, and there are other things that you need to assess if you want to continue fulfilling the other obligations that Mexico, Brazil, Canada, the United States, and all the other countries that are member of the OMC have to comply with. So I'm sure that those are very common obligations for everybody. So the guideline was developed considering all of those international rules and the best international practices and recommendations on how to develop a quality guideline that would consider all the points that need to be considered when analyzing to develop a technical regulation. So I would say yes. I mean, we have the law. We know what we have to do, but this guideline is just like a supplement, because if there are things that are in the guideline that is not part of the law, maybe Mexico should consider that also, and as authorities, you as an authority, you can start moving things to have something that's safer regarding legal aspects for Mexico, when you have a view of everything that could be included. So everything that the national procedures law has in Mexico is included in the guideline, but you're also going to find additional things. And that is something that all the authorities should consider as their checklist, the one that I mentioned in the first session, to find out what their obligations would be. Maybe they're not following through with that because it's many things and we are evolving in time. But yes, our function as part of the coalition is to bring more information, to train them with everything that we're seeing in the different countries and in all the international events that we go to. I don't know if that answered your question. Yes. Very well. Thank you.
So I like the fact that you brought up you don't have an analysis after the fact, right? Because my impression of regulatory impact analysis is that it is mandatory, I thought, from 2020 in the general law. Maybe not. I'll go check. But it should be, you check the resources for both the regulated sector and the regulators to make sure the resources are available for both. Because the question comes up, if something's put in place and we find out that either the sector or the regulators are overwhelmed by the process put in place, what are the consequences for getting things adjusted? In Mexico, I believe CONMER can come in and say it's no longer applicable. I don't know how often that's exercised, but that's what I thought. There was supposed to be a feedback loop there. No?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay. I guess a little more. I need to look into this a little more. Thank you.
Buenos días. Nada más felicitaciones por
Good
este
morning. I
trabajo.
do
Me
want to
imagino que habrá sido
congratulate you
un
for
esfuerzo
all
muy
of this
grande.
work. I imagine it was a huge effort to
Pensamos
manage
que
to get this.
a
We
todas las autoridades reguladoras nos va a servir como un
believe
insumo
that
más
this
para
is going to help
complementar también
all regulatory
nuestros
authorities as
documentos sobre
additional
análisis de impacto
inputs,
regulatorio con las
to
prácticas
add to
regulatorias.
our regulatory impact
Nosotros
analysis
nos va a ayudar
or
mucho
our
también para seguir
regulatory work.
mejorando y tener
It's going to
también una
help us to
perspectiva de la
continue
industria. Así
improving,
que
and to
felicitaciones por
have
eso.
the perspective of the industry is also very good. So congratulations for that. Thank you. So thank you, Marina, and thank you for your questions, everybody, because luckily that made that made me feel more tranquil because I was accused by Marina when I asked her to develop this practical guideline. And the reason I asked her to do this is because of what we just talked about. We know that all regulators have instruments, and we know that the complexity, the initial complexity used by many regulators for these analyses is not really contributing to what was expected. Something that we've seen that happens not only in Latin America but worldwide is that this guideline or the in the previous version of this project, the MDRC project 2020, and that's where we found that it can be done, it cannot be done, it can be done incomplete, it can be done without consulting the sector, without talking to all the different entities that will be impacted by that regulation. There might be a consultation, but no feedback, no dialogue. There might be spaces where not all the variables are considered because we do not have that constant communication or dialogue. We found that in many cases, the regulatory impact analysis are not published, not only for consultation, but we're talking about the end result of this regulatory impact analysis. So there are many challenges to that regards. And we also identified that there is this kind of concern of saying, oh, I have to do all of this just to solve a small issue. And then we find out that the small issue is not that small, but we made it larger because the approach that we used for the regulatory impact analysis was different. So the intention of this is how to improve the process. How can we make sure that all the stakeholders that need to be involved are really involved, and that we have the necessary scope based on the risk, on the issue that we are trying to solve. That is all balanced, that it's well done. And that's why we are considering this, do we have a simple analysis and we have a complex analysis, and everything will be based on the risk analysis of the problems that we're trying to solve. And what I want to invite you to do is for all of us to work together so that we can have the best regulatory analysis so that they can become an element that contribute to the success of having the most adequate regulation for the issue or the problem that wants to be solved. And once again, we offer the participation of the experts always that are going to have an impact for those regulations so that you can build the best analysis possible. And at the end of the day, that means that you're going to have the best regulation possible. So once again, thank you very much. You justified my existence aquí regarding what I asked Marina to do. So without further ado, we're going to go to a coffee break. We're going to be back in 15 minutes. We have to do some adjustments to agenda because of logistical aspects. One, we have a demonstration that is blocking Reforma, preventing the access of some people to here. And then Mexico plays this afternoon in the World Cup. So we're going to try to accelerate the agenda for today so that we can finish earlier, and those who have to move are not so stuck in traffic. So we're going to do changes in the agenda for the rest of the day. Thank you, and we'll see you back in 15 minutes. Yes, of course, and congratulations. Oh, and congratulations to Colombia. We have to congratulate Colombia for winning. So congratulations. See you in 15 minutes.
Ahora vamos a tener una presentación sobre buenas
to a presentation on good regulatory practices in Mexico, how the current frameworks are affecting the access to medical devices. We will continue speaking about the law for reducing bureaucratic burdens. I would like to ask Juan Antonio Durantes, who's the expert, who's a partner of Durantes Advisors. Could you please come join us?
Bueno, pues buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everybody. Today is a day of great importance. Mexico's playing, so I'll try to be as entertaining as possible with this subject. And I hope I'll be able to convey the current status of this discipline of good regulatory practices in Mexico. I will present a case of success, I would say. For a long time, Mexico has been a leader in this matter. For some time, actually, the US would consider us an example to follow, an example of things that had to be done for good regulatory practices or coherence or improvement. There are synonyms. But unfortunately, I'll see at the end, this good success story has been tampered with because of the national law of bureaucratic burdens. It's been changed. So in our perspective, according to the analysis that we've made, this law is a step backwards in the legal framework of good regulatory practices in the country. So just to give you some spoiler alert, that was the conclusion. The history of good regulatory practice in Mexico started several decades ago. In 1989, the Ministry of Economics was created a group for regulatory matters. So that is when a very quick good practices development started. We thought back then that it was important for the government to have an entity that would go through a review and improve the regulatory framework of the economy, but they didn't have any legal power, or it was not backed up by a framework for improvement. It wasn't until the year 2000 there was a reform of the Regulatory Act when the commission was created. And for a long time, this commission, which was an independent entity from the Ministry of Economics, they carried out a great deal of what was connected to the subject matter, which was what we call the MIR, the manifestation of regulatory impact. Other changes took place in 2017. It was included in the Constitution. Regulatory improvement became constitutional. A law was promoted, and if you're not a lawyer, having a general law in Mexico means that it encompasses the competition of the state and the provinces where there are three power systems. That is why it is not called a federal law, but rather a general law. That's what it was used to be called. And simultaneously, and this was part of the decision of why COFEMER was transformed into the COMAMED and issuing the general law. Mexico was negotiating free trade agreements, so regulatory improvement had already been a part of that. In 2018, TPAT was negotiated. That was the Integral Progressive Trans-Pacific Alliance. For the first time, a chapter on regulatory coherence was included. And in 2020, two international agreements were adopted that also have chapters for improvement, coherence, regulatory practices, as USMCA calls it, which are the Protocol of the Alliance of the Pacific and the USMCA. So far, our participation as a country had been of a greater scope, if you may, with greater content. Yeah, but the word is scope, the way in which disciplines could encompass different actions. It wasn't until 2025 when there was a big reform once again on the Constitution, when there was a setback. All the things that had been gained to be constitutional until 2018, there was a setback. So the analysis, the scope of regulatory matters changed. Instead of speaking about competitiveness, competition, efficiency, the terms were changed. In 2025, the reform changed its scope, and now it says, yes, it's still constitutional in terms of it acknowledges the need for regulatory improvement, but the objectives have changed. Now we're speaking about legitimate objectives, public policy, something that was different from what we used to have, what had originally given rise to the constitutional rank of a regulatory improvement. So I cannot devote myself to speaking of all of the details here, but you'll get the presentation because you want to go through them. On the slides that you are now seeing, there's a description of how the regulatory entity was created. COFEMER became institutional in the year 2000, and the objectives of the constitutional 2017 reform and the general law of regulatory improvement of 2018. Amongst the key components that are included in the general law, and this is something that is worth discussing, was the creation of a national catalog of regulations, procedures and services, the creation of a national strategy for regulatory improvement, which was supposed to last for 20 years, not anymore, the National Registry of Regulations, regulatory impact analysis, and the Registry of home visits. Unfortunately, this law was lost. CONAMER back then would have veto power, or almost a veto power over regulations for certain assumptions in which the authorities, the regulatory authorities, did not incorporate the observations by CONAMER about the content of the document. CONAMER had some strength that was relevant, and it could help shape or stop regulations that were incompatible with the cost benefit, and generally speaking, with the technical, economic, or legal justification of the regulations. In 2025, a constitutional reform took place, and so the scope was changed towards simplification and digitalization. And thus, Articles 2573 of the Constitution were amended from having a perspective in which this discussion, the subjects, were linked to the fact that the regulation had to be of a high quality, intrinsically and extrinsically. The current 2025 constitutional reform has switched the approach and say, well, we don't care if the regulation, it's not that important to have high quality regulation. I mean, it's important, but we're not going to pay attention to that. We're going to focus on simplification and digitalization. That was the change in perspective that took place in 2025, and we are still undergoing that process. An important product of this constitutional reform has been that a mandate was issued of creating a new law that would be the main instrument as of now to regulate good regulatory practices, which is the national law for eliminating bureaucratic burdens, something that you have heard about. The national law for the elimination of bureaucratic burdens was issued on July 16, 2025, and as such, it canceled the previous general improvement law, and in a complementary manner, something that we will discuss shortly, the government published on October 22, 2025, the guidelines for implementing the national model for eliminating bureaucratic burdens. So those two are the documents that are currently ruling along with the constitutional reform of Articles 2573. This is what rules over good regulatory practice in Mexico. What are the positive aspects of this law? It does have certain positive aspects, not for regulatory improvement, but in simplification and digitalization. On the one hand, it's the scope of the obligations of simplification and digitalization are much broader. In the current framework, they were excluding fiscal matters, the responsibility of public servants, and acts related to national defense or marine activities. And now the new framework keeps the exclusions, but simplification, digitalization obligations are imposed, as well as for the registry of products and services in the unique citizen portal. And so it's scope of digitalization is extended to areas that were traditionally reserved or that were considered to be sensitive, now they're included. So that's an advantage. More obligations for simplification and digitalization were created. Secondly, digital tools of the government are being unified. That means that the law has a more complex and ambitious set of digital tools, such as the MX key, is a digital authentication system that is based on the national identifier code called CURP with biometric information, and this is what Mexicans use for ID purposes. This key that is acknowledged by the law allows any citizen, through the use of the key, to do the procedures with the government. Now, another unique citizen portal procedures were created. National Repository of Public Technologies was created, as well as a national digital strategy. So digitalization has become very important, as well as facilitating the obtention of procedures, something that has now become the main element that has to be mentioned about this legislation. Emphasis is given in the elimination of bureaucracy. It is no secret that this government has serious budgetary problems, so that is why the law has been accompanying this purpose of doing less, doing more with less. And so it is through the strategies of digitalization and simplification that bureaucracy and red tape is going to be eliminated by certain mandatory actions, for instance, no longer requirement documents that the authorities already have, procedures that have to do with the merge, a reduction of response times. There was an elimination of the need of presenting a simple copy for many of those procedures. And now there's also the need to eliminate unnecessary requirements, something that we've seen through the issuance of different agreements on behalf of the digital transformation technological authority, the one that is in charge of those matters, and substituting government permits through notices whenever possible. Another good thing is that citizen service has improved. An example that is very clear about the things that the federal government is trying to achieve with this new law is something that we can see in Mexico City. Now you can have different procedures using the Mexico City app, and this is how we understand the government is trying to guide us, with the reservations that procedures are much more complex in the case of the federal sphere. But it is to aspire to have a single federal procedures app that you can operate from your mobile, and so you resolve your matters using your mobile. So in a nutshell, that's what this is about, or this is the intention. Now, Chapter 28 of DMX, as you know, we are currently reviewing our free trade agreement, and one of the objectives of the USMCA is to see how countries have been fulfilling their obligations within the framework of the agreement. Chapter 28 speaks of good regulatory practices. So, going from the good things about simplification and digitalization, now we're entering into the discussion of good regulatory practices. And here, this slide, its intention is to explore how the obligations of Chapter 28 have been transferred or respected or maintained, implemented in the national law for the elimination of bureaucratic burdens. If you see the general law for simplification and you compare that to Chapter 28, it turns out that Mexico was already in compliance, and by far. There were certain issues of the law that Mexico had surpassed the demands of Chapter 28, but once we now see the national law for the elimination of bureaucratic procedures, we see that there are many obligations that are in the presentation that, in a way, yes, they've been implemented at a greater or lesser extent regarding or in the content of the law for the elimination of bureaucratic burdens. For instance, there's been an inclusion of retrospective review, also information about the regulatory process, the need of having a yearly report, There's also a search to make certain that compatibility and cooperation of regulations is sought after, and this is all translated into obligations or texts or provisions of the law and of the guidelines that I had discussed before. However, there are many other obligations that even though we are looking at the law to see where they are presented, they are not translated. They're not popping up, neither there nor in the guidelines. For instance, the subject of information quality, not mentioned. The use of simplified language, not there. Transparent creation of regulations, not appeared. It's not appearing. Regulatory impact assessment, we will now explain how this has been handled by the new legislation, and unfortunately, we do not see that there is a consistency between what the law says and what is required by Chapter 28 of the agreement. What are the main incompatibilities that we have detected? On the one hand, the dissolution of CONAMER, because the fact that we don't have an authority anymore, somebody who had the power to surveil the way in which regulation was created, now all depends on a unit of the TDT. It is now, as a consequence, we're seeing there's a reduction of technical autonomy and the independence of regulatory supervision. Flexibility of the regulatory agenda has also been affected. Now it is allowed for the agenda at any time, the regulatory agenda of the agencies to be modified without previous notice. There's uncertainty about the methodologies and the regulatory impact assessment. There's a lack of transparency that has to be said. There's also an impact on the SMEs. There is limited definition of what the regulation is. There is a scheme of exemptions that is excessive in the regulatory impact assessment. There is a setback in terms of the public consultation matters and a setback also regarding good regulatory practices.
Bueno, continuando un poco con este tema,
about this, about the concerns on the public consultation process, it turns out that the comments that are made to a regulation, they are not binding. In the past, there was a binding obligation, not anymore. Those comments had to be incorporated, considered, reflected upon, not anymore. The time for consultation has been reduced. Many times the time periods went from 45 to 15 days only. Because of what we have noticed, this government, this administration wants regulation to be created quickly, as if it was just something simple, a procedure. It's not that. Regulation requires a lot of time and patience, and that is the philosophy that is behind Chapter 28, not for us to create many standards and just issuing them out of the oven. No, standards have to be considered, reflected upon, consulted, and well thought of. And this is something that has been eliminated in our current regulatory framework. So the review times are now insufficient, and now the justifications for exemptions of a regulatory impact assessment, now that has changed. The exemptions are now the rules. There are no consultations of why. In the past, we used to find out that the authorities required, had requested an exemption to an impact assessment. But when that exemption was requested, it was published at CONAMER's website. And so any interested party could see, okay, what's being said here, what is the authority saying, how is the authority explaining or justifying exemption. Now we are kept in the dark. We have no idea why exemptions are granted. And now this is something that obviously is a setback that is limiting the participation of the interested sectors in the creation of regulations. Regarding non-binding comments, regulatory agendas, when they're published for consultation, the comments there are no banking anymore. They're being unpredictable changes because the law, be it the law and the guidelines, bylaws, they allow the authorities to modify the regulatory agendas at will, anytime, so there's no predictability, and there is no new consultation required. When there are changes to the agendas, that is, this is why there's uncertainty now. Transparency is also affected. The key concern, as you see on the slide, is the possibility of having the obliged authorities to change the regulatory agenda anytime without having undergone a public consultation process. No transparency, no predictability. The regulatory agenda, this is something I should have defined to begin with, is how to explain it. It's a group, it's a list of what are the regulations that the different governmental authorities are considering to issue during the next year. So it is a transparency document, one that provides certainty and planning, one that is very important. In the past, it had certain solidity and permanence once it's been published, but now, as you see in the presentation, it can be changed during the year without there being consequences or accountability for the authorities or an opportunity to discuss those terms. So that's generally speaking about regulatory practices, but speaking about regulatory impact assessment, this is where we see that there has been serious concerns about the way in which it's been implemented by the new law, and we already see this in the practice, as I'll explain now. For instance, the law has established that only part of the information that is contained within the AIR, the impact assessment, has to be published, has to be disclosed. There are certain parts of the AIR that will not be subjected to consultation of privates. That is something that is of great concern. No methodological record. Now, in the past, what used to determine the existence or the need of having an impact regulatory assessment to be done was precisely the cost-benefit gauging. If a regulation surpassed the threshold of the costs regarding the benefits that were estimated to get from it, well, at that moment, an obligation was activated for the regulatory impact assessment to be done to justify things. Not anymore. Now there are other factors that can trigger an impact assessment need. And so it's becoming more of an exemption than something that is a rule in terms of there are thresholds that are no longer respected. There are more exemptions to the impact assessment than in the past. All legal documents created by the president, by the executive power, they don't need regulatory impact assessment. They are not accountable to that. They are not subject to disciplines. There's a clear setback to what the regulatory improvement law had said, that even the bylaws, like the bylaws for health inputs, if there were changes according to the previous regime, it had to undergo a regulatory improvement process. But with this new administration, there's an exemption. It's no longer required. No regulatory impact assessment is requested. Neither the law nor the guidelines or bylaws require regulatory impact assessment to be evidence-based from an empirical evidence or behavioral perspective. So the methodology in which impact assessment is being done now is quite arbitrary than what we used to have that was better structured. Now, there is no obligation, which used to be paramount. It was included in the previous law. There's no obligation for the authority to explain the alternatives that they consider while drafting regulation, which was very important. That was a part of the previous regulatory assessment, impact assessment. If somebody had to create, for instance, a labeling regulation, they had to explain, first of all, why do we need, or why is the current law not functioning, and why not other alternatives, like, for instance, having a higher tax, verifying the information better, or even referring to voluntary standards, that those wouldn't be alternatives for the same legitimate objective. So those things that were so important about the impact assessment obligation anymore. In the past, there was an obligation of considering the possible adverse economic effects of a considerable number of SMEs. In the past, this is something that was considered for the small and middle-sized companies to see how they would be affected by regulation. And a distinction was made about how the regulation would consider their particular features. Now, here's a comparison of how the previous regime used to operate in comparison to the current one. There are certain exemptions, like, for instance, one that already existed, which exceptions to the creation of an impact assessment that had to do with national security, fiscalization, etc. That exception existed in the previous law, but as I said, there are new exemptions. One that, for instance, is quite striking is the obligations from international treaties requirements. Why would they be exempted from a regulatory impact assessment? I have no clue.
We also have it there. It says that the regulation is to prevent imminent damages or mitigate or eliminate public health risks, public safety, or emergency situations. I think that emergency situations is one thing, and the regulations that try to care for public health issues is different, because if we go to an extreme, then a regulation for medical devices could then go into this exception. And so then all the regulations that we might have or that have to do with this sector would not require, or we could say that they would not require a regulatory impact analysis. Something else that does exist in both laws, but that exists with a little bit of difference, is the retrospective review. In the new law, this review, or known as the ex post review, is no longer included as a tool that the authorities have to follow. The only general law, or mostly it's just as an exception, is to present an ex post review when the authorities consider it is necessary, or when the simplification and digitalization competent authority requests it. So it's a case-by-case situation. There are some ex post reviews that is an assessment on how the specific review, the assessment has been done. And in the previous law, it was an obligation of the authorities that they had to review and make sure that the reviews complied with their objectives, yes or no, or how they did everything. And in the new law, it only has the ex post review in these two cases, and it's based on the authority's decision. So as a summary of all the main findings, well, we have a reduced autonomy of the regulatory authorities, the authorities that are supervising the application of good regulatory practices. There is a weekend public consultation in the new legal framework. There are excessive waivers, or very extensive waivers for the obligation of presenting regulatory impact analysis, and we no longer have this tool about the ex post review that we used to have. In the case of the official Mexican standards, the NOMs in Mexico, there is an ambiguity in the guidelines in regulatory aspects, because we don't clarify, or they don't clarify when they need to publish publish the regulatory impact analysis regarding these standards. And in practice, what we've seen also is that the public consultation notifications of these NOMs or standards that normally always went hand in hand with the regulatory impact analysis, what they're doing now is that they're saying, okay, since the notification as such refers to a regulatory project that is not yet to be applied, so because of that, then they waive the regulatory impact analysis because there is no cost for those involved in the project. So they skip the whole RIA regarding all of the new standards projects. And within the final Mexican official standard or the NOM, we've also seen that in those cases, they request a regulatory impact analysis, but and they base the request there in the fact that the draft is going to be published for public consultation, and so it doesn't modify the existing obligations. And so they waive also the AIR, the RIA, I'm sorry. And another thing that's important is that in no moment do we have access to the RIA in any process of the whole process. Even it hasn't presented, maybe an authority does present the regulatory impact analysis. They didn't request for a waiver of that, but when the standard is published as a project, then the corresponding RIA is not available. So in the comments done to that standard draft, then you cannot correlate it with the cost benefit aspects or the other options assessed, because they're no longer included as part of the RII either. So I think we believe that that is going like one step back. We used to have to be able to do it before. When we went to public consultation, we did have the RIA available. So in the comments, we could say, oh, you're not doing the right calculation there on the impact that this measure could have, or this project could have in this specific sector. And at that moment, we could make comments or give some feedback and even reverse the comments that the authorities would have based on specific regulations. I just have 2 slides left, and for these slides, we're going to just show you and give you a little bit more clarity of what is happening regarding regulatory impact analysis. As you can see, yes, this is first. Okay, so as you can see, in 2025, we were detecting that there was disproportionate use of waivers of regulatory impact analysis. From October to December of 2025, there was a total of 527 proposals for regulation, and of those, 494, that's 93.7%, had a waiver request of the regulatory impact analysis. So only 33 of those 527 proposals did have an RIA with it. So 93.7% of all the regulations the federal government did weren't subject to any type of regulatory impact analysis. So obviously, this shows that we do not have that incentive to present the regulatory impact analysis, because authorities can consider a waiver and it can be granted, and that's very easy to do. So obviously that does have an impact on the whole quality of the regulations, because we don't know what are the other options that were considered, what's the technical information or scientific information that was considered, and we don't know if the financial impact was estimated for the standards or the regulations. I mean, they're really important topics, and topics that are covered by the regulatory impact analysis and in general in the disciplines of good regulation practices. That's part of the good regulation practices, and it's been eliminated in this legal framework. But the worst thing is that what's happened since January of 2026 is that this 23% became 99.2%. So almost 100% of all the regulations presented by the federal government do not include any type of regulatory impact analysis. So if you ask me about the impact for the medical devices sector, it's huge in this case, because this occurs in all the sectors, not only in the device sectors, but for all the sectors. Something that I consider it quite important is that to date, we haven't had any ex post regulatory impact analysis presented either. I mean, I'm not doing the ex ante one, that's the one that goes with the regulation draft, but the authorities hasn't requested an ex post regulatory analysis. Let's think about the NOM 51 of the seals of the nutritional seals that has been enforced for the last 5 or 6 years. And we do not know what is the authority's assessment on the impact that regulation has, for the public. I think that the impact for me has been, I mean, it was important at the beginning, and maybe right now the impact, well, is a lot more marginal, but these are important tools that the government has to determine if the regulation should continue, if it should be modified, or maybe if we even have to cancel it because it's not fulfilling its objective. And that's what we use good regulatory practices for. So I believe that what we are seeing is a success story that is now becoming a nightmare, a little bit of a nightmare. So that's basically what I wanted to talk to you about. The conclusions that we could present here is that the law, the new national law to eliminate bureaucratic processes does represent a significant progress in administrative simplification, as well as in the integration of digital tools and service to the citizens, extending the scope and updating all the federal public administration. But this new framework weakens the basic pillars of regulatory governance because public consultation is not binding and there is no methodological strictness, and it allows a lot of more discretion regarding the performance of regulatory impact analysis. And lastly, this design is showing us that then there won't be such a strict analysis because more than 99% of all the proposals have claimed a waiver for 2026. And so if we don't have this regulatory impact analysis, we could have a critical risk in regulatory quality, transparency, and provisions that are required. So that's basically the situation that we have for good regulatory practices right now. Hopefully the data that we're seeing and the presentations that we're making here help everybody so that the competent authorities can reflect on what is happening. If Mexico wants to bring investment and wants to bring more certainty that goes way beyond what has happened to date, this is a huge tool that is no longer being used, but that is available there for everybody. So the companies really welcome and know that they have these mechanisms available and that the mechanisms are going to be respected and are going to be followed throughout the regulations when there is any regulation that could impact them and that is being developed. And so I believe that that's the general conclusion. The mechanism does exist. We're not using it. We're misusing it, let's say, and somehow we are creating the incentives to not use it. And I think that that is something that's going to hurt all of us. So thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I'm here for your questions. Thank you. I believe there's a question in the chat. It says, good morning, Juan Antonio. From your point of view, did you consider that these regulatory enhancements will be a success without a good regulatory impact analysis? The short answer is no. And this, I mean, let me tell you that this has happened before. I used to work at the Ministry of the Economy when this was created. I was actually at the Standards General Direction. And I remember that in the first months of when the regulatory impact analysis began, that all of us officials considered this as a burden, something that we had to do because it was our obligation, and we weren't considering the benefits that could occur. And something really logical back then is that it was difficult for us to make the officials understand that this is a tool that is really helpful so that the regulations that they are developing do work for whatever they designed for, or what they are done for. So this was a very long process, but I believe that after some time, we did find out and observe that the general analysis and most of the authorities saw that these analyses were a tool that actually facilitated the drafting and the design of the regulations. So it was like accepted as a process as serious as the legal review that any legal instrument has to have, or any other type of technical reviews when they follow through very sophisticated regulations. So we do understand that there's always a challenge at the beginning, when we have these type of measures and to make sure that the authorities follow through with them. But without any doubt, if the incentives are there for the authorities to say, oh, I can skip this or I cannot do it using this argument, this statement, well, it's not going to happen. And so we're actually putting the quality of the regulations at risk, and also the work of the regulators is also going to be at risk, because at the end of the day, if we don't have these tools, we don't know if that regulation is going to work, that standard is going to work or not, if it's going to create more bottlenecks or not, if it's going to be much more expensive than what is necessary, or maybe it's not going to provide necessary incentives for trade. So the answer to this question, once again, is no, we cannot guarantee good regulatory practices in Mexico if we don't have an RII that is observed or done more as a rule than an exception. Good morning, and thank you for the presentation. I am Nelly Rodriguez from Philips, and I have a couple of questions. The first one is, is there any place where we can consult the waivers? Is that public information, and where can we find that information? There's actually a national regulatory governance platform from the Digital and Telecommunications Agency, Transformation Agency, and in the website you can find it. Actually, in the presentation, there's a link to that website, and that's where you can find most of this information. What you cannot consult there is, for example, what is the justification the authority is giving me for that exemption? We haven't seen any regulatory impact analysis either. In the past, you would go into the CONAMER's website and you would see the draft, the regulation draft that now they do upload it, but with the waiver, and then you would see that before, but with all the justification and the impact. And so then you could go to the authorities and tell them, oh, you know what, the impact that you have in SMEs is not the right one because of this or that. And that was the main purpose of that RIA, or the waiver of the RIA. In that case, there was a 5-day term for the authorities to provide an exemption or a waiver for the AIR. And in those 5 days, you could start with this debate and discussion, but now you don't have that opportunity anymore. Thank you. Okay, and my next question is based on, or what was the legal basis to eliminate that from COFEMER, or why is it that now COFEMER no longer exists? What happened there? Well, the constitutional reform, I mean, it wasn't, nobody knew about it, but there was a constitutional amendment which changed the approach regarding regulatory improvements in the past. And then there was another amendment to the organic law for public administration and of the regulations from those authorities, where the regulatory improvement topic that used to be in the Ministry of the Economy went to the Digital Transformation Agency. I don't remember the order, but I think that first it was the organic law for public administration, and then we had the new law for the elimination of bureaucratic processes. Because in the past, they did say that they had to issue this new law, and this new law eliminated the CONAMER, and now the Ministry of the Economy no longer had it. No longer managing that, and that's where CONAMER was at. And is there any possibility or openness to, I don't know, to promote
fuera necesario, si tuviéramos la posibilidad
this? I mean, or is there
generar
any way
una
to
propuesta para un análisis de
create
impacto,
a
porque
proposal
para la
to
presentación
have
pues se
these
ve
impact
un
analysis? Because
riesgo,
based on the
¿no?
presentation, I
Para
think there
las
is a
buenas
huge risk
prácticas de
there
regulación, pero
for
tenemos
good
alguna
regulatory
opción
practices. But are there any options to work on those?
para volver
What
o para
for?
no,
Well,
para
to go
para
back,
que no
well, no,
sea
to
para
make
que haya
sure that
transparencia, sobre todo
we do have the
cuando se
transparency
hagan
necessary,
cambios, ¿no?
you know,
Porque por lo que entiendo
especially when any changes
hay
occur, because as far as I
excepciones cuando
understand,
se van a
there are
cambiar
waivers
legislaciones que
when
no están
the legislation is
completamente
going to be
transparentes,
changed,
¿no? Entonces,
and
¿hay
this is not
alguna
fully
opción
transparent.
regulatoria para que
So
podamos
are there any regulatory
referir a que
options
queremos saber la
that we can
justificación de
refer
por qué
to
se dio
when we
cierta
ask and we want to find out why
conclusión
this justification
del
occurred or why this
reglamento?
conclusion occurred?
Sí.
For specific regulations? No. I think that what is happening is that the authorities in general and all of them are doing the opposite. They're all asking for waivers for the regulatory impact analysis. They all do that. They all present their arguments and they say that the regulation or the standard that they're presenting, they develop it in such a way that they are part of one of those waivers that the law allows for. And so that's why they don't have to do this regulatory impact analysis. The best complaint, let's say, that I could say, and actually we know that this happened, was in the USMCA review process, you know, between the United States, Mexico, and Canada during this review process. Several associations during that review process, whenever they responded to the public consultation, they notified that the new law that eliminated bureaucratic processes had some, let's say, issues in consistency versus what they have in the USMCA. So some companies, some associations are doing the necessary lobbying so that in this process, the United States would request Mexico to go back to this track, you know, and to make sure that regulation is subject to a regulatory impact analysis as a general rule, to recover the ex post analysis and make it compulsory, you know, for everybody and not only at the authority's discretion. So there's a series of points mentioned there to make sure that Chapter 28 could be implemented correctly. That for me is like the main hope I have to go back to the path of believing in good regulatory practice, because I also heard authorities saying that these regulatory impact analysis only favor the industry and they were capturing the authorities there. And so I've heard a series of mistakes in the understanding of what a regulatory impact is in reality, you know, and hopefully that philosophy is going to change because, I mean, yes, simplification is great, digitalization is great, but if what you're trying to simplify, just eliminating some documents in the process is not well done, then the simplification won't work at all. It's useless. Thank you very much.
Very enlightening presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think not having the ability to have the RAA public is really detrimental to industry. We can put all the data.
Can you speak closer to the mic, please?
I think not having the ability to have access to the RAA is really detrimental to industry. We can put all the data together we want to, but if we can't bump it up against what they thought was going to happen, we can't make a good argument to get it repealed. So I look at what's happening in Mexico. I see COFERIS going towards IMDRF, putting an equivalence process, reliance process, some very good things. But then you look at the dissolution of Ganymer and you look at hiding of the RAAs. There seems to be an intentional desire to weaken the whole regulatory process. I guess what goes through my head is why? What is driving that?
So I think that probably the reason is one reason is just lack of knowledge of what good regulatory practices are for. So I don't think that that's one point. The second is the visibility at the political level of this matter, of this issue. So I think, for instance, that the constitutional amendment that was proposed to change the scope and change the location of the authority to oversight these good regulatory practices laws was something that was drafted at a lower level and not a high political level. And the reason is because basically politicians are, not very, usually they think these things are like, I don't know, physical astronomy, or something like that. They don't really believe in some of these issues. So I think the change was because of simply because of lack of knowledge and political visibility. Otherwise, I wouldn't understand how a government that is willing to promote investment would accept this kind of downgrade of something that they have already achieved. So that was surprising for a lot of people in Mexico. And I think that companies and associations may have a good voice now to actually point out to what's happening and let the government know that they have the things at hand to fix it and bring issues to the right track, so that authorities will, as a general principle, develop regulations in accordance to the good regulatory practices contained in the USMCA and some of them also contained in the domestic law, but that simply are not followed because the same law allows them to request exemptions here and there. I don't know if that answers your question. Thank you.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Muchas gracias por la presentación, muy
Thank you for
educativa.
that presentation. It was quite educational. My question is in two areas. Are there any mechanisms that companies could use to understand what justification they used to ask for an exemption or not, or this type of waivers? And is there any other way for us to go and say, oh, we want to do this risk assessment, we want to be part of that because I think that we're taking several steps back instead of going forward. We have actually suggested, and I would say that there's several ways. The most agile one or the easiest one is that whenever they're drafting any type of standard, we ask the competent authority, especially if we're talking about official standards, we ask the competent authorities to be part of it. If you see the quality infrastructure law, there's an article there that talks about NOM drafts or the proposals for these standards. And within the requirements in Fraction 10, Article 36, they say that they have to present the regulatory impact analysis proposal. That doesn't have a waiver. It says if it's a NOM, the proposal has to have this with it. What we do not have still, and as I presented before, is when this has to be presented. When do we have the final RIA, or what, if it's present for public consultation or not? So my point is that for any type of standard or for the norms, you could say the authorities, I want to do the regulatory impact analysis. These are the reasons why this is necessary, why we need to do this, and so you can ask the authorities to do so and not ask for any type of waivers. But another thing that's also being discussed that's also in discussion right now is the quality infrastructure law. And there are some institutions that are asking to clearly specify that all the standards norms, regardless of its cost, have to have a regulatory impact analysis. So hopefully that will be part of the regulations, and hopefully that could be present before it is open for public consultation, so that the consultation of the norms of those standards go together with the corresponding regulatory impact analysis. So that would be the second way. But I do believe that if we make this topic visible, because I think nobody talks about this, I'm sure that this is a surprise for many of you, but this is quite concerning for us. And I believe that as companies and as associations, you could bring that to the attention of the Ministry of Economy, of the TDT, and tell them what is happening so that the good regulatory practices exercise can be strengthened. And all of you who are also participating, Canadian or American companies, talk to your governments because, I mean, I don't like to say it, but we probably require pressure from outside, you know. I'm sorry, we don't have a lot of time, so we're going to wrap this up right now. If there are any additional questions, I would ask you to talk to Juan Antonio afterwards. I'm sure that you're open for further questions. But I mean, without further ado, I would like to thank you and Juan Antonio for his contribution and the valuable information he presented today. And with that, I'll pass the word to Sandra because we have a panel with Scott Colburn right now. So thank you, and we'll pass the floor to Sandra. Thank you, Scott.
Kind of like delayed, very much delayed as compared to our original agenda, but I think the discussion in here was really very relevant, and we are really very appreciative for your patience and your support always. So now we have Scott Colburn. He has already been introduced to this audience, and he's going to talk to us about international standards. Why international standards? What for international standards? So, Scott, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Sandra. And it was an excellent presentation and questions in the last session. So I enjoyed listening to it, and I've been trying to stay on the last couple of days. So this has been a great session, and thank you again for having me back. Just real quick, you can see my slides and you can hear me. I'm open. Otherwise, someone will stop me. But again, for those who don't know me, my name is Scott Colburn. I work at the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, and we, like many of us, we all wear multiple hats. But I'm talking to you today a little bit in my capacity of our engagement as a regulatory authority in the development of voluntary consensus standards. And as such, I also get to have the role of chair of ISO TC 210, which is one of our more, I would say, the nucleus of the medical device standards community in terms of where the foundation of the quality management system, our risk management standards, and several others are. So today I want to talk a little bit about, some of the basics, but then, kind of end with how, why do we participate and why should stakeholders care about being involved in the development of voluntary consensus standards. So I think we all know now here on day 4 what a standard is, but, there's 2 different schools of thought on it too. Sometimes is, what is a standard? It's a level of quality that some people think is acceptable. So someone might say, well, they met the standard, the standard of what is normal and common. And then as what we're talking about today are more the development of consensus documents used to create uniformity and harmonization. So it isn't just meeting the standard that which I set as an individual, but the standard that we have set collectively. And there's an important differentiation between the two when we start talking about reason of using standards to help drive harmonization. There's lots of types of medical device standards, and I'll try to show them from different processes as we go through it. I think many of us are familiar with a lot of these, of course, but when you make sure that when you're talking about standards and knowing how they apply, it is critical to understand the difference between a specification or design standard. A standard that dictates how the product needs to be designed per se, versus a performance standard that dictates what the performance of the device needs to exhibit, but not necessarily dictate the design itself. We do prefer performance standards over design standards, so that way we don't cripple innovation, but we want to make sure we set the performance for safety and effectiveness in a way that a manufacturer has more freedom to be able to design medical devices and continue to innovate. And then we have several other types of guidelines and reports that we're familiar with. There's system standards out there, quality management system standards, software system standards. And then we also have several vertical or product standards that are particular to certain types of products in there. And so look at it from a different way. I've mentioned vertical already with certain types of specific standards like the non-invasive sphygmomanometer. But we also have very horizontal cross-cutting standards in the area of general safety, biocompatibility, sterilization, quality systems, and so forth. We have a long history in standards, and standards have been around for a very long time. ISO itself was founded in 1947, but interesting when I did a look back to see when was our first known standard developing organization, it goes way further back. Organizations like ASTM were founded in 1898. IEC, the Electrical Technical Commission, which we would think would come after ISO, was actually founded in 1906. But what we do see is the evolution of standards that started in more vertical areas, like ISO TC84, which was established in 1956, which did a lot of like syringes and catheters and needles, and then anesthetic equipments, implants. And it wasn't until the 80s and 90s that we started seeing very horizontal standards on things like sterilization, biocompatibility, our own quality management system standard that we're also well versed in, the ISO 1345. That work came out of ISO TC210. That was established not until 1994. And as we're seeing more and more committees being developed in the last 30, 40 years, most of those are more process driven, and that is to help make sure that we're keeping the right processes in place in order to manage the high intensity of innovation that we're seeing. So it's a critical aspect to kind of evaluate, and the key is to try to make sure how do we get our horizontal standards to be able to fit appropriately into the product specific standards that we have. Another way to look at this is through a systems approach, that you have product standards that go over a product family standard. So maybe there's medical devices for injection to which an IV catheter standard may fit into, and it gets more vertical and more specific. But then we have, like I said, general safety standards and certain validation standards. But at the base of all of what we do talk about is the quality management systems and the risk management processes that we do to evaluate our products. One of the core differences that our quality management system or our form of regulation, I think, in our sector, is that we truly look at products throughout their total product life cycle. And that is so important that our own quality management system, 1345, is really more about the product itself rather than just the organization and its solvency or success as a company. It's really focused more on the product because that product is tied to public health. And we want to make sure that the product is doing what we all care about, whether we're manufacturers or regulators or patients, that the product is safe and effective as the primary means of demonstrating quality in a quality management system. But the total product life cycle is an aspect of which we do want to follow this through because, as we know, some of our products are used single use and some have a very long life cycle. And that does impact the types of product specific and or process standards that may apply. So now I'm going to shift gears a little bit and just talk a little bit about ISO TC210. And then I want to walk a little bit into the importance of why we should make sure that you have some engagement or understanding what's going in. So ISO TC210, as I mentioned, is the quality management and corresponding general aspects for products with a health purpose, including medical devices. This is a recent update to previous titles and scope in the year because of some of the new advances and technologies that we've had to take on, as well as some of the other new types of standards, such as connectors for liquids and gases that was done to reduce a global public health concern on the medical device misconnection aspect. It's a very broad horizontal, as I mentioned, it's kind of the nucleus or foundation for a big part of the industry. And it has, over 45 participating and 28 observing member countries. The difference between a participating country is that you're able to participate and vote and comment and sit at a working group versus being an observer where you can, you're observing what's going on, but you don't get to actually directly participate in the consensus of the development of those documents. I think looking at the map of participation and then knowing the countries that are involved in this committee, this week's work, I think everyone here is a participating member into ISO TC210, and I venture a guess into many other technical committees in the ISO and IEC, which means you understand that you're participating through your national body. Oh, I apologize here. I hit a button. Hold on just a second. What happened? All right. My apologies. Big fingers. Um, So, as I was saying, several of the countries here have the ability to participate. But what I will say, as the chair of TC210, I don't see a lot of the countries that are involved in this effort here at the table. And so I want to try to find ways to encourage you to get more actively involved in the international standards space, whether it's just through a more active national mirror committee or through trying to participate at the table. On this here, you'll see a lot of very familiar standards that are all underneath the scope of ISO TC210, and that includes everything from our quality management system to the risk management standard that is the most commonly used and normatively referenced standard in our industry. We have usability, post-market surveillance, labeling, symbols, software, and medical device small connectors, and many, many more activities that are going on. And I think when you realize this, you see that there's a lot of parallels to the work that is important to a regulatory authority's development as an authority having jurisdiction, as well as working towards harmonization and reliance, where a lot of these core principles are very important. So we have several different working groups that cover these different areas. And I know this is a bit of an eye chart, but it kind of goes through and shows that we have several working groups and also joint working groups. And those joint working groups are primarily working with our counterpart in IEC Technical Committee 62, which is the Electrical Technical Committee for Medical Electrical Equipment, and their different subcommittees. What's important here is to understand that the work is done in working groups to which people have the opportunity to attend and comment into and help drive the direction of ensuring that these standards do meet the needs of the member countries that are involved. We have several ongoing works. While ISO 1345 is currently stable until 2031 because we had a systematic review that just closed, the handbook or technical specification 23485, which is the guide to understanding how to apply 1345, is currently under development and in fact just met last week in Prague in the Czech Republic. And they're working on hoping to be able to get that document published by early 2027. This will be a very important document for those of us who are engaged in 1345. To assess and have a greater appreciation for some of the aspects of how we can utilize that towards the quality management system, but also, provide comment back into the committee on areas that maybe could be expanded further, because we know that there's new technologies to which, the traditional use of risk and traditional use of a quality management system is a little bit more challenged, say in the fields of artificial intelligence. Or the further expansion of using third-party servicing or third-party contractors and suppliers. So these are the types of things that we want to ensure we incorporate to make sure stakeholders have the tools they need to maintain the safety and effectiveness of their products. A lot of the ongoing work that we do is based upon trends that we see. There's updated regulations that come out, updates from the 8 different agencies. I think we just heard about some recently in the last talk. There has definitely been an increased focus on patient safety, not just that the product works as intended, but looking at the patient more directly and trying to ensure that the performance standards that we have created demonstrate the safety towards the patient, and also now looking at the patient from a scientific point of view to ensure do we understand patient-reported outcomes and other aspects of patient science that help us keep driving medical devices down the innovation pathways that they're trying to achieve. There's a lot of digitalization. We hear about digital health all the time and the different aspects of machine learning, cybersecurity, software. Those are all things that are there. But there's a lot of things that we try to do to also make the use of standards a little bit easier. And that's reducing the unnecessary complexities that some standards have built into them. And that requires all of us to make sure we're communicating better together and that we are working to ensure that we're not duplicating efforts, but helping clarify the needs that stakeholders have that use standards. So why should we participate in standards or 210, for example? I always tell people if you want to make sure you have a say, you will try to be there. You being at the table or at a minimum communicating through your national body comments into draft standards helps you influence the development. Every comment that we get is a valuable comment, especially if it's from a country or continent that we don't typically see a lot of comments coming into. And I would always say to any country, if you don't feel that the international standards that are out there are meeting your needs, we really need to hear from you, because this is one of the biggest drivers of helping us work together, both as, industry trying to bring products into a country, but also from regulator to regulator and achieving some of the goals that that we heard earlier today from our U.S. Trade Rep, and trying to ensure that we can make sure standards can be a basis for harmonization and trade agreements. We also know that the more we contribute to the development of standards from companies, and the industry members around the room could definitely speak to this better than I, but it does help you have that competitive advantage and understanding how to adopt faster to new standards coming down the pike and how to plan for transition to new standards. The more you know in advance, the better off you are in doing a thoughtful output of are you going to meet that standard. Sometimes these standards have great changes when they come out in a new edition, and it may take years for you to be able to meet that standard. And also from a regulatory standpoint, if a new standard comes out and you weren't aware of that, it may take you several years before you would feel comfortable understanding its use in your regulatory paradigms that you have. So that's one of the core reasons why participation is so critical. I think it's really important to understand the practical impacts. When you are participating, you get to clarify, sometimes the unclear requirements that may be in a standard, because we try to make sure standards are translatable and can fit multiple languages. But if we don't have people around the table that represent that, sometimes that becomes very challenging for us. So participation helps on everything from translating unclear requirements or making sure that those requirements are specifically understood by the stakeholder who really needs to understand that requirement in the standard. Participation gives that organization the ability to suggest the changes, to vote on those key decisions, and to influence that standards remain practical, implementable, and aligned with real-world needs by both industry and the regulatory community. It also helps us avoid over-regulation and creating unrealistic demands. The more we understand what's happening in the international standards development space, the more we begin to understand the rigor that goes into not just standards development, but the conformity assessment aspects of standards, to which is an entire world that goes beyond standards development, but is a critical aspect to understand, so that way we get very comfortable into the competence and confidence that we have in that competence of organizations that are accredited to test to these standards. And what does accreditation mean? And why should we be looking to accept standards testing from accredited institution from anywhere in the world, so as far as it can demonstrate that it is a competent organization. Those are real critical aspects of us being able to make sure that we can support trade agreements and ensure that one test worldwide can speak to the needs of ensuring that we get products quickly into the market, and to also reduce unnecessary costs that are associated to testing and retesting to the same product that may already have demonstrated safety and efficacy in another jurisdiction. So the value proposition, usually in a standard, is looking at, how does, this standard help promote the health, safety, security, or privacy, or access, or any of the things that I talked about to deliver patient outcomes. So, many of our standards do try to make sure that it has a clear scope and a clear purpose, and we have the ability to make sure that that standard is reasonably available, so that way the outputs do help drive what we're doing. Just kind of looking at the time, I wanted to make sure you guys okay if I go for a few more minutes. I just don't want to put you behind. Okay. Hearing nothing, what I'll do, just continue to move on a little bit here. One of the things that we have been working on with several of our regulatory partners around the world is working with IMDRF and trying to identify both the challenges to regulatory ready standards as well as the importance of participating. So you heard me talk a little bit about the importance of participating. But about 8 or 9 years ago, we worked together across IMDRF to try to identify what are some challenges in the standards that we have today that make it difficult for regulators to be able to have the confidence that industry is striving for us to have so we can get to that single test worldwide. And 3 common areas that came out of the survey that we did to regulators is one, we identified there's generally poor participation by regulatory authorities. You know, I will say FDA tries to participate in as many committees as we can, but that's not enough from a stakeholder point of view. There is this perception of unbalanced representation because everyone thinks standards are only developed by industry. But what we don't realize, especially in the international space, is that each country has a set of stakeholders that it pulls together to ensure that the voice in the standards should be representing several stakeholders, such as maybe, you know, clinicians or patient representative groups, as well as industry and regulatory bodies, et cetera. The other part is sometimes, you know, we realize the standards themselves could be too flexible. As I mentioned earlier on, back in the 2000s and 2010s, we really started using risk management as the basis of demonstrating conformity to a standard. But as we know, risk management is an unfinished tool to which the manufacturer has to be able to find and demonstrate the acceptance criteria based upon what it's trying to do to measure risk. That doesn't always work, and we have run into some issues in the past where standards need to do a little bit better job of showing how they can be more quantitatively addressing the endpoints of a particular type of performance in a standard. And we have begun seeing now over the last several years that swing back to trying to find the marriage between using risk management and risk analysis with performance standards and outcomes that we're trying to do. We did a guidance document that spoke to both regulators as well as standard developing organizations, showing that participation is key, but we do want to try to optimize standards for regulatory use, and that's meaning that standard can be a really good handshake of understanding how the story of conformity can be done in the most simple way possible to ensure that the regulator will understand how this standard help meets a need. So the role of regulator in standards, like I said, I chair an international standards technical committee. I'm also convener of several working groups, but I also sit as an expert in other working groups. But it's really important because we bring typically information that most other stakeholders don't have to the table. We see the total product life cycle of not just one product, but all products in these areas. And so sometimes what we can provide is a broader perspective that helps ensure that the standard can be used by several different people in the industry, especially on process standards. Product-specific standards as well, though, we typically have information on post-market, adverse event reporting, and other areas that can help improve standards, especially if it's a performance-based issue. And being able to take that information, both from our national level body to the international level and then back into our national body helps us understand how we can be communicating to ensure that where there may be differences at a national level, we can try to address those internationally. If not, it may have a clear understanding of why there might be a national deviation need. So long story short, and I want to wrap up to ensure there's time for questions if needed. Joining the standards conversation is very critical. But as any member in the room here, we don't just join ISO, we join our national body, our national committee to get into the ISO or IEC. They are a country voting organization, which is different from, say, IEEE, UL, ASTM, where you are joining as a subject matter expert, and your voice is independent as an expert versus you are a part of a delegation. So it's important that we understand those differences and that we participate at the national and international levels as appropriate to ensure that our standards are able to meet our jurisdictional needs, but more importantly, that if there are differences in those needs, that it's communicated back into the international community with the goal of trying to change those. I think I'm going to just kind of stop right now for the sake of time, but I just want to kind of close, and these are made available, these slides are made available to you. There's a lot of benefits by all stakeholders being involved in standards. In fact, I am always surprised how many times a hospital will call me about a standard that they're trying to understand. So hospitals, clinicians, even patient advocacy groups are reading our standards to better understand how they can ensure the safe use of those products. And we need to make sure we understand that as we're going through and making those developments. Stakeholders in the device standards cover the gamut. It's everything. It's not just industry, as I mentioned. It's not just us as regulators. It's also the testing community, and it's also the consumers and health authorities. So it's very important for us to think about that. And to make sure we understand the different types of SDOs, as I mentioned, there's different national standards bodies and international standards bodies, but we also have sometimes regional groups like Sense and Elect, for example. And there are times where governments will create their own government unique standards. And the U.S., that is seen occasionally, but it is seen as only in the absence of any known national or international standard, which is something that we try to ensure that we follow as much as possible. So with that, my last few slides are just similar to what I presented yesterday for some resources that we have. And I will stop there for any questions.
Thank you very much. Y ahora abrimos el espacio para las preguntas.
So we're ready for a Q&A.
Si hay alguna pregunta aquí en la sala.
In case there are questions here.
Y en lo que ganamos inspiración,
and while we get some information, I always enjoy listening to Scott because he has helped me understand the relevance of international standards, especially from the perspective of the need of having collective participation in the development of standards. And also to understand the role that we can play as the regulated sector, actively participating in the development of the standards and also helping the regulators in our different countries so that we can also achieve an active participation in the activities of standardization. Now, I'm going to tell you a brief story. In the Convergence MDRC project that I was telling you about earlier today, we had a chance of developing an event for capability building. Scott helped us virtually during that time, and we found that the regulatory authority responsible for medical devices didn't have idea of the existence of the regulating agency of South Africa, even though their buildings were placed one block away from there. We had to travel from our side of the world to there so that they could meet, even though they were neighbors. And this is not something that I love sharing, but it's extraordinarily relevant. It's not that we all know who we are, where we are, and the chances that we have for collaborating, and they exist in the creation of international standards. There are many opportunities that we perhaps could take advantage of, so it's important to reflect on all the things Scott has already shared with us. Do you have any questions for Scott?
Y bueno, entonces cierro nada más compartiéndoles que como Coalición Interamericana para la
Convergencia, the Inter-American Coalition for Regulatory Convergence, we are members of liaison of the ISO TC 210 and also committee of the translation experts into Spanish, knowing how relevant it is to have the documents in Spanish as well.
I think we will leave it in here. And should we have any additional question, we will forward that to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a wonderful rest of our symposium.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now I will introduce the next participant who, unfortunately, because of the logistical problems that we had in the morning, cannot be here in person because Reform Street has been taken by a demonstration. Let me introduce Javier Davila. You can see his bio on the screen. He is somebody who's very relevant for our discussion. He is the General Director of Assessment and Planning of the Ministry of Economics. And so we have known one another for more than 30 years. I hope he's getting that. I'm revealing both of our ages, but Javier, thank you very much for being here today. And I hope that you can hear and follow and everything's working on your side so that we can start. Yes, I can see you. And I can see the slide where I am there next to a flag. And here in my office, I have other two flags, lots of flags on the Mexican game day. All right, Javier. So once again, thank you very much for your participation today. Now, we just had a conversation that was very interesting that had to do with the recent changes from the perspective of the General Law of Regulatory Improvement law, and now with the national law of the elimination of bureaucratic burdens. And here in the audience, there was a bit of a very interesting discussions and questions. So this has been a good way for us to introduce the Ministry of Economics to speak about the work. I would like to start by asking you, because of the very same surprise I had when I knew of your new position, why this position, so that we can have this contact, this connection that is closer between the Ministry of Economics and our sector, even though it's not only about our sector, but the medical devices, we care a lot about our sector, so that's why I'm speaking about us.
Muchas gracias, Sandra. Bueno, como también fue sorpresa para mí.
Thank you very much, Sandra. It was also a surprise for me to find out that you are now living in Spain. You know, I've known you for 3 decades, and I'm glad I've seen you again with this new function that's quite productive based on what you shared with me. And well, first, thank you for considering us and for inviting us to be in this forum, this analysis forum. And I would actually call this a work session, and I've said this, I mean, many of the people here in the public have heard me say this. These are not events, these are work sessions. You know, some are events when you go to a wedding or a birthday, but this is a work session. And from this work session, we must get something that will help us go to the next steps, you know, so that our daily work, or the work that for the daily work that we do in our own areas. Now, this position came about because it was the responsibility and an idea of Minister Marcelo Ebrard. I've worked with him not for a long time because I had other functions, and you can see it there when you see my resume on the device. But Minister Ebrard invited me. We have I have a friendship with him for some time now, and when he was in the Foreign Affairs Ministry, he invited me to be part of the AMEXID, the Mexican Agency for International Development, and my obligation there was part of the international collaboration policies. And in some of the trips, he told me that I was in the part of scientific diplomacy, and I love that name, even though the cards didn't say that, and the position didn't exist as such, but all the work did. And so Marcelo Ebrard is quite pragmatic, and if something does not exist, he creates it. And if there's something that's already been created, then he consolidates it to make if it's useful. just for example, if you have, I mean, when you have to create a new position in the ministry, you have to ask the Treasury and the Pentagon. I don't know how many people you have to ask to be able to create the specific position, but you know that the functions or the work that could be done there is going to be useful for the work that you're going to carry out, or that he was going to carry out. When he was going to be named as a Minister of Economy, initially I was going to be working with Secretary Kirsanovich as part of his structure because of the professional relationship and the friendship that I have with him. But Secretary Doran talked to me and said, you know what? In this transition period, I've been reviewing things, and I think that we could have a liaison that would speak to the pharmaceutical industry and the medical devices industry, and who also has a permanent and good communication in all health-related issues that are also related to the Ministry of Economy, because we don't have anybody to do so. And I can say that I think that COVID-19 created a lot of awareness in 190 something countries, you know. Everybody developed epidemiologists, and everybody knows about public health and how to prescribe controlled medications and all that. And I say that sarcastically because sometimes I think that we even overextend our opinions, you know. Now that we're talking about soccer, we're all technical directors of the Mexican selection, you know. And tonight, everybody's going to have an opinion and say, oh, why did he play with this one and with that one? And why did he include this one, you know? And so we're all the technical coaches. So when they mentioned this health issue, or when we saw what happened during COVID-19 with the health issue, all of us that were participating in the ecosystem, in the health ecosystem, which is not only the national health system or the physician or the nurse or the social worker. No, it's a huge universe. It includes many other people. And so we all started working closer together because, and I've said this before, and I apologize because I cannot see who's there right there in the audience, but I'm sure that my friends from AMI, they're there. Jorge, Ana, Riquelme, amongst many others. And I actually tell them that I see them more than my whole family because we always meet in different meetings all the time. And I think that we've made a lot of progress in that. And actually, when I started working here at the Ministry of the Economy, they told me the evolution of what the medical devices sector has built, you know, that the companies has built. I've known some previously because I'm actually a surgeon. So as a physician at the Social Security hospitals here of the IMSS, I had contact with the companies and with the different sectors and industrial chambers. And because of that, Marcelo Ebrard told me, why don't you stay here and we can start working. What I was considering at that time was a gap, you know, especially regarding communication. When the communication provides information and provides a situational diagnosis that helps the government, and I've always been part of the government, even though I was part of the private industry for some time, but that allows the government to be clearer on what companies require and how the government can't help within the legal framework and the national development plan and this generic investment plan and health plan that we have, etc. Within all of those plans. How can we work together to achieve better standards to provide the services that the population requires? And also, how can we help companies grow? You know, so the Ministry of the Economy I
las
mean,
empresas del
I
sector
had previously
de industria
had
farmacéutica
relationship
y
and
productos
contacts
médicos,
with the pharmaceutical
pero
and
no
medical
era un programa
devices companies,
consistente como
but
tal.
it was
El
not through
programa no
like a
es para
constant
tener un
program as
librito y
such.
abrir y
You
poner
know, and the program was not just to have a
control y no
book
sé
and
qué.
open it and have an index
Es tener
and
una relación
the forwards and all
permanente,
that. No, no, no. This means that
sólida,
we have
y
to
que va
have a
ayudando a
permanent,
transitar
solid relationship
en los avatares
that
del día
will
con día.
help
Y
everybody
doy un ejemplo.
work in their daily
La
tasks.
geopolítica a partir
Just
de
as an
enero del año
example,
pasado.
as of January of
Todos
last year,
sabíamos que existía una alta
geopolitics,
posibilidad
we
de
all
que si
knew that
Norteamérica
there
cambia
was
de
this
presidencia
possibility
en la
that
elección
when
de
the
noviembre del año
president
anterior,
changed
del
in North
24,
America with the elections in November of
regresara
2024,
el
we
presidente
might
Trump.
have President
Y
Trump
todos
back
sabíamos que existían ciertas
in the
cosas
government, and we
volando
all knew that there were
en
still
torno
certain
a lo que
issues
podría venir. Y
pending
bueno,
regarding of
nosotros presimos
what
que
could
empezara
happen. And so it
el
wasn't
tema
a
de aranceles,
surprise when he
que
started with the
supiéramos que iba a haber
tariffs
un
and
espacio largo
when we
de revisión del
knew
Tratado de
that
Libre
there would be
Comercio,
a
que
huge
está dando.
review of the
Mientras yo estoy platicando con
USMCA
ustedes,
program.
mi jefe
And
a esta hora, secretario Ebrard,
as
está en
I'm speaking with
Washington con
you,
su secretario
Minister
de
Ebrard
Negociaciones
is right now
Técnicos de
in
Trabajo
Washington with a technical team
en reuniones
and
con
other
el
ministers,
USTR,
and they have
con
meetings with
Mr.
the
Greer,
USDR with
y
Mr.
ya nos
Greer,
enteraremos más
and
tarde
so
y nosotros mañana
we'll find out
cómo
later,
fueron los
and
avances en
we'll
esos
find out
diálogos.
tomorrow actually the progress that they
Y en
made
ese contexto,
in
¿qué es
those
lo que sucedió?
conversations. And well, what
Yo he
happened in that
platicado
context,
con
and
Jorge, con Ana, con
I've
David
spoken
de
about
AMID,
this with Jorge, Ana, and the people
que el
from
tema de
AMID.
dispositivos médicos se puso sobre la
The
mesa.
medical devices
Y estoy
topic was
hablando de
mentioned. It was
medical
presented
devices.
there. Yeah, and
Y
as I
hace
said,
3
we're
semanas,
speaking about medical devices.
que
And like
vinieron el
3 weeks
equipo de la
ago,
delegación del USTR a
we had
sesionar
the
en el
USDR
Ministerio de
team
Economía.
to come here to the Ministry of the Economy, and they
Tuve
had
la
sessions here.
oportunidad
And
de
at that
presentar
moment, I had the
algunas
opportunity of
consideraciones de
presenting
manera muy genérica,
some like general
porque
considerations that
estas
we
no son
had,
negociaciones técnicas
because
de fondo
these are
en
not
el cual ya
in-depth
estemos hablando
technical negotiations
pormenorizadamente
where we are
de la ley
speaking
fulana de
in
tal, con el
detail
artículo
of this
tal,
law with
inciso B
Article
y demás.
X, Section
No
B,
estamos en
whatever.
esa
No,
fase.
we are not
Sin
at that
embargo,
level
hay que
yet.
reconocer que el
However,
tema ya está
we
en la
do
mesa
need to acknowledge that
y a
the
veces no lo
topic
está.
has been presented,
Y ha
because
venido en
many
un
times it
proceso.
is not there. And we do need to
Resultó
recognize
ser
that
una
this also
aproximación.
is undergoing a
Y
process.
justo
As I said, that was
con o
kind of
sin
like
el
a contact, the
USTR,
first contact. And
la vinculación
with or
entre
without
AMID
the
en este caso
USDR, the
y su
connection between
contraparte en
AMID
Estados Unidos
and its counterpart
permitió
in the United
que yo
States
pudiera hacer
allowed me
una aproximación del tema
to
producto de
talk
lo que
about this
ustedes ya
topic, you know,
han venido
based on
dialogando. En este
what you've
caso,
already been
ustedes me
talking
refiero
about.
a mí,
And when I
que ha sido
say what
profundamente
you've been
útil.
talking about is I'm
Y
referring to Amit
aparte
because they
de,
have been
de
quite
que
useful
con
for
el
this.
paso del tiempo,
And in addition to that,
y esto también lo sé
with
por la AMID,
time, and I know this also because of Amit,
avanzaron para constituir
they made
o
progress
acercar o
in
tener personalidad
developing
jurídica
or
propia.
being able to have their own
Tenemos la
legal
impresión de que siempre
personality
ha sido
or identity.
homogéneo
We
y
always
que
have
cada
this
empresa
impression
se fue
that
moviendo
each
de la mejor manera
company
como pudo,
moved
luego
as
se
it suited it
integraron, etcétera,
best,
etcétera.
then
El
they,
hecho es
they
que hoy,
integrated each other
y
and
yo
they work
pareciera
like that. But the
vocero de
fact
la
is that
AMID,
today, and it seems like I'm a spokesperson for Amit by saying all of
lo
this,
que está
but
sucediendo es que
what is
tienen
happening is
una
that
presencia, el tema en general de
the topic
dispositivos
as a
médicos,
whole, the
a mi
medical
juicio,
devices
no
topic as
tenía
a whole,
y
has
ahora
now a
lo tiene.
presence that
Y es
it
por un
didn't have in the
esfuerzo
past.
de
And
ellos,
it
de
has
todo
it
el gremio,
because of
de
an
las
effort
empresas.
of all the
Y siento
sector,
yo que el
of
diálogo
all the
que hemos
companies. And
tenido
I
con
believe
el
that the
gobierno en esta
dialogue that we've
administración en
had
estos
with the
20
government
meses o lo que fuere,
in these 20 months
ha
with this new
tratado de
government
coadyuvar
or with the time that we
y
had
favorecer
has tried
la
to
presencia
favor and work
del
with
gremio
them
y
to
en sí de
favor the
dispositivos
presence
médicos.
of
Y hacia dónde
the medical
entonces
devices sector.
eh,
So,
el secretario Ebrard, el secretario
Minister
Kersenovich,
Ebrard, Minister Kesenovich,
COFEPRIS,
COFEPRIS
están visualizando
are now
que vamos a transitar
considering in what direction we're going to go to. Without me being an expert, and I know that you are an expert in these new regulations, and I understand that COFEPRIS has been present there. Yesterday, I was with Dr. Borja at a session and an event in Morelos. They opened a plant there to manufacture medications. This plant is from India, it has Indian origin. And so we had a conversation, and by talking with Dr. Borja, we talked about, I mean, the presence of COFEPRIS is really necessary in many aspects. And I'm not going to go into the technical aspects that COFEPRIS has, because COFEPRIS has to talk about those. And I'm sure that they did it already, and they're continue doing so, and covering all of those. But COFEPRIS's update is the backbone for everything that we've been speaking about, what you talked about a moment ago and what you're going to be talking about tomorrow or later today. Why do I say it like that? Well, a month ago, we went to Canada. There were 200 U.S. companies to talk there with their peers, the counterparts, and this was by sector. Secretary of Minister Ebrard divided us in 30 sectors regarding the national production that we have in this country, and it was the same for the textile producer, then the automotive part producers, and the mines, the mining industry. I mean, we included all of the sectors, and Canadians had visited us in February, and back then we signed an MOU, which is basically like a good intentions letter, where based on the National Health System, this was reviewed by our legal team, the legal team of Javier Hrsenovic, and it's not binding. We're not talking about money or anything. We're just talking about working together, strengthening or favoring bilateral collaboration. So that's us. So far we went, we had the Deputy Vice Minister of Health from Canada visiting us. And suddenly it was May, and we were back in Toronto. We went to Toronto and to Montreal. And I asked the new COFEPRIS commissioner. He's no longer that new because he's starting in January, and now we are in May or June. Oh, well, that was in May, but now we're in June. And the speed the year is going by, it's going to be December tomorrow, But I said that Victor Borja needed to be there with us in Canada. I spoke to Secretary Hrsenovic. He was about to go and couldn't go, but at the end, Dr. Borja was able to go with us, even though we were fighting, and I had to convince him, and his boss convinced him also. He very basically suggested that he should be there. So we were all part of this delegation, and we were joining Ministry Ebrard, and in almost all the meetings, we had the attendance of the Trade Minister from Canada, LeBlanc, and Marcelo Ebrard. And 7 MOUs were signed that were related only to health issues, and they were with Mexican companies. Biotech Canada signed with B. Samoa from Carnifarma, Astrea, Ocampo. We had people from AMID, David and Jorge were there, and they helped us to get a meeting, a really good meeting with the regulatory area for the Canadian medical devices sector. And so we sat down kind of informally, because the logistics, that they couldn't just set up a room for us, for each meeting, so that there was some issues for that. But I mean, we sat down with them, and Victor Borja connected with them. But this was through Amit's work, and in the story that I'm telling you, what I want to do is to guide you through different things, to give you the context of what we are doing, who we are working with and where we are going to. And I think that that could be really useful. And while I speak about this, you can get like a cup of coffee. I think that this is much more useful than just having like a very rigid type of keynote a conference, because this could give you value added for you to know what we are considering here at the Ministry of the Economy and where we're going to, and at the end you can reach your own conclusions based on your expectations and analyzing what can be solved together for the rest of the year for next year. And I'll explain why. So in Canada then, after all of this, if you consider that the free trade agreement is still being reviewed. Last week, President Trump said that he doesn't want to sign because what Canada and Mexico is really not useful for them, that he doesn't care. Well, in the meantime, we keep on working. And yesterday, President Trump said that maybe, yes, he will sign it. So regardless of what will happen, what we are doing is that FDA for Latin America has been permanently present, in addition to the office that they have, that were Pati's in charge of it, and with the presence of Michelle that's been here for I don't know how many times, and she perfectly knows Latin America and Mexico specifically. She's had meetings with Dr. Borja, with COFEPRIS, with the team. She also met with Dr. Miller Zuniga last year, but now it wasn't just an FDA COFEPRIS meeting. Now, the meeting was so that here at the Ministry of the Economy, together with Ministry Ebrard, Minister Kersenovich, with all the undersecretaries, with COFEPRIS, with the FDA, with a delegation from them, we sat down to talk about several topics. There were other topics that were only talked about between COFEPRIS and them and other ministries to talk about other topics. And I say this because if we only consider one point, if we only consider regulatory topics and that's it, then we wouldn't have this huge umbrella or that represents COFEPRIS and all the technical operation of COFEPRIS for them to be part of a Mexican state policy. Because if we didn't do that, it would only be only COFEPRIS. If COFEPRIS has an issue or they do not make progress at the speed that is required for whatever the reason, then the federal government and the Mexican state, and that is why I'm talking about this umbrella, they would never find out. And what happens with COFEPRIS? Well, they call the people from customs and they call the people that provides the budget from the treasury. They call the people from here, from there. And doing it so has been really difficult and a rough road for COFEPRIS and for all of you as entities that are starting and analyzing and presenting proposals for the regulatory framework. It's also a tough job for the companies, and it's also tough for the users because at the end of the day, we are all users. So the fact that in this government, we can see that they can see and perceive that there is communications amongst ourselves to start. Maybe we're not as quick in developing resolutions as we would all wish, because at the end of the day, we have to follow through a process that's not magic, and secondly, there are limitations based on the budget, and financial aspects. And that's nothing new for you guys. You know about that, right? But that doesn't mean that you're not going to solve things. It's like I'm a surgeon and I had to work on head fractures or deformities that would the worst ones. And you go out and you talk to the patient's mother or spouse and you try to explain the surgical path and technique. And I say, first, I cut here and then I do this other Roma cut with a Mexabound scissors. And so the relative will look at me and say, you know what? Don't tell me about the technique. Just do the best operation that for him to be okay and not that expensive, please, if possible. So what happens when the Ministry of the Economy or the Ministry of the Treasury or the one for anti-corruption and good governance and or any other ministry does so? Well, all of that, if we have them, we create a policy for the Mexican state. And if all of them are part of it, then the solution of problems could be a collegiate solution that's multidisciplinary, intersectorial, and that could give us best results possible. And it's not only done individually. I'm sure that you've all analyzed and considered and say, oh yeah, all of that, it seems great, but when will COFEPRIS be updated, or enhanced? I'm sure you heard about digitalization and all of those things. Well, yeah. But for all of those who remember, COFEPRIS was invented during Fox government. It came with Julio Frank. That's when they created COFEPRIS. In the past, it was a sanitary regulatory ministry with Mercedes Juan. And I'm talking back to when we met Sandra, which was during the government of President Ernesto Zedillo. And well, these tasks have always been carried out. Our previous speaker was talking about and showing us the chart, and how they made progress with standards throughout the decades, or how everything advanced, and I think that every day they're much more specific. And sometimes I believe that we've even over-regulated ourselves. Personally, this is just personally speaking, not as a federal official. I'm not talking about a federal official. I'm not going to talk about that. But I think that as years have gone by, each government added something more and more and more. And there's always been this relationship with the regulatory agencies in other countries. There's been a lot of work with them and collaboration with the WHO and the EMA and many others. And sometimes I do believe that we've over-regulated ourselves. In other moments I've presented this, I say that during this government, in the meeting room of Dalia Hersenovich, we had AMID, Canifarma, Herselac, and since all of them have very weird acronyms, you confuse them and they get angry, but all of those that have a similar name were there. And we had Marcelo Ebrard, David Kersenovich, because it was his meeting room. We had COFEPRIS there, Armida. We also had the presence of Raquel Buenrostro, Eduardo Clark, Lerma, the Undersecretary for the Treasury, and we had the Secretary for Industry and Trade. We had the Customs Director. So those meetings are not that frequent, and they were not happening in the past. As far as I remember, they didn't happen in the past unless there was a specific emergency. So what we were seeing that was happening was we were looking at the flow chart, COFEPRIS's flow chart, and David Kersenovich would stop the presentation and make a comment and say, oh, okay, wait, what we are requesting here, hadn't we already requested it on section 6? And now we are on section 14 and we are requesting it again. I mean, it's just very, just as an example, and they would say, yes, but technically speaking, we need A, B, and C. And Kersenovich would say, and what do you think? And we would say, well, I think that here, we've overdone things. Why are you asking for this again here? So if we're talking about using reliance, if the FDA is working with us, or if we are working jointly in these things, we need to follow we have to have this modernization or updating process. If one of the segments of this updating is digitalization, if our staff comes from different ministries, but here specifically they have relationship with COFEPRIS, and I know that they have the best relationship possible, and I know that they should be more people. They should have a huge army so that they could really get the GMP faster, if possible. I mean, as Victor Borja was mentioning with the GMP, you already have the health license. Now let's obtain the GMP. That's really simple. So what we're asking for the GMP is this. And so just deliver that. And so let's go to the other side of the counter, If I'm here within the Zoom link and I sit on the other side and I tell them, well, yeah, but you're asking me for things that it's going to be hard for me to cover, So without losing the legal framework and all the regulations that we have, we're sure that we need to keep updating. If we are, we have to see what is useful for us in Reliance. And this is something that we've been talking about, so that we can modernize and make everything more agile and make everything better, among other things that COFEPRIS has mentioned, without any doubt. There's another aspect that we cannot forget. And now I'll go back to the other side of the counter. And that is that when tariffs began, well, we always have tariffs. We've always had this issue that one day it's going to be a tariff for steel and then aluminum and then for tomatoes and it switches, it comes and goes like that. So negotiations can become very difficult at some point. But when the president presented the Mexico plan, one of the slides that she asked for and that she highlighted during the presentation was the slide where they talk about the pharmaceutical and the medical devices industry. And at that moment, she told Minister Ebrard and Kesanovich, and she said that this industry is going to grow between 3 and 4 times during my government. And so that's what she said. And regardless of the coming and goings and all that, because for this to happen, we need to solve many things that are part of the process, things that you know perfectly well. What needs to be done? And the day before yesterday, I was at the forum and doing the opening remarks, and I was telling them that if you receive, I don't know, a fortnightly check or a monthly check, because that's normally what happens when you work for for the government, that's how it happens. And suddenly they retain 30% of your payment, then what's going to happen afterwards? What are you going to cover with your salary? Are you going to stop paying for food or for your children's schools? Because you actually live based on the money you receive for your work. And the same thing happens with the country. If the income the country that the country creates or the country receives through taxes, through imports, or through exports, whatever, if suddenly we lose 30%, what the parents normally do at home is to see how they're going to compensate things and how they're going to compensate the income on the country. So between the government and the companies or the entrepreneurs, they've sat down together many, many times to see what sectors we could make better so that we can get better income.
One of those is the pharmaceutical industry, the medical devices industry. So the question is, what do we do to help them? Because if we do not help them, they will leave. And I'm not only talking about, things that you do not know or that have not happened, because many companies have migrated away. after the clinical trials were obstacleized and you couldn't wait for the ethics committees of COFEPRIS or hospitals to give you the permits, well, they found their path to Argentina or Chile because it was easier there. And I have nothing against Argentina or Chile, but I'd rather have those companies stay in Mexico. So I guess Argentina and the other countries are also present here. And when I visit those countries, I just love them. But it is just to be expected that each country will try to make the best use of their resources. So let us remember that the free trade agreement is between Mexico, Canada, and the USA. USMCA is the three countries, and that won't change while new negotiations are taking place. Mexico won't move geographically away from those countries. We'll always stay here. The US, same with the country of Canada. So with all of those countries, and I deviate, the thing that was mentioned is how do we support the industry? Well, money is being owed, it has to be paid. All right, yes. So a plan system has to be created. And then we also need to listen to them. And we need to see how is it that we can improve not only the relationship and the communication, but also how to make it more agile. And here we have lots of things to learn from COFEPRISs from other countries. The South American COFEPRIS, other countries COFEPRIS, the EMA, Canadian office, FDA, etc. So it's not because there was a depletion or it was over. No, on the contrary, I believe as I'm seeing things and with the arrival of Dr. Borja, that in the current administration, and I've said this already, President Sheinbaum is very much involved in everything. She, and I can quote her on this, she's told me this, Mr. Karsenovich has also reported it to me, so that is why I feel confident enough to express these viewpoints. They told us the president is so interested for this to be solved quickly, COFEPRIS's modernization and everything, that she told me, who is it that you want me to sit down to talk to? What is the regulation that has to be changed? What has to be transformed so that this moves ahead and this is done quickly? And that I'm quoting Sheinbaum on this. I was not there, obviously. I do not exactly what they were talking about, but that's what I was reported on the subject of COFEPRIS. So there's a political will, and there's the Plan Mexico, which is a roadmap. And if we also have the Mexican state, this is not a work program. Perhaps I'm being sarcastic to make a point, but it is not just a little program here. It is a full-blown Mexican government program. So if other forces do not interfere, and this includes the industry, the academia, the population, civil organizations, the federal government, of course, companies not only from Mexico, from other countries, transnational companies, which are part of the industry, and with the whole ecosystem, how to facilitate and get rid of the obstacles so that this can happen. That is why I gave you the example, and from the Ministry of Economics, it makes sense. I give you the example of saying, if monthly income is cut down, how are we going to make a living? If free trade agreements are tampered with, well, there are monumental amount of things that will take place that they will have to find a way in which we can substitute so that the income doesn't fall. So between Monday and today, Thursday, one of those areas in a review of the agreement with the US, with the USMCA is medical devices. So I'm certain that Undersecretary Luis Rosendo will speak about this here, because when I was in charge of this almost hearing, I felt I was being questioned by the Senate, but it was the USMCA
pero con la
people.
ayuda
But with the help
de la MID,
of AMID,
con lo que ya narré, sus
with
contrapartes y lo que
what
ya
I've already
logramos,
explained,
etcétera.
the counterparts, what we discussed, etc. So
Tenemos muy claro cuál es la
we have
conclusión de la
clarity
Secretaría de
about the
Economía.
conclusion of the Ministry
No
of
se nos puede caer la
Economics.
inversión,
We cannot lose
porque
the
entonces ¿de qué vamos
investment,
a vivir?
because if not, how we're going to
¿Sí?
survive?
Podemos vivir de muchas cosas, pero
We
con
can
menor
have
ingreso.
many other
Y no es lo
incomes
que
coming
queremos.
in, but it's
Entonces, lo que
smaller. We don't
queremos
want
es
that. What we
coadyuvar
want is to help
a liberar obstáculos,
to get rid of the
a tener
obstacles,
comunicación
to
permanente
have permanent
con todas
communication
las organizaciones,
with
y eso
all of
incluye
the
la
organizations,
coalición,
including
todo
the
lo que ustedes
coalition
representan en
and everything
esta
you
importante,
represent in this very important
diría yo, alianza, jerárquicamente
alliance,
hablando,
to give it a name.
y cómo economía puede generar
And
también
so the Ministry of Economics
mayores
can also
incentivos para ello.
create
Los
more
incentivos no solo
incentives.
son
And the
fiscales, que a la
incentives are not only
postre, quien
fiscal,
verdaderamente los otorga es la
because
Secretaría de Hacienda.
this is the Treasury
Sí, pero el
Department that gives
negociador
the
siempre
incentives, but the
es Marcelo
negotiator
Ebrard,
is always Marcelo
al
Ebrard,
interior y al exterior. ¿Por qué? Porque
within
es
and without.
quien
Why?
conduce
Because he is the person who guides
normativamente la política
the
económica acorde a
economic
lo que
policy
define la presidencia.
according to
Me he extendido
Sheinbaum's
muchísimo,
instructions.
perdóname,
Sorry,
Sandra,
I took too long, Sandra. I
porque además me ibas a hacer
apologize.
como 27 preguntas.
Because I know you still have like
Y ya
27 questions for
nomás me
me.
hiciste una y yo ya
You
agarré el
only asked
micrófono.
a question
Pero
and
bueno,
I
yo me
couldn't
quedaría
stop
hasta aquí.
speaking.
Digo, y si quieren hacerme algún comentario o lo
If
hacemos
you would like to
después, lo
make
hacemos
comments
en
or
otra
questions,
sesión,
we can have another
separado
session
por
at some
grupo, lo
other
que quieran.
point or other
Para mí es muy
meetings,
importante, y
group
lo
meetings.
dije
For me,
desde el
it is very
principio,
important. I
que en
said
un
this from the very
conversatorio
beginning, that when there
dejemos
is a
el contexto general de
conversatory,
cómo lo
we
vemos,
should consider the general
hacia
context
dónde
of how we
queremos
see things,
movernos
where is it we want to
y
move
qué estamos
towards,
haciendo.
and what are we doing.
¿Sí? Puntualmente, con esto termino,
And so I'll wrap
me
it up by
invitaron
saying that I
Califarma,
was
Rafael Guar,
invited by
cuando
Califarma and
tenían
Rafael
su
Guar
asamblea en
when they had an
septiembre de
assembly in September
2023, no 24,
2023.
perdón,
No, it was
24.
2024.
Eso significa que iba a tomar
That
posesión la
means
presidenta
that
Sheinbaum el 1
President
de
Sheinbaum
octubre
was
del 24.
about to come to power on
Hicieron en
October
Canifarma
2024. Canifarma
su asamblea
had an assembly
ahí por Querétaro
near
y
Querétaro.
estaba todo Canifarma y estaban
The whole
Amif y
group of
supongo que
Canifarma,
Anif
Anif,
también estaba.
Amit must have been there. Everyone was there.
Y pues yo no estaba en el gobierno porque era
I
septiembre
was
y yo
not part
todavía
of the
estaba en otras
government. It was
actividades. Digo,
September.
tenía
I
la
had not
vinculación con
started with this
Marcelo Ebrard
position.
y con
I
David
mean, I
Kersenovic.
was
Todavía no se
connected with
decidía si yo
Krishnanovich
me
and
iba para
Ebrard,
allá o
but
para acá.
we didn't know what would
Y le
happen
dije a
with my
Rafael Guar,
future,
oye,
so I
pero
told Rafael,
¿qué quieres que yo les diga?
what do
¿Por
you
qué me
want me to
invitas
tell
a
them?
mí?
Why am I invited
¿Por qué no
here?
invitas a
Why
pues, hay un
don't you
montón de
invite
gente
so many other
que
people
tiene
who
alguna función directiva ahorita
have
o va a
a
tener?
leadership role now, or we
Y yo
know
no sé
they'll
qué
have a
voy a
leadership
tener.
role? My future is uncertain.
Bueno, pues fui, llevaba yo
So
como
I attended the meeting.
30 diapositivas o más.
I brought
Hice 3
30
nada más,
slides. I
porque
was
no
only
tenía
able to
caso.
speak
Me
about
senté en
3
un
because
silloncito
it was
con
pointless. I
otro
just
amigo
sat
ahí de la AMID
at the sofa with
y
a friend
todos
of Amit,
sentados
and
esperando
everyone
ver
was
qué les iba
around
a
me,
decir, porque pues,
waiting
me
for me
sabían
what to
como que
say,
tenía buena
because
relación
they
ahí
knew
con
that
David o con
I
Marcelo Ebrard.
got along with
Yo le pedí a
David and
Marcelo
Ebrard.
Ebrard que
So
nos
I
hiciera el
asked
favor de grabar un
Ebrard
video
to
saludándonos.
record a little
Le
clip
dije,
saying hello.
es un cariñito, como
It's
decimos
just,
en
a,
coloquial, ¿no?
a
Le
token
decía,
of
jóvenes,
appreciation
ustedes ya
of
saben que yo
people
voy a ser
knowing,
secretario de
well,
Economía,
I'll be the
nuestro doctor
Minister
tenemos
of Economics,
salud,
Karsanovich will be the health
vamos a estar
minister.
escuchándolos y
We will
vamos
be
a trabajar
listening to
juntos.
you all
Pues, ¿qué
and we'll
más
work
puedes decir cuando
together. What
aparte
else can
todavía
you
ni
say
eres
when you are not
secretario? Pero muy
even
generosamente Marcelo Ebrard
in that
accedió
position
y
yet?
mandó un
He said
mensaje de 3
yes, he
minutos.
sent a 3-minute
En
message.
ese momento Sparch
At that
ya
moment,
no estaba en
Svarch
Cofepris,
was no longer within Cofepris.
ya sabíamos que iba a estar
We knew,
nominalmente en el
we knew
bienestar,
that
ya
he
estaba.
would go to the Bienestar office.
Entonces todo el mundo, pues, cuando
So
llego y me siento
everybody,
en el
when I
silloncito,
got there
les
and I was
pregunté,
sitting on that sofa, I asked them,
seguramente ustedes
well, I'm
quieren
certain
saber
that you would like to know
quién va a ser
who
el
is going to
titular de
be the
Cofepris o
head
la
of
titular de
Cofepris,
Cofepris.
who's going
Ahí
to
todavía
direct
no se
the
esbozaba quién iba a
office.
ser Armin.
We didn't know Armin would
Pues
be
todo el mundo
the
estaba
one.
ávido
So
de que yo
everybody
dijera algo
wanted me to say
de lo que
something
querían
that would
decir.
shed light. That's what they wanted to
Y
learn.
les dije,
So I told them,
si ustedes quieren saberlo,
if you
yo
want to
también.
know this, well, I also want to know it.
No lo
So
sabíamos, nadie,
what do we do? Nobody
porque
knew,
tampoco lo había decidido
because it had
el
not been
secretario Kersenovich y la
decided by
presidenta.
Karsenovich and Sheinbaum.
¿Por qué platico esta anécdota para
Why
cerrar?
do I tell you this
Porque
to
con eso me
conclude?
escudo en que a lo mejor
Because this is
ustedes no
my excuse
escucharon
that
de mi
perhaps you
boca
didn't hear
lo que
from my
querían saber.
mouth what you wanted to
Y me
know.
metí en los temas que ustedes
And so
desearían que
I
yo me hubiera metido.
wanted, perhaps you wanted me to
Pero
speak of
lo
other
que estoy
subjects,
haciendo
maybe. But what I'm doing
justamente lo que
is
dije desde el
precisely what I said from the beginning.
Si hay comunicación, si
If
hay
there's good
relación, si hay
communication, if
buena
there's a good
voluntad,
relationship,
apertura,
there's the willingness, if there's openness,
posibilidades,
possibilities,
diría yo, legales de
it is
marco
also within that
que nos define
framework that
las
defines
funciones de la
us,
Secretaría de
defines the
Economía
functions
y
of the
algunas
Ministry of
historias
Economics
que
and
les he
some
venido
other
platicando, que
stories
es
that I've been telling you
cómo juntas
about, which have to do with
transversalmente
how do
toda
you
la estructura
do
orgánica
a
institucional del
cross-cutting
gobierno
connection of all the
del
whole
gobierno federal
structure of the
y la
federal
vinculación
government
con la
and
industria.
the connection with the
Eso nos
industry.
tiene
This
que,
is something
primero que nada,
that,
dar una
first of all,
bocanada, un
has
oxígeno
to
de saber
give us fresh
que
air,
sí conocemos
to
los
know that
problemas, que
yes,
sí
we do
estamos
know the
tratándolo de manera
problems. We are
conjunta
trying to
y que
work
al
through
final
them
del día,
together. And at the end of the
y
day,
hace unos minutos me llegó
and some
un
minutes
WhatsApp
ago, I
de
got a
alguien que no sé
WhatsApp
cómo
from
consiguió
somebody
mi
who,
teléfono,
I don't know how they got
pero
my
que
number,
estaba en una
or
conferencia
who
mía
attended a
de hace 2
conference
días y
where
les
I was
dije que
invited 2 days ago, and I
hice un
told him
sarcasmo
that I
a
was being
toda la audiencia, le
sarcastic,
pedí
and
en
I
la
asked
ocasión
the
previa que
audience
sacaran una hoja
to
blanca
take out the blank piece of paper,
y les dije,
and I told
¿por qué no
them,
le ponen ahí
why
secretario
don't you
Eduardo
write
Las
down
Fábricas?
Minister
Si yo fuera
Eduard Ebrard?
le voy a decir qué
If
haría.
I were you, this is what I would do.
Porque cada vez que nos viene a ver
Because
alguien,
every time we get a
se vienen a quejar
visitor,
de Cofepris.
they're always complaining about
O
Cofepris.
algunos
Everyone
ya
complains
vienen
about
y dicen,
Cofepris.
hay que
Some people come
reconocer
and
que
say,
Cofepris sí
well,
da.
we must
Primero
acknowledge
ya
that
puedes
Cofepris, first
platicar
of
con
all,
ellos,
at
hay
least
buena
they hear
voluntad, están
you,
haciendo un
they're
gran
trying
esfuerzo,
to
pero
do their
falta tal
best,
cosa.
but this is what's
O
missing.
tengo atorado tal trámite.
Or this is a
Entonces uno
procedure
trata
that
de
they
ayudar
don't
y a veces los que
release.
pagan a
And
veces
so sometimes you
lo
try to
resuelven
interfere,
de la
sometimes
mejor manera.
things are figured out
Pero
or
vienen por
not,
un problema
but
en
they
específico
all have a specific problem in
o por
mind.
un artículo del
Or
capítulo
perhaps there's an
de la
article of the
cláusula de...
chapter of a
Está
clause
bien,
of this or that,
cada quien tiene que
whatever.
ver
Everybody
parte
needs
de
to
su
look after their own
problema o de
needs
la
and problems
resolución
and try to find their own
de los
solutions
obstáculos que tienen,
to the
porque
obstacles
para
they
las
face,
empresas,
because for
así debe ser,
companies, well, that's how
se ha
they
llegado un
operate.
momento en el que ese discurso ya se
It comes
agotó.
a time in which the
Tenemos que
discourse is
trabajar juntos.
depleted. In that time is now, we need to
Marcelo
work
Ebrard dijo
together.
en Canadá,
Marcelo Ebrard has said in Canada
abiertamente,
very
dijo,
openly,
y si tienen alguna sugerencia
and
que
if you
darnos,
have any
las
suggestion
puertas están
to
abiertas.
give us, the doors are wide
Y sí
open.
vamos a hacerles caso,
And yes, we will listen
porque
to you,
también nosotros no
because
olvidamos
we do
que los
not
funcionarios
forget
públicos
that public
siempre estamos de
servants,
paso.
we are
Algunos
not
de los
here
que
to
ya están en la
stay.
iniciativa privada
Some
que
of the
estaban de
people
este
who are
lado
in the private
estuvieron de
initiative
paso.
used to be here,
Digo,
and
algunos
they
se
were
fueron
also
más
temporary
rápido,
here. Some
mejor.
people
Pero lo que se trata aquí es de
took longer
trabajar
or
de manera
shorter in
multidisciplinaria,
leading,
de
but
manera
it's all
conjunta,
about working in a
involucrarnos.
multidisciplinary
Por
joint way
eso,
and get
de
involved. And
alguna
that is
manera,
why,
mi
in one way
reflexión
or another, my reflection
podría
is,
considerarse exagerada.
and maybe I'm
Si yo
exaggerating
fuera
here,
usted,
but if I
secretario,
were
le
you,
diría, ¿qué
Minister
haría yo?
Ebrard, this is what I would do.
Y entonces es que cambie, por favor,
So
el artículo número
please
8 de
change
la cláusula no
Article
sé qué
8,
del
clause
capítulo
whatever
22
of
del...
chapter
No, no,
this and
no,
that. No, no,
no
no,
estoy
no.
hablando de eso. No,
I'm
está
not
bien,
talking
¿quieres que
about
cambie
that.
eso?
Yes, you
Vamos a
want that to
revisar. ¿Se
be
puede cambiar?
changed?
No.
Okay, we
¿Cómo se
can
puede
talk about it.
matizar? ¿Qué
We can
están haciendo
see
al
what to
respecto? ¿Qué nos
do, what's been
sugieren?
done, what's a
No, esto es
suggestion. But no,
mucho
that's
más
not what I
allá
mean. This goes beyond
para
that.
sumarnos a ese
If
a esa
we are to
carta de
join
navegación, como le
forces in
llama
this
Ebrard,
roadmap,
que es el Plan
navigation
México.
chart, which
Y el
is Plan
Plan México
Mexico,
busca
Plan Mexico
definitivamente
is definitely
fortalecer la inversión.
striving to strengthen
Eso es lo
investment.
que
That's its
queremos,
main goal. That's what we
seguir
want, to
ganando
have strong
o no
investment,
seguirlo perdiendo.
not to lose investment, to keep on attracting
Pues ahí me
investment.
quedo también.
And that way I
Javier,
conclude.
muchísimas gracias.
Thank you,
Sí, está
Javier.
claro que hay muchas
Yes,
cosas
it
que
is now
queremos
clear
saber.
there are many things
También
we would
está
like to
claro
know. It
que
is also
hoy es un
clear
momento
that today
coyuntural, como
is quite a juncture. At this moment, the conversations of medical devices are taking place at high spheres. We cannot speak about anything specific about what will come out of this conversation. However, because of this juncture of the reorganization, the geopolitical reconfiguring, in this juncture of the review of the USMCA in this juncture in which the competitive position of Mexico, which used to be absolutely dominating, is not longer so because many other countries got ready very actively to become Mexico's competition and more actively participate in the market in the US. And well, this is a juncture that we are also from the perspective of the coalition working to address, including AMID and WAMED, which is a counterpart of AMID in the US, so as to come up with proposals that are integral, holistic, not punctual things. Even though those things, yes, have to be tended, they are part of a larger package. So we're working on the juncture of change, the change of the legislative Mexican framework regarding good regulatory practices and regarding the changes and all of the simplification agreements of reliance that have been developed by COFEPRIS, the opportunity of updating the standard for updating the Mexican pharmacopedia. We have all of the elements. And I'll speak about something that we discussed in preparation for this session. We have all of the pieces of the puzzle as you proposed. We need to get ready to start moving the pieces so as to finish arming creating the puzzle. So I want to commit you publicly so that we do what you have invited us to do. Let's have a meeting. Let's look at the proposals that are being created with a group of experts so as to be able to find solutions with this perspective that is multi-sectorial so that we are allowed to achieve our main objective, which is the benefit patients in Mexico, and also to promote Mexico competitiveness, because in the long run, if we lose that, as you've said that correctly, the Mexican population will suffer. Mexican patients are the ones who won't have access to medical devices, to the technology that could save their lives and solve their problems and recover their health. So in this sense, Javier, take you up on that. Let's have that discussion, that meeting. We know all the participants here in the room and virtually, we all want to join forces so as to be able to provide the response that the federal government is expecting from the industry, from the guilds, so that we can once again respond to what the current position President Sheinbaum wants our country to be in, the position of having the medical technology sector growing, Mexico becoming competitive once again internationally, and finding the regulatory frameworks that work well to be more timely in serving Mexican patients and be able to better use the efficiency, the resources of our country. So I'll be awaiting your confirmation. Yes, of course. If there's a notary here, let's swear on this right now. And let us sign a PDF. I'll send you the PDF.
No te preocupes, hay muchos testigos acá.
I have plenty of witnesses, don't worry. Take a picture, please, with your mobile where you're standing. Take a picture of the audience because I want to see who's there. Because I know many of those people, I'll be very glad to meet with them because I couldn't be able to physically attend because of, the circumstances. Don't worry. The photographer is going to give you a picture of a higher quality than that of my mobile. All right, I appreciate that. So, okay, to be very concrete. Well, now I see the audience. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to see you all. My apologies. I sincerely regret not being able to be there with you, and I admire what you did to get there. Please share the secret with me. Maybe you march all the way to the hotel, trying to demonstrate against the law. You faked being part of the march to get there. It's a good thing that everyone got there. Congratulations. So let me conclude with the following. We're very busy. You saw how my agenda was during the last few days. Arranging a Zoom call is also very problematic. Not every day is like that. Not every day are you planning meetings. because the secretary is flying to Washington, it's becoming very difficult. Sometimes you don't know if they'll read your cards or not, but he'll read them sooner or later because those subjects are so relevant that you're sending them to them. If it was not a relevant thing, you wouldn't share that with the secretary. So what is the thing with the secretary, Minister? Please believe me that now Mexico will win the World Cup. And if you have doubts in your mind, invite them out the room. We will meet in August, between August and November, which is going to be very soon here, and so many activities, and the year ends very quickly as every year. Next year in Mexico, there'll be midterm elections, something that is very political, but it affects the lives of citizens and the professional activities that we have. What I'm trying to get at with this reflection that I've done 100 times is that if we don't have a specific menu of the things we could do to participate in a collegiate way with you, and if you don't let us know the things you expect from us, what is it that you need from us? Be it if it's only changing Article 28 or 21 of the law, this and that. Okay, if that's what you're expecting from us, okay, I take note. But let us work on that. But if we want to work on that, Marcelo Ebrard has a very clear reflection, and he sent a WhatsApp message. Less meetinitis and more operationititis. What I was trying to say is, we have no time right now not to give results. We cannot afford not to be productive, not to give results. So what do you expect from us? What can we do together? How can we, now that we are connected with our colleagues from the other agencies, and within this communication collaboration, what is expected? What are we expecting altogether? What are the results that we should strive to have? And for this, it is important to have people who are accountable for the things that you are expecting and having a schedule. For the year 2030, Mexico has to be where? Fill in the blank. And in 2040, fill in the blank, because you can plan ahead that far away into the future. In 2040, Mexico is already producing 90% of all of the precursors for APIs, the principal reagents to produce all of the national needs of their own meds. All right. So what is he smoking? Because he's saying very wild things. Well, in the past, Mexico, we produce our own vaccines, many vaccines of many different things. And how long has it been when people told China, you do the APIs and the precursors because I don't want my environment polluted, and now look at what's happened. China, if they close the faucet, I don't want to tell you what would happen. So how many companies are creating their APIs here? 18. How many could do that? 45. Easily. And speaking about medical devices, we are the 5th exporter worldwide. How can I help you so that we can become the second position or the third position? What do you need to grow? And if that is the pathway, okay, I need to have a menu of options. Where is it that we want to work together? Why? Because that would be an implicit way in which we could activate this. It would be very productive for companies. It could benefit the users, and it could benefit the national economy. So this is how we're seeing things. We don't want to have a drop in investment. We don't want investors to flee. That's the core. Obviously, we
O sea,
want
yo
the
me
population to
comprometo
be
si
benefited, so I'm committed.
quieres
Yes,
que
I am
sesionemos con
committed.
la
Do
coalición,
you want to have a session with the coalition
hagámoslo
with
de
me? Let's do
esta
that. Let's
forma
do
y
it
yo me
this
ajusto
way,
a
and
lo que ustedes
we'll
nos inviten y cuentan con
adjust to
nosotros
your needs, and you
absolutamente.
can count on us
Estupendo, Javier.
completely.
Pues muchísimas gracias. Quisiera yo
Wonderful,
que le
Javier.
brindáramos un
Thank you very
aplauso.
much. Let us give him a big round of applause, please.
Muchas gracias.
Y sé que
Thank
estamos
you.
muy
Thank you.
sobre del tiempo, pero si hay alguien que tenga una pregunta
If
que
there
quisiera
is
hacerle al doctor Dávila,
one question
nos
anybody
esperamos a
could
la
have to
siguiente reunión
Dr.
en donde
Avila,
vamos a
or
llegar
we
con nuestras
could wait
propuestas
for our
y
next
ahí
meeting
sí van a
when
ser
we have a
propuestas
list
que
of
van a
proposals,
esperar
and those
muchas
proposals
respuestas.
will be
Creo
awaiting
que vamos
lots of
por ese camino,
responses from
Javier,
him. I
para que
think
veas
we'll
el
choose
nivel de
the latter
compromiso
so
que
that you see
tiene todo
how
este equipo de trabajo.
committed this group
Agradecemos muchísimo tu
has. So
participación
we
y
thank you very much
estamos
for your
en comunicación para
participation,
que juntos
and we
hagamos
will
la
be
tarea
in touch
para que
so that
México pueda
together we
cumplir
can
con
do
estos
the homework
objetivos
so
y
that
los
Mexico
pacientes
can
de
meet
México y
its
del mundo se
objective, so
beneficien
that patients
gracias a
of
lo que
the
se pueda
world
hacer en México.
and Mexico
Gracias.
can
Buena tarde.
benefit from the things that can
Muchas gracias a
happen in
todos.
Mexico.
Gracias,
Thank
Sandy.
you. Thank you,
Gracias, hasta luego.
everybody. Thank you,
Y bueno,
Sandy.
reitero,
All
estamos
right.
muy retrasados, entonces les voy a
So
pedir
we are
si
way
pudiéramos
behind
reducir el tiempo de
schedule.
la comida a
We will
40 minutos idealmente.
eat
Sé que
in
va a ser un
40
reto
minutes.
también
I know it's going to be a
para el
challenge for
servicio,
the
pero
hotel
tratemos de
staff,
hacerlo lo más
but let
corto
us
posible porque
try to
tenemos
have lunch in 40
participantes
minutes
presenciales, pero también
because
tenemos
we
a los
have
representantes de la
not
FDA
only
que
the
van a participar
people
de manera virtual.
from here,
Entonces,
but the
tratemos
FDA
de hacerlo lo más
representatives will
breve
be coming in
y
40
el reto
minutes.
de salir temprano por el
And
tema
so
del partido de
we also
México.
want to
Gracias.
go out early because of the match. So we'll be back in 40 minutes. We'll be back at 2 Mexico City time.
Buenas tardes. We are going to start and we will finish after the Terry Wood's presentation. We will finish earlier. And with that, I'd like to invite Juan Antonio Durantes, Managing Partners of Durant Advisors, who will moderate the panel, International Standards, Role of the Mexican General Director of Standards and the Paraguayan National Institute of Technology, Standardizations and Metrology, to facilitate access to medical devices. Juan Durantes, please.
Gracias, pues quizá
So we
pediría
have
a los
Juan
ponentes de
Antonio
este
Dorantes
panel
here,
que
and I would ask
suban conmigo. Son Luis Iván
the members of
Hernández,
this panel
quien es
to join
director de
me.
normalización
We have
de
Mr. Hernandez,
Nacional
who is the
Normalización AMSE,
director of
Asociación
AMSE,
Nacional de
the
Normalización
National
y Certificación
Association of
de
Certification
México, y
of the
Carolina
Electrical Certification
Barrios,
in Mexico, and Carolina Barrios,
es
who
representante
is the
del
representative
Departamento de Normas
of the
Nacionales
National
del
Standards
INT en Perú.
Department of the INT in Paraguay.
Si me acompañan
And
con un aplauso
so
para nuestros ponentes.
a big round of applause for them.
Muy bien, pues como
So,
les comentábamos, este panel estará dedicado a platicar sobre recientes desarrollos en el ámbito de la normalización, tanto en
as we were talking about, this panel is going to talk about the recent developments in regulatory performance in Mexico and in Paraguay. And considering that we don't have a lot of time, I know that we all want to go and put our Mexico's T-shirt on so that we can go to see the game. So I will pass the floor first to Ivan and then to Carolina. No, first to Carolina and then to Luis Ivan. I'm sorry, the other way around.
Está lista la presentación. Bueno, Entonces, buenas tardes a todos. Agradezco por
So good
este
afternoon,
espacio
everybody.
también
Thank you
a
for this
todos los que
space,
forman parte de la
and thank
organización
you
del evento,
to
a los
everybody who's been
participantes.
organizing this event,
Hoy
and thank
me
you
toca
to
hablar
all the participants.
de mi
And
institución,
today I'm
INTN,
going to talk about
y la
the
relación que tenemos con los
INTN, my
dispositivos
institution,
médicos
and the
y
relationship that we have with
especialmente de la
medical
contribución al
devices, especially
fortalecimiento de la calidad
when we want to
en la regulación
strengthen
de los
the
dispositivos
quality and
médicos
the
en Paraguay.
regulation of medical devices
Bueno,
in
entonces el
Paraguay.
INTN es el
So the
Instituto Nacional
INTN
de
is the
Tecnología,
National Institute
Normalización y
of
Metrología, conocidas por
Technology,
sus siglas
Standardization,
INTN.
and Metrology,
Nosotros
and
somos
it's
una
known as
institución pública.
INTN by its
Somos
acronym in
autárquica y
Spanish. We
descentralizada,
are a public
pero
institution which is
creamos
decentralized,
nuestros
but
propios
we
ingresos a través
create
de los
our
servicios
own
que
income
realizamos en la
through the
institución.
services that
Bueno,
we provide
entonces,
in the institution.
continuando en el fortalecimiento de los
So,
sistemas nacionales de regulación de
talking
dispositivos
about the
médicos
national
para los
regulatory
enfermos pacientes,
systems
que lo
to
venimos
help
hablando del
the,
día
the
1 del evento,
patients, the
tenemos tres
topic
ítems
that we're talking about
principales,
from
que
the
es la
beginning of this
infraestructura de
event
la
and the
calidad,
strengthening of the
que
systems,
garantiza
we
la
have three
integridad
areas. We
técnica y
have
trazabilidad,
the infrastructure, the quality
y que el
infrastructure to
INTN
guarantee
posee
technical
las
standards and
competencias técnicas para
traceabilities
liderar
for
este
the
fortalecimiento y
INTN
la
to
convergencia
have the technical
regulatoria
powers to lead
internacional.
the strengthening and the
Entonces,
promotion of
dentro del
international
marco
collaboration.
institucional,
So within the
es
institutional
importante saber
framework,
que
it's
nosotros
important to
estamos
know
creados
that
por la ley
we
862
were
del año
created by
63,
law
o sea, tenemos
862
aproximadamente
in
más de 60
1963.
años de
So
creación
we've been in
y
existence for
estamos
over 60
reorganizados por la
years.
ley número
And we had a
225/75 del año
reorganization
2005.
in law
¿Qué es lo que nos
2575 of
confiere estas
2005.
leyes?
So what
Que somos
are these laws
responsables
about?
como
Well,
instituciones
they
de la
give us the
normalización
powers and they
nacional
say that we are
de la metodología
responsible
científica,
as
industrial y
scientific,
legal
industrial, and
en la
legal
evaluación de la
metrology,
conformidad y de la
national
investigación
standardization,
tecnológica.
conformity assessments,
Es
and
importante
technology
saber
investigations.
que el INTN cuenta
Technology research.
actualmente
And so
con
it's
6
important to know that
organismos.
this INTN
Tenemos el
currently
Organismo
has six
Nacional de
organizations.
Normalización,
We have
el
the
Organismo
National
Nacional de
Organization
Certificación, el Organismo Nacional
Certification,
de,
Accreditation,
de Inspección,
the
el
inspection
Organismo
one,
Nacional de Metrología,
the
el
metrology
Organismo de
one,
Investigación de Asistencia
the
Tecnológica y el último
research and
incorporado es el de
technology
Seguridad
assistance,
Eléctrica.
and the last one,
¿Por qué
we
aclaro esto?
incorporated the
Porque a
one for
diferencia de otros
electrical security
países,
safety. Why
el
do I clarify
INTN
that? Because differently to
en
other
Paraguay
countries,
es
the
la única
INTN in
institución
Paraguay is
que
the
nuclea
only
tanto la
institution
elaboración de normas
that works
como
in
la
developing the
certificación y los
standards
laboratorios
as
en
well
un solo
as
lugar
works in
y
the
en una sola institución.
certification and the laboratories, and
Es
everything is
decir,
in one
que
institution
otros
and just
países,
one
como por
institution.
ejemplo
In
nuestros
other
países vecinos,
countries, like
como
for
el
example,
Uruguay,
our neighboring
tiene,
countries
por
like
ejemplo,
Uruguay,
la UNIT, que es
has
el encargado de
UNIP,
elaborar las normas en un
who is
lugar,
in charge of the standards, and
diferente
that's in one location,
de su laboratorio, que es el
separately
LATUS, que está
to
en
the
otro lugar.
laboratory, which is ADUP,
Bueno, y
and that's
nosotros,
located in a different area.
dentro de la misma
And
institución,
us, within the
tiene
institution,
300 funcionarios
we
que
have
hacemos
300
toda la parte ya en
officials
conjunto
that
con
work
las áreas
on
misionales, los
all
técnicos,
the things together
la
with the
parte
national
administrativa,
areas, the
todos
technicians, the
los
administrative
300
area.
hoy
And so
elaboramos
the
normas,
300
certificamos
officials
y
that are there
realizamos los ensayos.
work on developing standards,
Como les
certifications,
dije,
and
nosotros
reviewing the
tenemos
standards. And
servicios
so, as I said, we
y
have
en cuanto a los
services.
servicios, tenemos los
We
servicios
provide
que son
services, and the services
voluntarios
we
en el ámbito
provide, we
voluntario
have
y
those
también los servicios
that cover the
obligatorios.
voluntary realm,
No en
and we
todos los
have the other ones that
organismos
are in the
tenemos los obligatorios,
compulsory realm.
tenemos
We don't have
solamente
all the compulsory ones
el
in all
organismo de
the organizations.
certificación,
We only have the
que ellos
certification
tienen algunos
organization
servicios
that
que
is
están
compulsory,
obligados
and
por
they
ley,
have some
que
services
son, por
that by
ejemplo,
law
los
they
productos, o
have to
sea,
provide.
certifican
Like, for
productos
example,
obligados por la
we
ley, que son
certify the
cables,
products that are based
pilas,
on the law, like
tiene la
cables,
parte de
batteries.
hierba y algunos productos
We have
que,
some
bueno, están
spices,
obligados, pero
herbs,
no son
and
todos.
there are other products that are
Tenemos también
also
en el área de seguridad
mandatory,
eléctrica
but not all of
y
them.
en el
We also
organismo
have them for
de
the
metrología,
electrical
que
safety
también
area
están
and for the metrology
algunos servicios
organization. The metrology
obligatorios por ley.
organization also has some
Los
other
demás servicios en el ámbito
mandatory
voluntario
services.
nosotros
The
competimos
other services in
tanto con
the
empresas
voluntary area,
privadas
we are
en esos
competing for those
servicios,
services to
ya sea
versus
en
private
los
companies
laboratorios
to
o en
provide
la
those services.
certificación.
We
No
do
hacen la
that in the
normalización
for the
porque somos
laboratories
uno
or the
con Paraguay,
certifications. We
que
shown that for standardization because we are the only ones in Paraguay who can develop the standards, but we always do that in the voluntary arena. And I'm going to explain why it is voluntary. So explaining that context, we're going to talk about the National Standards Authority or Organization. And it's important to know that as institution, we coordinate the standards, the development, the review, and the update of all of these standards. And so, based on that context, I also want to say that the National Standardization Organization has 5 areas, and one is the Codex area, then the National Standards area, the Regional Standardization area, the library, the Center for the Library, which we call the Technological Center, and the Training Department. So those are the 5 sections it has as part of the National Standardization Organization. So in the part of standardization, which is the national and international standardization, it covers both. We coordinate standards as in the voluntary environment. We also always need to remember that this is done by consensus, but those who really do the work are the members of the committee. So we just coordinate, and this is also different to other countries because in Paraguay, we do this as a in the volunteer arena, you know, and that everybody is a volunteer. The other countries, in order to be members of this, they pay and they become like paid members. But in the INTN, the membership is totally volunteer. You know, they both for participants as for those who are working on the standards. We develop standards voluntarily also. And I want to specify this because we have services that are mandatory by law, but in the standardization aspect, we are not the competent authority. We are just work in the administrative arena to be able to develop or enforce a resolution of a standard that was approved by consensus by assigned committee. So we are not the competent authority for that area, but there might be some standards that then become mandatory if the competent authority decides they need to be so. Always considering that the standard that or that was developed like that. That's why we find some standards that are mandatory in Paraguay and others that are just voluntary, because that's how the competent authority determined it. So they didn't develop a resolution to make it mandatory. So today we have more than 70 active committees in the Standardization National Organization. And how are these committees created? Well, we create the committees by the request of the standards that we receive. These requests can be received from any interested party in the country. And when we receive it, we do a feasibility study to see if this will be part of a committee, if it's an active committee, or do we need to create another committee? That's how we create the first committee. We have, for example, the first one was the sugar one, and now we have this number 70 that has to do with circular economy. In this feasibility study, we also assess if the request has any relationship with any of the other active committees. So they can come and be they can become like a subcommittee of those committees. So that's when we get the subcommittees. For example, in the construction committee, we have several subcommittees, like the one for bricks, for cement, for rails. I mean, all of those are part of the construction committee. In the accessibility committee, that's for disabilities, people with disabilities. Today we have 2 subcommittees. One is for physical means, which has to do with elevators, doors, all the means of access, you know, ramps. And the other one is for awareness of people with disabilities in the work area. And that's how we create each subcommittee as part of the general committees. We also have a multi-sectoral participation, which are the participation in Mercosur, COPAN. We actively participate there, and we adopt international standards also. You know, here we have another point that we need to mention, that differently to other countries, we do not adopt these standards by law, we don't do that because we don't have a lot of people in the area. So I was just saying that there's only 10 of us there, including the director, including the secretaries. And so at the end of the day, there's only 7 of us that are coordinating the documents or the standards. And so we cannot adopt, or we still don't have the capability to directly legally adopt the standards. So what we do is that we have to wait for a request so that we can adopt ISO standard or to do a review or to do other things. So that's where we adopt the ISO standards in those cases. And so we don't have the capability of just adopting it fully. We just have to wait for somebody to tell us. We have the opportunity. I mean, we don't participate in committees, but we are working so that we could participate from the committees that are especially for the ISO TC 2010, because that's a challenge. That's representing a huge challenge for us today. So now going into the memberships that we currently have at the INTN, we have the ISO membership, the IEC, the COPANT, and the AMN. Regarding the ISO and the IEC, we are not full members, so we're not voting members. This is because of budget issues, and we are doing everything possible so that we can add it as part of our budget. You know, right now our director is in Geneva and at the ISO offices to see what we can do so that we can be full members. In COPANT and AMN, we are full members. And also, when we talk about metrology, we are member states for weights and measures and in the international metrology system, but in the legal one, but not in the international metrology system, which we are only a member of. All of these memberships have to receive a payment, and that's where we have that obstacle, you know, that's why we cannot be full members with all of these members, with all of these agencies. But we are trying to work as hard as possible so that we can become full members in all of these areas. Now let's talk a little bit about, how can I go back? Yeah, no, there.
No sé cómo vuelve.
I need to go back. Somebody can help me?
Más para arriba. Un poco más. Ahí está. Gracias. Bueno.
Thank you.
Entonces, pasando
Great.
ya de
So,
las membresías,
going,
nos vamos
and I mean, talking now about another topic within the metrology aspect, as I said, that is not my organization, but I know about a little bit about it. And well, regarding medical devices, well, in this case, metrology with law 937 has a mandatory service to certify all medical devices. So this means that they need to certify all medical devices. Now, we do have a reality that they are just, they're starting this very slowly based on metrology, but today we have 3 that have been certified in the INTN and that use as a reference the international references of the OIML, the R76, R148, and R149. Which are these devices? Well, one of the medical devices are clinical thermometers. The INTN, or the metrology area, is standardizing the approval of the models and does the initial verification before the merchandising and the putting it out in the market. To issue this homologation certificate, the INTN carries out all the tests and, well, most of the tests. If they cannot do all the tests, they do use or they consider the homologation of model approval certificate of their peer laboratories as valid. For example, here, the one that comes from Mexico, from the Senar, or they also have the one from Inmetro or Latus. So all of those certified laboratories are recognized and validated by them, so they can do the necessary test to issue the model approval homologation certificate. And so since 2023 to 2026, we've registered more than 10 importers. We have more than 20 identified brands, and we've imported over 600,000 units. Regarding sphygmomanometers, well, here we have the approval of the model, and we have the registry of the manufacturers and the importers. In statistical data, we only have that for 2025 and 2026, and we have 17 registered importers, and over 58,000 units have been imported. And regarding scales, well, they're used in all health-related establishments. Well, we have the model approval homologation, and we have a registry of manufacturers and importers, and we have data from 2023 to 2026 with 3 importers identified and around 1,238 equipment or units imported. So what are the main challenges of why today we only have 3 medical devices that have this certificate issued? Well, that's because of the updating of the standards, because to date, we do not have an official standard that says that we have to adopt standard 13,000. No, the 13485. So we haven't adopted that, even though the competent authority that is DINAVISA uses it as ISO, we do not have that as an official document. So the update and the adoption of it is one of the main points that represent a challenge for us, as well as the strengthening of the laboratories, because there's many tests that cannot be done there, because today we do not have the capability of doing those tests because we don't have the necessary infrastructure in the laboratories. Institutional participation, we're already in we're talking to the NAVISA and working with them to see how we improve and how can we make some progress so that this can go faster and so that we can get more documents regarding, or more medical certificates and medical devices certificates. And the financial sustainability is one of the main challenges that we face. Now, based on international collaboration, what are we looking for as an institution? Well, we want to get a more specialized training for the technicians that are going to carry out the tests. We know that all medical devices are very complex, and even if we know that, we need to have a different type of specialization for all the technicians so that they can carry out those tests. You know, they're all very specialized. We need to have these exchanges between experts and experiences like this event, because that helps us, that helps our agency to grow. We also need strengthening the infrastructure and laboratories, and we need to develop a national quality program for medical devices in Paraguay. That's what we're trying to achieve, and hopefully we can get to that point very quickly, and we can develop this program very quickly. And for that, we have developed this roadmap where we have to identify the main actors. We need to set the committee to develop that program, and then we have to establish priorities to find out which medical devices are a priority or are critical, so that we could be the first ones that those could be the first ones to be certified, you know, and also to do the surveillance so that the overview, so that we are not duplicating functions, and so that we can just strengthen this throughout with all the institutions that are involved with the surveillance, and we could do that at the country level. Now, the impact is, well, we have greater safety for medical devices, so that's what we expect. We expect to reduce risks in the measurements, get a much trustworthiness in health services, and obviously to optimize all the resources in the public arena, because that's the most critical arena in that we face in the public institutions. And as a final reflection, well, I could say, as a final idea, we could say that the strengthening of the national quality infrastructure is the key to guarantee that we have safe and efficient medical devices for the population. And well, that's my contact. And I'm here to answer any questions. We are a small institution, as I told you, but we want to improve and continue helping the country. So we are here to assist you in whatever is necessary. Thank you very much. Thank you, Carolina. I think that to save some time, let's go directly to Luis Ivan's presentation, and then we can open the floor for Q&A. Thank you.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Muy buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everybody. Luis Ivan Hernandez. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. We are working with ANSE. ANSE is one of the private organizations that we have in Mexico for standards, and we focus on developing standards or Mexican norms, which are 100% voluntary, although we are going to see during this presentation that some of them become mandatory because of what we have with the quality infrastructure law and with the previous law that we had. So this conversation is focused on our activities as the National Standardization Organization.
Creo que no está avanzando.
Having some issues, I'm sorry. Just 1 second, please.
No, ¿verdad? Ahí está. Bien, en México, para tener poder llevar a cabo actividades de
normalización, to be able to carry out standardization activities in Mexico, the first requirement is to have a committee that includes all the stakeholders that are going to talk about the topics where we're going to develop the standards. In the case of CONANSE, for the last 32 years, we've dedicated to the electrical, the household appliances areas, the electronic installations, and for medical devices, we are focused on electromedical equipment. So we participate in technical committee 62, I'm sorry, of IEC, and that of assisted living committee that has some of these devices related to the medical sector. We also participate in technical committee 2010 that also related to this topic. So it's important to mention it, that we're 100% focused on the electrical, electronic, and the electronic part. There are other standardization organizations that develop other types of standards, like, for example, clothing, steel, etc. So this conversation will only be for the electrical and electronic part for electronic medical devices. As a whole, we have, throughout the 32 years, we've developed 1,000 Mexican standards. Many are focused on electrical products and some medical electrical devices also. There are other topics that have to do with electrotechnique, technical aspects, technical electronic safety, and medical devices that have to do with electromagnetic compatibility. And we have developed those standards nationwide. And so, as I said, I think I went too far. Let me go back. Just 1 second, please. As I was saying, one of the main requirements that we have is to have a committee including all the relevant stakeholders for that topic. And I think that that's one of the main values that we have in CONANSE. The committee that we have there is integrated by different sectors in the public and private sectors. And so all the documents that we developed are 100% based on consensus of all of these stakeholders. So in a moment, we're going to see how we've had success cases where our documents are then turned into a document of reference for the technical standards, for the Mexican technical standards that are the norms. And that is why our documents are very, very important. And this is because of the participation of all the stakeholders that you can see here on the slide. We have people from the government, like the Standardization General Directorate, we have CONUE, we have FIDE, and we have other institutions in the public space, in the private space, We obviously have the electrotechnical sector chambers, most important. We have the GANAME, which is the Electronic Manufacturers Chamber, GANETI, which works with information technologies, as well as us. We have ANFAD, we have academia, we have people from the National University of Mexico and the Polytechnical Institute here in Mexico, the IPN. And so that's why we can develop this type of standards. As I mentioned a moment ago, we've been developing these type of documents nationwide for the last 32 years.
This is the work we do through our regularization process, in which we have 500 experts, all of them coming from the institutions I mentioned in the previous slide. What is it that our experts do in the technical committees? Well, they develop the standards, the ANSI standards used to, because now we'll see that there's a transition to a new law. Well, it's not so new, it's been around for 5 years, but we still call it the new law. Anyway, the work is all about the development of the regulation and in the future development of future standards. And all of this is based on our international and regional participation. We participate in the ISA technical committees are relevant for us, the ISO, IEC, and ISO. And technically speaking, we participate with COPAN. We are the IEC focal group where we work with the transition of all of the technology transfers of the subjects that happen internationally with those countries that perhaps do not have the ability to participate everywhere they would like to. At CANENA, we are working together with the US and Canada, developing international standards. In this case, you can see UL and TCA from Canada and the US, and well, CONA as the represented from Mexico, the international standards. We do the harmonization for electrical products in our regions. The actors that we have in the workforces, sometimes they also come up with proposals that we take with the authorities for the development of regulations. And that is important to say because all of the work that is done as a voluntary way, at the end of the day, they can be transformed mandatory if part of the proposals that we give the authorities are transformed into regulation. We have an example of a proposal that we developed, the FATANSE for a Mexican NOM that was approved by the government, and it was enacted, and it has to do with many ANSE regulations. Internationally speaking, as I mentioned, if we speak about standards, the first thing that comes to mind according to the law is to look into what's happening in the international arena. Is there a document that meets the standards that we have for our own purposes? We consider them, and that is why we participate with the EIC. We participate in 30 committees and many subcommittees and systems committees. With ISO, we are not so much involved there because ISO subjects are very unlike the Electrotechnical Commission, but we do participate with 10 and some other committees and subcommittees of ISO. And why is it important? It is for us to start adopting best practices from other countries. We know that international standards do not have necessarily an international consensus, but the practices at national level as part of that. So it's important for us to know what the requirement says internationally so that when it is adopted for a country, we know how to apply that concept and we don't change it or change the criteria. So that is the importance of participating, not only to wait for a document to be developed with international standards, but also to facilitate the adoption nationally with whatever deviation that is required in our case. This is a concept that we have developed for many years with the authorities, in which basically what we try to convey is that what should be included in a technical regulation or an official NOM, for instance, for the electrotechnical environment, and perhaps we can all understand this electric shock. What we want from a device that we don't get electrocuted, right? That is
y
a
eso es lo que debe de
requirement,
ir en
and
una
this is
regulación.
what should be
Que
included
eso
in a
es obviamente
regulation.
una de las
And
preocupaciones
obviously,
que
that
tiene el
is one of the
gobierno.
concerns
Si
that
a
the
mí me
government
interesa
has.
que los
If I'm
usuarios de los
interested in
productos que
having
tenemos en
users of our
México
products that we have in
tengan un
Mexico,
producto seguro,
to
pues lo
have a
primero que
safe
debo
product, the
protegerlos
first
es, por
need I need
ejemplo,
to
de un
do
choque
is to
eléctrico.
protect them
Entonces,
from
ese
electric shock.
requisito es lo que
That
seguramente debe de
requirement
ir
is
en una
what has
regulación.
to be
El
included in a
cómo vamos a
regulation.
cumplir con el
That how
requisito
we
se lo
meet the
podemos dejar
requirement is
a la
something
norma
that
mexicana
we
o
can
al
leave it for the
estándar
Mexican
correspondiente. ¿Por
standard
qué?
or the
Porque aquí
corresponding
es
standard.
importante tener
Why? Because it is
presente que
important to
en el
consider
tema
that
eléctrico y también
regarding
en el tema de
electrotechnical
dispositivos
matters
médicos de
or
uso
medical
olímpico,
devices
pues el
that are
avance
electrical,
tecnológico es
technological
bastante
breakthroughs are
significativo.
quite
Si nosotros
significant.
tenemos
And if
regulaciones
we have
ya de bastantes
regulations
años atrás,
that are pretty
seguramente las
old,
nuevas tecnologías
the
para los
new
productos eléctricos o
technologies for
dispositivos médicos
electrical
pues
devices
ya no van a estar
won't be
consideradas en esas
perhaps
regulaciones
considered in
técnicas.
that
Entonces, aquí
technical
es importante
regulation.
confiar
So
en
it
el
is
trabajo
important
que
to
se hace
trust the
en el
work that
tema
is done
voluntario, en el tema de las normas
in the
técnicas o
voluntary
de los
development of
estándares para que en un
standards,
momento dado en las
so
regulaciones
that
se pueda
in
hacer
the
referencia a ese
regulations
tipo
we
de
can make
trabajos para
reference
que
to that type of work,
pues estos trabajos
and so
sí
that
se
the
van a estar
work
actualizando de
is
manera constante conforme
updated
se van
constantly
actualizando las
according
normas
to the
internacionales.
updating of
Entonces, no
international
incluye en la
standards.
presentación, pero
So in the presentation, I didn't
es un
include
ejemplo
this,
que
but
nosotros trabajamos
this
en
is
su
an
caso con el
example
gobierno, con la
with
Secretaría de
Tsukasa and the
Economía,
government of the
para la
Ministry of
NOM
Economics
003
for
que
NOM
teníamos en
003, the one that
1993.
we had in
La NOM
1993.
003 que teníamos en
This
ese entonces
standard
cubría algunos riesgos,
covered
pero no los
some
más
risks, but
significativos para
not the
los
most
productos
significant
eléctricos.
ones for
Entonces,
electrical
cuando empezamos
devices.
a adoptar
So
las
when we
normas
started
internacionales
adopting
y
international
empezamos a incluir
standards
esas
and we
normas
started to include
internacionales
those
a través de las
criteria
adopciones
through
nacionales
the
en las
adoption of
regulaciones técnicas,
our
pues
own technical
automáticamente el número
regulations,
de riesgos que
automatically the
estaban
number of
cubiertos por las
risks that were
regulaciones
covered
técnicas
by
era
technical
sumamente más
regulations
alto que lo que
was
seguramente
higher
actualmente.
than what
Y
we used
obviamente
to
en la
have.
medida que se
And
van
obviously, to the
actualizando esas
extent
normas
in which
mexicanas o
those
esos
Mexican
estándares, pues se
regulations
van
are
incurriendo los nuevos requisitos
updated,
que
new
seguramente van a
requirements are covered,
establecer los
things
nuevos
that will be
dispositivos
established by the
eléctricos o
new electrical
dispositivos médicos.
devices or
Es
medical
importante
devices.
mencionarlo.
It is
Un
important
ejemplo
to
muy
say this.
palpable
An
es el tema de la
example
compatibilidad
is
electromagnética. Hace 40
electromagnetic
años, hace 50
compatibility.
años, no
40,
era
50 years
necesario
ago,
proteger los
we
productos
didn't
con este
have to
tipo de
protect
requisitos. Hoy en día es
products
un
with those
requisito
requirements, but
indispensable para
now
todos los
it is
productos
of
eléctricos.
the essence for
Si
electric
nosotros tenemos regulaciones
products. If we
añejas que
have
no
old
llevan este tipo de
regulations
requisitos,
that
pues
do not
vamos a
consider
tener
those
algunos
elements,
problemas con los
we will
productos que se
have
van a estar
trouble
comercializando.
with
Si las
things that are sold.
regulaciones únicamente
If the
establecen el qué y se
regulation
lo dejan a los
only
estándares
establishes the
el
what,
cómo,
but it leaves it up
seguramente
to the
nuestras
standard
regulaciones pues
to
van a
figure
estar
out
mucho
how,
más
our
actualizadas.
regulations
Parte
will
de
be
estos
much more
conceptos son
updated.
precisamente
Part
los
of
que
those
utilizamos y,
concepts
por ejemplo, hoy
are
en
the
día
ones that we use,
en
for instance, like
21 normas
nowadays
oficiales
in
mexicanas se hace
21 Mexican
referencia a
standards, we make
225
reference to
normas ANSE.
225
En
ANSI
compras de gobierno,
standards.
por
And
ejemplo,
for
en
the
la parte
governmental
eléctrica,
purchasing for
gran parte
electric
de las compras de
devices, most
gobierno
of
las
the
concentran en la
governmental
Comisión Federal de
purchasing are done by
Electricidad
the Federal
y
Electric
Pemex.
Commission
De
and
estos, por
PMEX.
ejemplo,
And
documentos que desarrollan
those documents
estas
are
instituciones,
developed by
la
those
CFE, que es la
institutions,
utility en México,
CFE, which is the utility of
de esos
Mexico.
121
Out of
documentos
the
que tienen,
121
hacen
documents that they have,
882 referencias a
882
normas
references
ANSE.
are made
En
to
el caso de
ANSI
Pemex, de
standards. In the
181
case of PEMEX,
documentos,
out of
están haciendo
181
referencia,
documents, they make reference
puedo,
to,
no alcanzo a ver aquí porque
I cannot
me
read
salió
my
ahí un
own
comentario, pero
comments because a comment popped up.
169 documentos.
169
Bueno,
documents.
entonces esto es parte precisamente
So
de
this
cómo
is
se puede ir confiando en
part
el
of how
desarrollo de
we can
estas
start
normas, en el
trusting the
desarrollo de estos
standards more
documentos,
in
en
how
el
the
primer caso
documents
para
are
las
developed. The first
regulaciones
case
y en el
for the
segundo caso para
regulation
las
and in the
compras de
second
gobierno.
one
Es
for
el ejemplo que
governmental
les
purchases.
mencionaba, el caso
This
de
is
la
the
NOM
example that I
003. Esta
mentioned,
es una
NOM
norma oficial
003. This
mexicana que
is a
hace
Mexican
referencia
standard that
a
makes
122
reference
normas
to
mexicanas. Es
122
importante
Mexican standards.
mencionar,
It is
hace
important
algunos
to say
años,
that
por
a few
ejemplo,
years
se quiso
ago, for
incluir en
instance,
esta NOM
we
003
wanted to
una
include in
sección
003 a
para
section
dispositivos
for
médicos de uso
medical
eléctrico.
devices of
En ese momento no
electrical
se,
usage.
hubo algunos
But back
sectores que
then,
no estuvieron del todo de
some
acuerdo con
sectors
esta
didn't
posibilidad.
agree with
Bueno,
this
no,
community,
no le vemos ningún problema. El tema es
that's fine.
manteniendo esa plática,
As long
manteniendo ese
as
diálogo
this
para en un
dialogue is
futuro tratar
open,
de
in the
que esto sí
future,
se
we could
pueda
try
llevar a
for
cabo.
that to be
¿Cuál es la
included.
ventaja que en un
What
momento
is
dado
the
se podría
advantage
tener?
that at
Pues
some
obviamente
point
que la
we
mayoría
could
de los
have? Well,
documentos que se
most
citen
of the
como referencia
documents
son
that are
normas
used as
internacionales,
references
obviamente
are
con la
international
respectiva
standards,
adopción
obviously
nacional,
with a
y pues la
corresponding
seguridad de que
national
cuando un
adoption.
producto
And
ya
we have
está
the
cumpliendo con
certainty
una
that when the
normativa
product is
internacional,
already in
pues en un
compliance
momento dado se pudiera
internationally,
facilitar
it is
su acceso
easier
al mercado
for
mexicano.
it to access
Obviamente
the Mexican market.
con una demostración,
Obviously,
pero aquí lo importante, si
through
tenemos una
certain
norma
demonstrations.
internacional,
For instance,
pues
if we
podemos
have international
utilizar
standard, we
diversos
can
elementos,
use
como puede ser
several elements
un
such as
acuerdo de reconocimiento mutuo, un arreglo de
mutual recognition
reconocimiento mutuo, para en un momento
agreement,
dado poder facilitar
so that at
el
some
acceso
point
a
we could
estos dispositivos.
facilitate accessing the devices.
Creo que no se está viendo las
There
diapositivas bien.
is
No
a
sé si sea
problem
tema
with my
del
presentation, and I do not
PDF.
know why.
Sí,
Is it
¿verdad?
my
Sí,
PDF?
porque ahorita ya me apareció esta diapositiva
Because
completamente negra.
everything is in black now.
Bueno, mira, en esta diapositiva, básicamente lo que
what I was trying to convey was that in 2020, a new law was enacted where we know the law for quality infrastructure. And this law transformed all of the activities that we carried out for regulation and conformity assessment that are regulated by this new law of quality for infrastructure. So what I had discussed in the previous class is what we had done based on the federal law for regulation that gave us the power as national entities to develop those activities. However, with the enactment of this law in 2020, different changes took place in the infrastructure law. One of the first changes is, for instance, now the Mexican standards are not going to be known as the Mexican standards, but rather they're going to be called the Mexican standards with the word standard, not norma. It is a small change considering to the previous law. A relevant change, though, for us would be that our activities are one that are carried out as national regulatory agency. Now we need to obtain a new registry on behalf of the authorities, and according to the registry, we'll be able to carry out activities such as a national standardization organization. The requirements are very similar to the ones we used to have when we were the national standardization entity. There are some adjustments, but anyway, we don't believe they are substantial that could truly prevent from any national body to become now a standardization organization. And about the differences of this new quality infrastructure law, it's the option not only to have national standardization organizations, but also to have the possibility of having subjects that are capable of standardizing. There are some small differences regarding a standardization organism and a person who can do standardization. Great part of the difference is the possibility of participating in international schemes. For the national standardization organizations, we requested to be co-authors of international standards, that we participate, that we meet the good behavior code for developing standards, and for subjects who are unable to standardize, they don't have those requirements. As a matter of fact, in this quality infrastructure law, it is said that the authorities, the regulating authorities, can also carry out standardization activities, even if it is foreseen that this is only going to be done when there is no standardization entity, or when the standardization body does not have the standard that could be of interest for regulatory authorities. It's important to say this because these concepts, they have already been presented, perhaps not so clearly stated in the previous law, but in the federal metrology and standardization law, something had been said that authorities could also carry out activities of standardization, and that colleges or chambers or some other associations could also carry out the work of standardization. However, this is something that never was consolidated in Mexico. A chance was given by the law, but when it came down to people caring about this, it was so expensive for the standardization to take place that many of the interested parties decided not to go through with that. It is important to say that the role of a standardization entity, for instance, we have a staff of 20 people solely devoted to electric matters, medical devices, and the work is, a great deal of the work is just attend meetings nationally and internationally, as well as regional meetings. That is to say, you require significant investment to be able to be updated in all of the recent developments internationally, as well as nationally. Therefore, that is why it is understood that this is not something that could easily be done or so profitable that it could even become a business. The truth is not. A great deal of the things that are the resources that we get, it is only for us to reinvest them in the new standardization matters. Nowadays, we have different subjects such as cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and some other elements which are requiring investment, not only for attending meetings, but also for the people to develop the body of knowledge. People who are in our standardization team are the people we want to be seen as experts nationally for each one of those subjects. That is the only way. Obviously, the authorities, the industry will trust in the development of those documents. I lost my presentation. Oh, it's there. Now it's there. Anyway, this is what the quality infrastructure law considers. The upper part is the concerns, social concerns, the concerns authorities have, health, security, environmental protection, etc. Below, you see what industries are concerned about: profitability, productivity, trade, anti-dumping in the case of Mexico. And in the left, you have everything has to do with productive chains. To the right, everything has to do with international system. And within everything that is established by the law of quality infrastructure, certification, conformity assessment, metrology, regulations, technical regulations, etc. Here are the changes. I've already described on big strokes the role that we now have to do as an entity, as regulators. It's important to say in this new law, there are 5 fragments, 4 technical standards or voluntary standards to be transformed into compulsory via through a reference in a technical regulation, or if an authority requests this for governmental purchases, or if an authority requests this for any other case that is also required. If a producer of any product assumes that they're in compliance with the standard, then it becomes mandatory, and at some point it has to be developed. In the quality infrastructure law, there's the self-declaration part, and this is meant for risk purposes. This is something that has to be clarified in the law because no more details are given about what is a low-risk voluntary work, what are the products that could be dealt with self-assessment, with the need of a third-party assessment. That is not something that is clear. This is something that obviously would have to be better developed in the law. As a matter of fact, we attended many meetings in the Ministry of Economics in which a draft was given for the regulations of quality infrastructure law. And you remember that was one of those things that were discussed with the people of the ministry, the secretariat. So a door is being opened for self-assessment, but then what we must follow international standards so that we can make it worthwhile, because instead of being a benefit, it could become a serious concern, and we do not want that to happen. So everything I've said is based on the activities that we perform, and it's all based on international participation. According to the law, the new Mexican committees will have to be created to look at international commitments. In the past, we used to have a CIMISO, and we used a SEM. CIMISO was for everything regarding ISO, and SEM for IEC. Now that's been superseded. Now we need to create new Mexican committees so as to look after those needs. This is part of the things that have not yet been consolidated for a lack of a regulation. Why? Because in the regulation, that's where you establish additional requirements for conformity for the committees. We're still working on that. And in this case, we're still working with what the old metrology law had established for participating in international committees. It is something that is now being able to happen because we're using the old law, but when the new committees are created, the requirements will change. Our interest is to keep on participating in all of the international schemes. Well, by law, who is the leader? The Ministry of Economics through the General Regular Standardization Standard. The director of this committee is the chair of all the committees, the IEC, the ISO committees, but in the technical perspective, for those of us who participate, are the people who work in the development of national regulations along with the industry. One of the challenges that we see for the transition that we are going from the old law to the new law, first of all, the publication of the bylaws. We believe this is going to be published soon in the next few months. Let's hope that is the case so that we can finish with the implementation of what the new quality law has established. And it is important to say that ever since this new law was enacted in 2020 until now, we have not been able to include new subjects for the development of technical documents. There are no Mexican regulations, there are no standards. So we had a gap. In Mexico, we had a gap regarding international sphere, but now during the last 5 years that we have not been able to include anything new in the agenda, you can imagine the size of the big gap that we now have. ISC, ISO, also have keep pushing forward. New international developments have happened, and we cannot keep up. We cannot analyze or publish many things in Mexico. On our side, we already have a transition program of what we used to have as Mexican NOMs. Now we're beginning to do a preliminary work. It is not official because we still don't have a registry, but at least we are prepping so that all of those documents that we create as Mexican standards are updated, technically speaking, based on international standards. And of the 1,000 Mexican standards we have, around 400 of them already have a preliminary document that could be a proposal of a standard for whenever the registry is granted. And then point 3, meeting in regional international obligations. A great deal of the participation that we've done in ISO, IES, IEC have been regarding the metrology standards of the past, but for the creation of new committees and new subjects, the response on behalf of the authorities of Spain, we're not going to start working with new subjects until the regulation is official. This is a big hinder for us to look after new subjects. So we continue doing the things that had been already established in the past, but new things are not included because, well, we can't. And so let us hope this situation is solved. And also, point 4, creating Mexican committees. This is mandated by law so that we can look after IEC and ISO matters. And 5, it is important to differentiate between the regulation and standard. As an example I gave you, regulation should be something very clear, something very, it's the what. The how is another type of document that can be updated constantly and doesn't require changing the regulation for it to work. The authorities will never stop protecting the users from electric shocks. That is the what. And that will remain forever. The how, well, this something that has to be open for the people who know about the developmental standards so that they can find the best way of meeting the what with hows are constantly changing, something that is established in the regulations. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Luis. And with the last comment, I'm thinking how NOM 241 could be a simpler standard if we could reflect international standards in a clear way. Anyway, we have time for a few questions before we go to the next session. Please go ahead.
Carmina Arevalo, Abbott.
Carmina Arevalo from Abbott. Good afternoon. Is there an initiative from the authorities that you are aware of to incorporate reliance and recognition for certifications granted in countries like the US, Brazil, so that in the case of medical devices, those could be considered in Mexico without having to repeat homologation or test, considering that those devices already have an IEC validation. Now, local processes require samples, and this requires extended times for substantion, or they could become not feasible because of the nature of certain medical procedures. So are you considering about a mechanism to mitigate those problems? Thank you.
Mira, han habido diversos esfuerzos, como lo
comentabas unos minutos, efforts, as I said before, to incorporate medical devices, electric devices in the Mexican official standards. And when that proposal came up, the idea was to make reference to international references. So I think that that was a good first step so that at some point we could reach what you want to have. Why? Because if you have an international standard as part of your regulation through a national standard, then you can establish what we call a mutual recognition agreement. So if those products have been tested elsewhere, they could have quicker access to Mexico. There are different schemes. IEC has a scheme of IECAA, where the idea is precisely to do that. If you already have an international standard, it's been adopted nationally, let's see how to use the proofs of origin so that the destination country can accept them with the additional requirements. Now, obviously, there are different elements there to look after. For instance, if the country of destination has certain deviations from the international standard, well, they have to be solved. But obviously, in most of the times, it's quite minimum. The most important thing is for the international standard to be complied with. That is something that is still pending. I know that COFEPRIS as of lately has been publishing different documents. One of them was published a few days ago. So anyway, I believe that there are different opportunities through which we could come up with a scheme. In our case, the recommendation would be to try to include this in some standard, official Mexican standard, so that we could facilitate access to the mutual recognition agreements as with other partners that we have internationally. Thank you. Before, let me meddle in this conversation. USMCA has a chapter, we have already discussed it, in which there's the notion of regulatory cooperation and where the principle of having countries looking for trying to reach those sort of agreements established, equivalences, mutual recognition, etc. Sandra and I usually have this conversation, very current conversation about the concept of reliance and equivalences and the concept of recognition, because well, they imply or mean different things. Anyway, what you're saying is possible based on the provisions of the agreements, both for the protection of health aspect, that is COFEPRIS's role, as well as electric security and safety, which is the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Economics. But the mechanisms exist. It's just a matter of activating them and seeing how to apply them. Yes, please go ahead. Are you talking to me? Yeah? Okay. I have a question to give follow-up to what Carmina has said. In Mexico, all of the companies that are well established, they have to meet the COFEPRIS's sanitary registry. And in order for you to get it, you need to have gone through the Mexico official standard if they're produced here. And if they come from abroad, the MDSAP or ISO 13485 or whatever the authority COFEPRIS requests. We have found efforts to create MX standards for systems or for products where practically COFEPRIS is not regulating anymore. Electric components is a true headache. For the last 6 years, we've been requesting, we need to solve this because medical devices, at least in Latin America, they are not high consumption like a TV. So it is impossible because of the cost and the supply to be able to have a double certification for a medical device that has an electronic component, because COFEPRIS has already authorized the trade of that in Mexico. So US ANSE, have you assessed this problem that we face? Are you concerned as we are? Do you think that there should be a double certification? What is your take on this?
No, yo creo que poner una doble, triple, cuarta certificación lo que va a hacer es que menos confíen en nosotros, ¿no?
Certification is only to reduce confidence, because what is the point of having regulations if at the end of the day I'm going to take a product to another country and they are going to ask for another certificate, another label or whatever. So I believe that joint efforts are needed with other countries so that if they're interested in the sale of those products, how could we handle a document that is developed in another country or here that becomes a mutual solution so that this could be used as the foundations for having a more broad acceptance. Are different cases. It is difficult to generalize, but we could do a specific analysis of what are the things that could perhaps have this possibility so as to expedite. As a matter of fact, not only speaking about electric parking devices, in many other things regarding of the collaboration that we have with many countries of the region, the truth is that they look at our documents, they visit us from other countries, we show them the tests that we run in Mexico, and if they believe that those tests are acceptable for their country, then actually the certificates could be acknowledged if you're granted in Mexico. Those are alternatives, there's no cookie cutter solution. We would have to analyze on a case-by-case basis and then be able to provide a solution that better suits each case. One last question, and with this we conclude. Hello, Claudia Navarro from Boston Scientific. It seems to me, and I'm speaking on behalf perhaps of Mayority here, because we all have devices that have components or electric and electronic. When this standard was created, 2019, there was a confusion, and the devices that are high medical specialty were included for consumption situations that had nothing to do with them or matter, because as I said, COFEPRIS, who is a sanitary authority, have already authorized us. And by authorizing us, they reviewed many reports of electrical safety that are accepted internationally.
Well, Mexico is the only country that is asking for additional certification, and it's a certification that requires destructive testing, and we're talking about products that could cost up to $500,000. So what we're saying when we do that is that we are really denying access of this equipment to the Mexican population, because there was an issue in the description, and so all companies have suffered that for years. And as Anna's saying, we've tried to open the discussion so that we can change that regulation, because it's just one line in the standard and we haven't had that space. So we really ask you to help us, because there's a lot of the equipment that's not being able to get to the country because of that, because we don't want to pay for destructive testing, which is not necessary either, because they've already reviewed that electrical safety reports, and they are accepted globally, except in Mexico. Are you talking, you're talking about the Standard 19, the Economy Standard 19? Yes. If we analyze that, I think that we can find other cases in Mexico where, for whatever reason, there's a standard or there's a disposition that applies to the same product, or a provision that applies to the same product. When we worked with the 019, we didn't agree. We didn't want to include medical devices there, because it's a technology that's completely different to what has been considered in the 019. 019 is a completely different use than that of medical devices. Now, our position is that if you're going to include it, really establish requirements that are specific for the product and not include something specific within something generic. As I know, 019 is still under review. So I think it's a good moment to request for the necessary clarification so that we can eliminate something that is not providing anything to this type of product. Additionally to what Lucian is saying, and just saying something, the current law of quality infrastructure and the previous one have this idea that the standardization authorities have to agree so that they have only one regulation per product or service. They did that for refrigerators, for example, at some point, where the regulation of refrigerators, had the chlorofluorocarbons area, the electrical area, and the energy efficiency area. So there's a joint aspect between Sener, Semanari, and the Economy Ministry, that if you comply with the whole spectrum of all the requirements that are applicable to that specific product. And maybe for another moment or for another reflection, we are faced with a moment where maybe a joint standard for medical devices is required to clarify who needs to do what. And I mean, just have one standard, but that's for the future. But well, yeah, thank you. We want to thank our speakers a lot. Carolina, thank you very much for your presentation. And Luis Ivan, also thank you. And with that, then we are wrapping this panel up. And let's give a big round of applause to our two presenters. Thank you.
Hello. I'd like to invite our next speakers, Terry Woods and Eric Frank. They are both virtual and we will talk about the role of voluntary consensus standards in regulatory frameworks and standards and conformity assessment. Terry Wood is director, the Division of Standards and Conformity Assessment, and Eric Frank also works with the Division of Standards and Conformity Assessment. Thank you so much for your participation. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Let's see if I can share my screen. There we go. Can you see that?
It's on a vertical, I think, Terry.
Yes, it is.
Yes, we can see.
Okay, is it okay? All right, well, thank you. I'm happy to be here today. Eric and I realize that we're standing between you and the World Cup, so we're going to compress our presentations and do a joint question and answer session at the end. So I'm going to give you a little bit of an introduction of our Division of Standards and Conformity Assessment, talk about putting standards to work for regulatory purposes, and talk about our recognition program. And then Eric is going to talk about our accreditation scheme for conformity assessment. To give you a little bit of a background on CDRH, the center has about 2,000 staff that review upwards of 22,000 submissions every year from some 18,000 device manufacturers that are designed and manufactured in 25,000 facilities around the world, and we get, almost 1.5 million adverse event reports every year. To move a little bit to talking about our division, the Division of Standards and Conformity Assessment, we have 18 staff that have a combined experience in the standards world of more than 300 years. And we manage all things standards in CDRH, including about 400 CDRH staff that are involved in standards development work in 6 committees and maybe 600 committees and about 3 standards development organizations. We publish 2 lists of recognized standards every year that I'll go into more later. And there's an average of 7 standards cited in an average 510K submission that we get. So standards, again, are very important in the regulatory submissions that we see. We like to think of this standards, life cycle of standards as the focus of what we do. Our mission is to drive the development, the recognition, and appropriate use of regulatory ready standards for medical devices throughout their life cycles using this standards life cycle. We begin with standards development. Again, our division, DISCA, works with our 400 experts to make sure that the standards that we work on reflect our regulatory needs. A lot of these FDA experts also serve on what we call specialty task groups, which align with horizontal areas like sterilization or biocompatibility, and vertical device-specific areas like cardiovascular or orthopedics or in vitro diagnostics. These STGs are advisory groups that share their cross-center expertise and assist us in making standards recognition and related policy decisions. For instance, they might recommend new areas for participating in standards development. If we go on to the next element in our standards lifecycle, that's conformity assessment. Again, once the standards are formally recognized, our job is to put those standards to work on behalf of conformity assessment. If you have a standard that has clear test methods and acceptance criteria, that makes it more straightforward for both manufacturers and regulators. And I will talk a little bit about our recognition program and how you can use a recognized standard to support a declaration of conformity. And again, Eric's going to talk a lot more about conformity assessment in his program or in his presentation. And then going around the circle to the last piece of the standards life cycle, we look at how standards are used to help us evaluate whether revisions are needed to improve the standards and to keep up with post-market data. And so then that effectiveness information feeds back into the standards development process. So going on a little bit to the goals of our program, again, our goals are to optimize standards for regulatory use. We work to increase the appropriate use of FDA recognized standards, again, across that total product life cycle. We are trying to enhance conformity assessment and device review, support international harmonization through working with standards, and practice leadership to demonstrate the promise of standards in policymaking and regulatory science and device review priorities, and improve the cross-cutting DISCA programs. One area that we are really focusing on now in particular is optimizing standards for regulatory use. It's an initiative that we're bringing to the different standards development organization and technical committees we work in to try to make standards more regulatory ready. This work is based on the International Medical Device Regulators Forum's guidance on optimizing standards for regulatory use that they published in 2018. That outlines in general things that we can all do to make standards more useful for regulatory purposes. At the end of 2025, we had 2 publications, an ASTM standard, F3766, which is a guide for content and format of test report summaries for medical and surgical materials and devices that can be used by standards developers in multiple standards development organizations. Again, it's talking about the content and the format of test report summaries to make them more useful to regulators, and that can be used regardless of the particular SDO you're working with. Also, Amy has published a white paper on regulatory ready standards at the end of 2025 that has a broader look at, again, specific things that standards drafters can do to make them more useful for regulatory purposes. And Amy is working on another white paper about bridging the conformity assessment gap through enhanced collaboration. So moving forwards to what specifically can we do to put standards to work? Just as a reminder, in the US, the options to market regulatory devices are 510Ks, de novos, and PMAs. And each of those types of device applications require some kind of performance testing, and recognized consensus standards are often used to address the performance testing that people do in regulatory submissions. So why is it that consensus standards are useful in regulatory frameworks? Standards are developed by people from all areas of expertise around the world to develop the best approach to the subject at hand. So in the standards world, you end up with, you're able to leverage everybody's input to come up with the best document and the best approach. Another benefit that standards have is they require a lot less time than legal or rulemaking approaches. Standards, standards can feel like they're slow to develop, and yet they're a lot faster than going through rulemaking. Also, if regulators like the FDA are at the table when standards are being written, then we can help to make sure that regulatory needs are addressed during the drafting of the standards. For instance, by trying to make test methods more clear and include acceptance criteria, and the benefit of doing it in the standards community rather than in the legislative world is that you can have regulators from around the world at the table And so we can all work together with the other stakeholders, with industry, with the clinical community, again, to come up with something that is acceptable to all of us. Consensus standards lead to more efficient review process within FDA. And again, we think that the appropriate use of consensus standards encourages innovation and competition among product developers, while at the same time reducing the regulatory burden by harmonizing expectations across multiple regulatory jurisdictions, especially when you've got multiple regulators in the room during the development process. So going on to talk a little bit about our standards recognition program. Recognition is our formal identification of the standard to which it's appropriate for a manufacturer to declare conformance in order to satisfy part of a pre-market review requirement. Recognizing a standards tells product developers that we consider that standard to be appropriate for its use. If a manufacturer decides to conform to one or more recognized standards to meet a pre-market review requirement, then they submit a declaration of conformity in their submission, which generally also reduces the amount of supporting documentation that'll be required. And so this streamlines the conformity assessment elements of the device review, makes the review easier for the regulatory reviewers and hopefully easier for the manufacturers to put the submission together. And the way the recognition process works, we can recognize all, part, or none of a particular standard. And we publish that decision rationale in our recognized consensus standards database that's available on the web for anyone to look at. We also may withdraw recognized standards as appropriate. Generally, that's because there's a new version that's been published, and so we update our recognition to use the most current version of the standard. Let's see, and to show you our recognized consensus standards database, again, this is an external website, and you can go to it and search by SDO, the designation number, keywords, whether it's included in our ASCA program. We currently have about 1,700 recognized consensus standards in the database that you can search. And a major part of that database, once you select a particular standard, is something that we call the supplementary information sheet, or SIS. So when you click the name of the standard, it will link you to the SIS for that standard, which includes a lot of information about using that standard. Here is an example of an SIS sheet. This one is for ASTM F2052, which is a test method for measuring magnetically induced displacement force. That's very important for implants. If you notice, again, the SIS sheets all have the same format. It includes the extent of recognition, a note about the rationale for why we recognize that standard, and maybe one of the most important parts is the third red box that's down, the other relevant documents that include guidance documents that are related to this standard, and potentially other documents like technical information reports that are relevant to the devices that are covered in the particular standard. And it also includes a contact person on the SIS. So if you have questions, it lets you know who you can go to. So even though citing recognized standards is voluntary, we really encourage manufacturers to use them in their submissions. When a manufacturer uses an FDA recognized standard in a declaration of conformity, often you need to include less information in your submission and less documentation. And so at its core, a declaration of conformity to an FDA consensus recognized consensus standard, it's a communication to us that makes it easier for us to understand what the manufacturer use that standard for in support of their device application, which means less burden on the manufacturers and less burden on the FDA. Again, using standards is voluntary in pre-market submissions. With a declaration in conformity, you can use only recognized standards, or you can also use the path that we call general use, which is for any standard recognized or not. It's just if you do general use, you're going to need to submit a complete test report, so you'll probably have to submit additional information. And general use can apply to any of the 1,700 recognized standards or any other standard that we don't recognize. So moving on to a declaration of conformity. A declaration of conformity is an attestation that the device conforms with the cited FDA recognized standard, that you have met all of the mandatory requirements and have conducted all of the testing that's listed in that standard. If a manufacturer declares conformity to a recognized standard, then the declaration of conformity and any associated supporting documentation accompanies the submission. And so, again, we really encourage declarations of conformity because they generally reduce the amount of documentation that needs to be included and reviewed in a submission. And this declaration of conformity is an image from our eStar electronic submission form for device submissions. Again, the supporting documentation is really the most important part of a declaration of conformity. It's information that supports that declaration, and it's needed when the standard doesn't have test methods, well-defined test methods, or doesn't have acceptance criteria, or if the standards allows choices, like you can pick a variety of different methods, or you can pick different acceptance criteria. You need to include that additional information to let us know how you've used that standard and why, what the results are and what your acceptance criteria are. So the ultimate goal is a standard that clearly outlines expectations for manufacturers and regulators, because the better defined the standard is, the less supporting documentation you have to give us along with the declaration of conformity. The other way you can use standards in submissions is what we call general use. And again, general use is for standards that we don't recognize, or a recognized standard that for whatever reason you've decided not to submit a declaration of conformity. Again, we don't recommend that you do that. Or if you have a recognized standard where changes have been made to the methodology, maybe your test sample needs to be a different size than the size that was specified in the particular test method, or you've had to make some other change to make that test method work for your particular sample. In that case, you would need to use general use. And for general use, you need to give us the complete test report so that we can review that and assess the results of that general use. So I guess to summarize, using standards in regulatory submissions, a declaration of conformity is used when you have a recognized standard with associated supporting documentation. With general use, you always need to send us a complete test report. General use is for a recognized standard with or without modifications, or it's for a non-recognized standard. So again, to summarize, as we think about how to put standards to work for supporting regulatory submissions, the ultimate goal is we're trying to reduce burden in getting safe and effective devices to patients. Standards are so valuable because they leverage the expertise of the entire medical device community, They support global harmonization as we're able to work together with different regulators and with stakeholders from around the world in the development of the standards. We strongly encourage the use of standards in submissions, and formal recognition programs like ours are one way that regulators can put standards to work. And with that, I'm going to hand it off to Eric, who is going to share more information about conformity assessment and our ASCA program, the accreditation scheme for conformity assessment. So,
Thanks, Terry. Mind ending your share?
Okay.
Let me see if I can. Can we see my slides?
Got it. Yep.
Oh, exciting. Okay. Hi, everybody. Happy to be here. Thanks for having me. I promise not to take up too much of your time. So I'm going to cover conformity assessment. How do we build regulators' confidence in device safety and performance? And as Terry mentioned, I'm the director of the Conformity Assessment Program, and I operate the ASCA program, which is a scheme that we developed to help drive confidence and streamline our pre-market reviews. So I'll do a real quick overview of what conformity assessment is for those of you who may or may not know. Talk about how the U.S. government, give some examples of how it's been used across government, and then talk about the particular scheme that we operate, something we developed to try and make it work for us. And then hopefully we'll have a little bit of time for Q&A for Terry and myself. So what's conformity assessment? Demonstration that specified requirements have been fulfilled for a thing, let's call it, the object of conformity. So conceptual view, you've got your requirement, how should a thing perform? You've got determination, which is how do you know it performs and meets the requirement? You've got attestations, which are, who says that that performance has been determined to have met that requirement? And then you have surveillance activities, which is how are you sure that this will be true? And these are all kind of the different activities that can occur throughout conformity assessment with the CASCO toolbox. So taking a look at, how your confidence goes up or where it is, depending on the conformity assessment activities that are deployed by, what's called scheme owners. You can start at the very lowest, which is a supplier's declaration of conformity. That's a first party attestation. My product totally meets those requirements, and that might be enough for depending on the risk level of whatever devices we're talking about, or products or objects of conformity. But for some devices, medical devices, sometimes you want a little more. You want something. You want a little more confidence that when a device has been tested, or when you get an attestation that a device has been tested, that you can hang your hat on different conformity assessment activities that kind of increase the confidence. So you could have accreditation requirements, management system certification requirements. You can have third-party certification requirements, put a stamp on it that's been assessed or tested, or attesting that a third party, an independent party, has said that this product meets those requirements. That increases your confidence that that product is doing what it says it does and not anything else. Thought I removed this slide. There are systems, there are schemes. Systems are rules and procedures for the management of schemes. Schemes are rules and procedures for operating different conformity assessment activities to evaluate objects of conformity assessment. So that can be medical devices, that could be all kinds of things. So how has the U.S. government deployed a variety of, rogue scroll, the variety of conformity assessment activities. It's just a quick snapshot, definitely not comprehensive, but just an idea of all the agencies in the US who have kind of deployed various conformity assessment activities to increase our confidence in the output of those activities. So you have FCC's equipment authorization process. It's got a lot of conformity assessment principles. It employs a supplier's declaration of conformity, certification. It implements mutual recognition agreements with other countries like Mexico. FCC also has recently proposed, finalized, but is still kind of working through the certification rules and procedures for the cyber trust mark to kind of gain more cybersecurity assurances for a variety of products, that they meet a level of cybersecurity that you can trust. EPA. The EPA operated Water Sense program, of course, and Energy Star, which is joint operated with the Department of Energy, are certification programs. There's a respirator approval program at the CDC, that's the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, NIOSH. They require NIOSH in-house testing of respirators for applicants of the program for them to be available and certified. For children's products, federal law requires that all children's products be tested by a third-party CPSC accepted laboratory. And the last example I have on here is occupational safety and health administration. That's OSHA. Operates a NERDL program, that's a nationally recognized testing laboratory program, where they will accredit third-party independent testing laboratories to operate in their scheme. So the U.S. government has deployed conformity assessment activities in a variety of ways and in several agencies. And that's to increase trust and confidence in a variety of products and services for objects of conformity. So before I jump into my scheme, just a real quick, very brief and high-level overview of how we treat pre-market in terms of marketing medical devices. So these are a few different submission pathways. There's 510Ks. Those are generally your lower risk devices. It's kind of the Me Too submission pathway where that product's already on the market and we're basically the same. So we're substantially equivalent, and that's a pre-market pathway that can be leveraged. De novo is similar risk levels, but usually novel intended uses or novel enough devices to warrant a new regulation, a new product code, a new intended use bucket for people to leverage 510Ks for in the future. And that statutory threshold is a reasonable assurance of safety and effectiveness through special controls. And then the last is PMA. That's our highest risk category for devices coming to market. They'll go through a PMA where the statutory threshold is reasonable assurance for safety and effectiveness. So now that I covered that, what's CDRHs? So that's the Center for Devices and Radiological Health, hard to say with an apostrophe S, landscape. Let's call it before our scheme was implemented. So as Terry kind of covered, medical devices use standards. They can use them to support regulatory requirements. They can do the testing themselves. They can do testing, generate that data, provide it in their pre-market submission, give it to FDA and say, hey, here's everything you need to demonstrate substantial equivalence or reasonable assurance of safety and effectiveness. But often manufacturers will work with independent third-party testing laboratories to determine and to test device conformity to recognized standards. So on our end, CDRH, FDA, we strongly recommend that sponsors declare conformity to FDA recognized consensus standards. We do review pretty much everything that's sent in. Anytime someone sends in a pre-market submission, we're going to read almost all of it, if not every single page. So we'll review all those methods. We'll review all those results. We make the statutory determination whether the submission meets a statutory threshold. And once you've kind of hurdled over that last bar, you get onto access to the US market. And then for exempt devices, for those other pathways, occasionally there is a device classification that is 510K exempt, where you don't necessarily need a pre-market submission. A lot of that is effectively using the total product lifecycle method for post-market. You can have access to the market, but there will be an expectation if you have a quality management system inspection by FDA. We'll be looking at all the things we would look at in a pre-market submission often, which should be part of the quality system. So, okay, but that brings us to, we have done more. This question we asked ourselves probably in 2018, or Scott will hopefully tell you better. How can we drive more confidence and trust into what we review in pre-markets so that maybe we don't have to review it quite so much? So maybe we're willing to accept less if we have more confidence and trust in what we're seeing. So that's where the accreditation scheme for conformity assessment came into place. So this is a voluntary program that was developed to leverage existing international frameworks, the Casco toolbox for 17011, 17020 for effectively quality accreditation bodies and testing. The intent being to confidence in those laboratories. So if we grant documentation to a quality testing laboratory, that means we have confidence that they're doing it right. And not only are they doing it right, they're reporting it correctly and in a way that we're willing to accept a streamlined instead of the complete test report. So, I mean, the CB scheme was mentioned earlier. Another scheme kind of operates in a similar-ish way to how we operate our scheme. But we wouldn't need to review even the full CB scheme reports for medical electrical equipment testing like 60601-1. We would go from 200 pages down to 10. So it's just easier for staff to digest. It has everything we need in a shorter format, so it's easier for us to read and determine if we have to ask questions. Ideally, we shouldn't have, unless the results look a little bit. So how our scheme is built is we leverage accreditation bodies and testing laboratories. Those accreditation bodies will accredit testing laboratories to 17025. That's what they're used to. We also ask them to evaluate our additional requirements, the ASCA specifications, to ensure those testing laboratories know what they should be doing to operate in our scheme. Those labs can then apply to the program. We can grant ASCA accreditation to qualified applicants, and then a manufacturer can go find a lab that fits what they need to do. So they'll find an ASCA test lab, they'll develop a test plan with that lab, not just say we want to do this and that's the end of it. We will work with the ASCA accredited lab to develop the most appropriate plan for a given test to ensure they have everything they need to support their premium submission once they get to FDA. And ultimately, what the manufacturer has in hand at the end is everything they would have, all the data, the test reports, whatever. It's an additional test report, the ASCA summary test, which is a streamlined format test report. So the goal is to make life easier, not just for us, but for manufacturers without sacrificing the quality of the medical devices that we allow onto them. So these kind of streamlined reports can reduce our time to review it. We shouldn't need as many consults. Those are subject matter experts where it's like, hey, I need your help on this specific clause. We don't necessarily need to dig into those weeds if we have just what we need to know in a streamlined form. So we should be asking fewer questions. And ideally, we should be pushing our problems in pre-market upstream so that test labs are better prepared to address FDA's commonly asked questions or commonly identified concerns in pre-market before a manufacturer starts to. So how does that work for us? I'll give a quick example, that kind of relatively quick example. That's a sticky area of biocompatibility, but it also demonstrates our pre-market process for those of you who are less familiar. So on day 0, manufacturer submits a pre-market submission, effectively saying, we don't think we need new biocomp testing because X, Y, and Z. That's fine, people do that all the time. We do our technical screening, everything seems to be where it's supposed to be. That's fine, we can get into our substantive review. So then we go to day 49 in this particular example, and it's we put the file on hold. We're effectively saying we actually need to address one major concern, which is that you didn't provide annual testing, and you actually do need it with these. So the problem with this particular 10K, which is pretty rare, which is why I really like this as an example. Manufacturers now on hold with FDA. So effectively that means go away and figure it out. You figured it out. So now they're on the clock, they have to find a lab.
Sorry, sir, 1 second.
Yeah.
Eric, sorry to interrupt, but your sound voice is coming like a machine, like a robot. So maybe your connection is not so well. So good. Maybe you can close your camera. I don't know, just to see if it gets a little bit better, because we checked here already.
Sure.
So maybe if you turn off your camera, you could get better audio.
We are not hearing you.
You don't hear me at all?
No, at all.
How about now?
Yeah, maybe a bit louder, and let's try.
Still okay? Robot?
Yes, thank you.
And there's an echo. You have 2 microphones or something.
I have two microphones. Are we sure?
There's an echo.
I haven't changed anything.
But now it's good.
Okay,
Don't
great.
change it.
Let's go with that then. So yeah, anyway, lots of time spent. Sorry for my robot voice. Hopefully it's not terrible now. So the manufacturer, credit to this manufacturer, they went on hold for a while, 113 days, but they went to an ASCA accredited testing laboratory to deal with their problems. So they got ASCA summary test reports. They came back to FDA. Of course, now we get it in the queue, but we do our review. So now we're taking a look at the test reports they gave us. And really, this is all that we would review, just the red text. This isn't actually it. I know it's really small. But effectively, we're just saying, hey, everything performed as expected, and it's not cytotoxic. That's great. And that pretty much is all we needed to see. 8 pages, less than an hour to review. So, what could have been if they'd showed up with those summary reports on day one, didn't justify anything, we could have been done in less than 50 days. And that's something we'd love to do, but often don't get to. So I know some of that time is built out in the front. I'm being a little bit funny with my timing there, but a couple more examples. Basic safety testing for electromagnetic compatibility. Similar problem. Manufacturer got a deficiency saying, like, we don't like your testing. In this particular example, whatever it was something, there was a problem with the testing. So they went to an ASCA accredited testing laboratory. They said, help us fix this. And they did. So we got 9 pages of a summary test report. It took us less than 30 minutes to review, and we didn't have problems. So we could go on to other parts of the submission that made life a little bit easier for us. And we asked the review staff, they said, hey, it's much quicker. They're less likely to get questions from me because this is much easier for me to review, and I have confidence in what I see, and less likely to have concerns with data integrity. And in the interest of time, I'll skip this one. Same story, down from 400 pages to 33 pages. This is a lot of test reports, CB scheme and otherwise, and you just have to review much less with the summary test reports. So it's what we're seeing is review staff like it. Things are going quicker, which is what we want to see. We're asking fewer deficiencies, which is good, and it helps mitigate risk of data integrity issues. So here's our, by the numbers slide. We've got a lot of manufacturers. Well, a lot. We have 200 manufacturers who have used the program so far. Over 50 have used it multiple times. By and large, we're not having lots of questions, if any. Almost 90% have not needed any questions. And, there's 97 labs around the world in our program. So there are a couple extra benefits that our scheme kind of brings to the table that kind of helps us have confidence in this whole conformity assessment community. And so we offer a list of our accredited laboratories. That's important. That way manufacturers can go find them. We also have developed direct communication pathways with the testing laboratories. That allows us the ability to directly train test labs on a variety of topics to make sure they understand what our expectations are, not just for our ASCA summary test reports and our scheme, but also for problems that we see in pre-market review. And then the last piece of the program is that surveillance piece where we want to ensure only high quality labs are ASCA accredited. So we have an audit, an ASCA audit is part of our program. We have audited laboratories and we have withdrawn laboratories when we didn't like what we found. So we explicitly list those laboratories on our website as well in our database. To go back on a little bit of a journey where things aren't always rosy in the conformity assessment world, FDA has published a letter to industry indicating that watch out for unreliable data generated by third-party testing laboratories, shouting out China and India explicitly in this particular letter. Subsequently, warning letters were issued to 2 Chinese firms. This is for good laboratory practices, so biocompatibility testing primarily. And then the hits have kept coming since then. So there have been additional warning letters issued to third-party testing laboratories doing having GLP problems, good lab practices problems. Ultimately, this culminated in a new webpage for CDRH, the notifications on data integrity for medical devices. And that is effectively a page that says, if a testing laboratory appears on this webpage, you are not able to use data from that laboratory to support your pre-market submission. You have to go find somebody else. And there are letters, specific letters detailing why for anyone that is on that page, but I encourage you to go check it out. But on that note, how did ASCA kind of leverage our new communication pathways to support ensuring that there's only quality data in pre-market submissions? We do have a communication pathway with the accreditation bodies. And the two laboratories, at least last time I checked, that were listed on that notifications on data integrity page were accredited by accreditation bodies that we know. So we reached out to the accreditation body, said, hey, have you seen this? It's bad news. Subsequently, the ISO IEC 17025 accreditation were withdrawn for both of those laboratories. So serious ramifications. So in summary, we're kind of still finding our way. It's a young program, but we are trying to find out how we can better drive confidence into our pre-market data that we review. And there's room for growth and there's room for evolution in terms of how we go and leverage conformity assessment activities to support what we do. And that's something we're going to be looking to do going forward. And I really like this slide, so I put it in here. Conformity assessment shouldn't be left to amateurs, of course. And thank you very much. I think we might have time for Q&A. I'm not sure when we started, but we tried to keep it within an hour. So thanks, everybody.
And Terry. So I think we have time for one or two questions before, because I think they were so interesting, so deep. So I think it's important to use this time. Are there any questions? We have questions in the chat. De Verónica en el chat. ¿Sí?
A few from earlier, but no new ones, I don't think.
No. So the questions are from the previous panel, so I'm sorry. And here, I see a question. Just a second, Eric.
Well, it is not actually a question, but it's a comment. Terry, Eric, thank you very much, because every time I listen to you, I get even more and more excited about standards, about how FDA has found a way to really leverage on them. And whenever I think the first time I listened to Eric sharing the amazing reduction in review time when you are getting information from an accredited lab within the ASCA program, it is really mind-blowing. And that is something that probably is not clearly understood by many regulators and by the industry ourselves. I think that this program is another great example of reliance for medical devices, because, I mean, of course, for us, it's kind of like MDSAP is the best example on reliance on medical devices for many years now. But I think that there's a need for a stronger broadcast on the success of the ASCA program, for other regulators to follow and learn from your experience. And of course, every regulator has the ability and the legal responsibility to adopt and adapt. But learning from this huge experience that you have developed, I think this is something that we also as industry need to help you share with the world. And I'd probably end this comment by asking, why did you decide to go this direction instead of continuing to review all documents and 100% review? What happened with you having all those resources that are the envy for all regulators all over the world to get into this direction? Thank you.
Well, we might have lots of resources, but it still hurts. Of course. I did used to do that in my prior life as a pre-market reviewer in the neurological office of OPEC in CDRH. So I think it was, I remember hearing it described by Scott Colburn, Terry and my boss, a moment in an office having a discussion about, like, how can this, we could probably do more. And maybe we could make a scheme. Maybe we'll call it the accreditation scheme for conformity assessment. And then it just kind of happened, and as many things do. So I think it was an idea that was well received by pretty much all parties. Like, nobody wants us to spend lots of time reading documents, but we feel the need to. And so if we can drive that confidence upstream, then we don't have to worry quite so much when it gets to our review, and we can worry about other things like the clinical data and other more important stuff. But yeah, it's a great comment. I think there's room for growth, not just for other regulators around the world, but I think all of us as a whole, we could definitely learn from each other and our different successes, and then try to drive more confidence into the device development and testing.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you for this answer. And above all, I would like to thank you, Terry Woods and Eric França, for all the elasticity and flexibility for today's presentation. I think it was very suitable and very important for our training today. With this, I think we are going to have a back of applause for them so we can close this session. And I think now we have no more sessions for the day, so you can all enjoy the World Cup here, but not too much. Mexico is going to win, and then tomorrow everybody's going to be really happy here in the table at 9 a.m. for our last day of sessions. But it's going to be a great session, so don't miss it. Thank you, and see you tomorrow. Buenos días, buenas noches.